desperate, crazy? Or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, It feels so absurd. Lost all control, and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes, don't wanna keep on going.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, clean headshots from Messi.
Day 2 of the EPL qualifiers begin with a really interesting one. Now, yesterday, I think there was a lot of potential blowouts. There's a lot of one-sided games. Today is where things get really interesting. The double elimination starts, and for us, it's with the Red Canids and Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's been quite the journey for a lot of these teams, and this being one of the upper bracket games, a lot of the upper bracket games, actually, I'll say, have pretty good promise to them. There's a good number that we were anticipating, a good number of teams as well that are being given shots to try and deepen themselves, but get good runs and get good officials in against the Red Canids or an Imperial down the line. And, this is probably amongst, if not the most tight-knit and high level of the games that we have at this stage in the upper bracket quarterfinal, I will say. The only other game really giving me that sort of a feeling is Audic versus 9Z, and frankly, I don't really feel that way because 9Z are effectively a dead team right now. I mean, not a dead team, but they're picking up two different players soon enough, so.
I mean, walking wounded is not necessarily a
Go.
bad way to put it. We can take a quick look at what's going on. I mean, right now I believe all of the first games are being played at once. Right now, like I said, this is the one we're covering. You mentioned the 9Z game, but there's a couple of heaters in there. I think I'm actually kind of interested to see the Legacy game, especially after what I was impressed with in seeing Selva yesterday, specifically against Bestia. But honestly, I think you're right. I think this is probably the most tight-knit of these games. And one thing that rubs me as an interesting thing for this series is that I think there's a lot of times in these best of threes, or maybe in these rivalries, is you could put it, that we've seen it a lot, essentially. And the Red Canids and Imperial, I don't think is a stranger to that, but that's only namesake wise, because as of late, we've seen some shifts in both of these teams. And it's interesting because from the Red Canids perspective, I feel like back in their MRQ cycle, when they were still trying to qualify for the major, when they were trying to make their name there, they were missing something, and it was so many different issues were working at once. There was drops, new calling. There was still what felt like a lack of an X factor, maybe even a lack of direction in a team. They had a lot of time constraints going in. Now it's, I'd say, a bit of a more comfortable Red Canids. Originally, I was a little interested with the removal of Phelps and Henny, but I mean, I think you mentioned it yesterday. The pickup of Ponter is not bad. I think that is an absolute steal. Then you look at Cowes, who's been picking up some of the slack for what was, I think, lacking before. I like what the Red Canids are becoming. I'd still like to wait a little longer before I say, yeah, maybe this is like a staple of a team in South America. But what they put together here, I think, is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I got to cast them pretty recently. I don't remember which of the South American tournaments that it was, but in one of the two of Thunderpick or CCT, it was a Red Canids that I thought looked pretty stable, actually. It looked like they had their fundamentals pretty down pat. Looked like these guys were hitting the shots that they had to without having to rely on Cold Zera being a carry on the AWP or anything of that nature, much more stationary in nature and being able to post up and be a little bit more of a line and supportive element. And that's pretty good, and especially considering I think the way that I had described Ponter in that same broadcast was that if he's your fifth player, if he's like the last line of defense that you look towards in terms of firepower, I think that's a pretty good thing. I think that's a pretty positive sign for them if Venom, Zera, drop Cowes, and obviously Cold Zera on the AWP. But as far as the rifling core is concerned, Ponter not really that far away from being a number 4 or number 3 player in his best roles, but taking on some of the more difficult ones and shining when need be. And then you look to the other side of things in this new look Imperial, and they've got a lot in terms of proving as far as from where they were. I mean, Red Canids and Imperial effectively a world apart as far as international play is concerned, and how consistently and rarely, were in the case of Red Canids, they were able to play for that. And Cello makes his way back into Imperial, albeit in new roles, albeit after a little bit of an experience in Furia and changing things up, and around a new player integrated into the roster, another non-Portuguese addition to bolster what was already an Argentinian player and try now a Portuguese player in SHR, who also wasn't necessarily, the biggest of eyes put onto him given that Saw outing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of iffy on this team because it feels like they're kind of all over the place right now. We've seen the good, the bad, the ugly. And I think as time goes on, we're going to see more of a testing grounds because if you're Imperial, you mentioned it, right? This is a team that's not new to international play. It's what they've been doing for a couple of years, albeit they haven't necessarily struck gold just yet. They're looking to take that next step. So if you look at a best of 3 like this, I think what it means to these teams is 2 entirely different things, where the Red Canids are just trying to move up and up and up. And Imperial, this shouldn't be a series that namesake and for history's sake should be something they worry about. However, I still could see the Red Canids giving them some issues. Now, I think those issues of Imperial, the inconsistencies, and potentially even, it might feel weird to say, but the lack of stardom, I think that could come back to haunt them. Cello, I feel like he's been in rocky form, even back when he was on Furia playing, not even just benched. He was kind of all over the place. So I don't know if this is going to be the answer to Imperial's woes.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard ask. I mean, it's a new look, a new formula, like you're saying. It's something that shakes things up, but to what capacity and to what success, I'm not sure. I mean, Che, when he was signed to this team, he was somebody who was brought in my opinion, to be like the future of that Imperial roster, like something that would take some time perhaps to get him acclimated to a new level in replacing Phelps, who also has been replaced by the Canids at this point. Not sure what's going on, but you know, when you make these moves, you try and justify them, and it seems that every time that a player like Phelps gets removed, they never really recover from such a move like that. And I think Imperial are lucky to have recovered from losing somebody like Henny with tries availability. Let's see if this will matter, though, as this first map is about to get underway. It's going to have to be a big win for this Red Canids roster, because this is one of their biggest and best opponents they'll have for quite some time. And Pro League on the line, this would be a big team to bump downward.
Well, we're going to find out, because apparently the game is live and ready to go. Now, the one thing I want to mention for Imperial is that I just mentioned the stardom potentially lacking. I think you've got some big shoes to fill if you're SHR. Replacing Decenty, while I believe there was like some butting heads between he and Try, it's still big shoes to fill, right? He was still one of the people that back when Imperial needed somebody would be the guy to step up beyond what it feels like Try has been for a year now. He was the guy, and I don't know just yet if SHR is the guy, so I think that's what you're looking at. Obviously, right, when you bring in an international player like SHR, there's always going to be turning of heads, but it feels like there had to have been some reason, right? And I don't know if that's because they're trying to maybe pass the torch to somebody else, but so far, I feel like Vinny has called well around some of these maybe newer players to the space, because SHR, it's not like he's been in the region for a very long time. He's been over in, I mean, we already mentioned he's a Portuguese player, but playing with teams like SAW and whatnot. I think it's hard to imagine he comes in and immediately does what they want him to do.
I don't know what the phrasing would be for this, but not that Vinny couldn't handle, but that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say Vinny couldn't handle as many players that were as green as they were on this Imperial roster. I will stick with that phrasing, because he had a player like No Way, who obviously came from non-competitive play, a streamer effectively in that regard, and trying to mold him into more of an individual and trying to let him off the leash. Che, also a player who was very green to the scene, making rounds in Fluxo, and then finally getting his chance above a Sharks and Fluxo level roster, unproviding. And then obviously, a Decenty as well, a player who was just breaking through the academy system and getting his shots in higher level rosters at a young age. He couldn't handle all 3 of those at once. But that's not to say it's his fault, and that's not to say he could have done better, and it's not to say that he could have made it work. It's to say that whether or not it is his fault or it is on his plate, the players unfortunately weren't delivering in the way that were required, and that could be up to anything. It could be up to their own players not coming up to snuff. I think Che is probably that. I think they needed somebody a little bit more agency than Che. Maybe didn't need to be told what to do as much or any reinforcement, and that's why somebody like Cello is in here as well, to spread between a couple of the roles that say he and Decenty were spreading, while SHR is getting that little bit of extra room between he and perhaps No Way for Vinny to try and harness. And I've been just a little bit critical of Vinny's calling as of the last, I'd say, maybe 6 months to 8 months or so. And I don't know, again, whether or not it's to chalk up to directly his calls or the lack of discipline from some of his players, but it's certainly a lack of discipline from Vinny himself, it feels like, in many a time. Not even necessarily in the call, but in his individual decision-making amidst it.
I mean, on the other side of things, right, you talk about calling. I feel like we haven't necessarily discussed Drops calling as much as potentially we could be. I think, personally, this guy is really taking a big step.
Drop is Vinny Jr.
I mean, like, you come into this team, right? Drop was never really a caller. He comes into this team, all of a sudden he has to call for 3 veterans who not only have been around the block, and I believe it was Phelps, Henny, and Colzera when he had come into the roster, but it feels like it's very hard to come in, call on a team, and then also have to call to people who know what they're doing. So I'm surprised with how well things have gone under the system, because when I saw the Red Canids in the past, it feels like the bones were there. We're talking like maybe a month or two into the life cycle of this full 5-man when the MRQ had happened, which is when the first time I got to see it firsthand. But beyond that, ever since it, the results have only been getting better. The teams they've been beating have only been getting better. Before, and I like to mention this because specifically in the MRQ, the one game that stuck out to me was the one versus Bestia, where they pretty much got dog walked. They run it back in Thunderpick. They absolutely sweep the floor with them. This is a team that is clearly on the right direction, and I'm impressed to say that Drop has evolved amazingly as a caller.
Drop and Vinny are the same shade of in-game leader with the same stories. Like, they, for the same reasons, became in-game leaders, and the same roles they had to shift over to. Quite literally, it's so
From
crazy
the same
for me to
team,
think.
too.
From the same team, Furia. Eventually, they fall down a peg. They find themselves amongst a couple of more experienced players, and then eventually evolve into the role of in-game leader in their own right. Drop just doing it at a lot younger of an age, and frankly, a pretty good age to be able to do that in this scene that's kind of starved for in-game leaders. I mean, not to say too much, but like years down the line, come knocking at the door, maybe say a Furia or maybe even an MIBR once he is a more honed at his craft in-game leader. We need somebody to take the reins. We need somebody to give the future of our team to with the experience to have done so in Drop. He's been around the block at least relatively enough as a young rifler in these supportive roles, and now in a little bit more of a T side opening position and a CT side star position in a couple of instances. Weirdly enough, I think you're going to see, I think Drop might be playing like connector now on Mirage on CT side, which is pretty interesting because that's something that that position has really loaned itself to, either A, star players, or B, in-game leaders who can dictate the pace of the round from that spot. I really do like that idea, but I digress. It's so interesting to me to see the paths in which these players have now taken, and Drop has seen some serious heights in his career that Vinny hasn't. And that's really weird to say. It's a top 8 finish at Stockholm with Furia, a top 8 finish at Antwerp, a top 4 finish at the Rio Major. This guy, he's been on stages. He's just never claimed the trophy as close as he would have liked him to.
You know, I think these guys are also unique.
They won
in a different
Melbourne,
way.
though.
Now,
so that's cool.
I know I just mentioned that Drop, it could potentially be hard to come into a system and have to like call 2-3 very experienced players who know what they're doing. It almost like maybe feels subconsciously you say something and it could be wrong, and then all of a sudden you lose trust or lose faith. But at the same time, Drop comes into this system, is told to start IGLing, and now has those 3 players to help him learn more and more. I feel like that's something that Vinny's never really had under the stage of Imperial, because I mean, as far as I can remember, he started calling on Imperial when he was the veteran, calling 2 younger players. Now, I think that could potentially be a reason as to why things have been going so well for Drop, but beyond that, I don't know. It feels like everything's kind of striking right now for the Red Canids.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to try and throw this one to a little bit of a break and just make sure everybody's got things in safe and ready for the series to commit. We've got 2 best of 3s coming your way, Red Canids and Imperial the first in just a bit.
moment's right, when the moment's right, you see me. Fending out the fire, fending out the fire, always. Bring me out, then I can be whole now. Bring me out,
All right. We're getting into it. Imperial and Red Canids. It's Mirage as the first of potentially 3, but let's not get too crazy here. Let's not jump the gun. We've got a lot of Counter-Strike to go up until that point. Myself, of course, why not? Hello. Joined by Anthran. We're ready to get things smoothly, fingers crossed, underway.
I still stand by my statement. I think so far, like I said, Red Canids, upwards trajectory, everything looking good and all, but Imperial should, on paper, be a team that, you know, is still a bit out of their wheelhouse. We're going to find out, though, just how far these two are apart, because get to see a quick start to this one. Red Canids trying to take their business up into the apartments, which baits out a couple of defensive nades from Imperial, get rid of that Molly HE off the rip. That's going to bode well for them later on in the round. They bought dualies here, right? So they are sacrificing a lot on this pistol or Imperial.
The Canids are playing back in towards their spawn, kind of just hopping about back and forth. They looked like they were actually a little bit indecisive. I think they just kind of wanted to make something happen over at B, and maybe a read came in that there was a number more there than they would have liked to have come on to. I think now is the safer bet, and there's no kit right now also, so that's interesting to say the least, because this is a full-on exec. This is going to be a bomb plant before they go down. I highly doubt that all of the kills transpire in the favor of Imperial before that's the case here.
I mean, I don't even know if Imperial are going to have much of a stakehold in this round. That smoke is their last piece of utility. That's all they got.
Valk.
Remember, 3 players without armor, not looking great when Kawas and Drop walk in and take 2 heads. SHR, well, he's not going to be putting up much of a defense now, is he? Immediately dropped in ticket, and Cello and Vinny, they can't even think to get back in this site.
This is definitely what I was expecting on this map in particular. I think the Red Canids on Mirage specifically have done a lot of really good work. Look at how composed they are, dude. Like, I don't know, something about this 5, it just kind of screams discipline lately. And I don't know, I don't really know how it does look as good as it does. Good shot from Cello, though, as an aside. But honestly, it just shocks me that this quick into their existence as 5 players, that they're all seemingly on the same page. Again, mainly on this map. I think this is probably the biggest and best example of that. Pretty much blowing all the other maps in their pool out the way in that regard. But I mean, what a good map to have in your back pocket or your front pocket in many ways, because everybody likes to play a little bit of Mirage. No one's insta-banning that.
No, I mean, could have gotten rid of it if was
Shut up.
Anubis removed from the pool.
Pipe down, you.
Sorry.
Old man waves fist at air.
Back in my day, we had cash.
I want cash back, dude.
Yeah, that's a perk in Call of Duty Zombies.
Apparently, it's just not optimized enough yet, is what I'm understanding.
That honestly makes sense. That map runs like garbage. I'm just gonna be honest, man.
Yeah. You try to do the two cross smokes in mid, dude. Good luck with your CPU.
You got double digits, bro.
Good luck with your CPU.
No, I think you bring a great point. Red Canids, I feel like for a while now, have been really solid on this map. I was going to bring up the point that I wasn't a big fan of how Imperial used their utility, but I don't think that would have made a grand change in the rounds, to be completely honest. But it is something to at least keep a note of, right? Because that felt like, maybe not fear, but just, it felt way too quick to immediately drop a molly in a nade. I'm gonna keep that one in the think tank.
Vinny's 5'7" could be absolutely incredible right now. This would be the time to come alive. He actually gets hit with the molly, I think. Yeah, that's a sad day for Vinny, who could have had the world on his shoulders, and very much so did. But, I mean, in all fairness to him, what more was he really expected to do when given the unfortunate fate of being a magnet to the glass bottle? Not that that is even realistically possible, but glass magnet.
I feel like that position's still hard to find impact in. Even if it feels like the red carpet's rolled out, right? Just how many players aren't going to clear chair, you know? So, no harm, no foul. But, man, all of this is going to be registered for the Canids, right? The way they're playing around this B site, what they're doing, these habits, they'll be registered. for now, though. I think it's just a game of Imperial trying to pick off any access they can find. That might be an MP9 for SHR. Yeah, okay. Not the end of the world. Maybe one person goes a little haphazardly in the connector, get an extra couple $100, maybe walk away with a rifle, but we're talking about the land of fairy tales. Clearly not this map, because it's just an easy cold cut round.
Cold cut, you say?
Mm-hmm. We have the meats. I'm just kidding. I'd never eat there.
I always hear such horror stories, dude.
I don't know who's keeping them in business.
There's got to be one guy.
Right?
Just flat out. All right. Well, keeping in business, at least financially right now, the Red Canids are going to be swimmingly moving on to the remainder of this first quarter, we'll call it, because they've got SMGs looking to get even more money than that they already have, and that is a bad look overall. If you are Imperial, who are just scraping by, struggling to make ends meet, an MP9 for SHR and the rest of the crew and co, just working with those 5.7 once more, known to be potent, and there's no CT economy buff just yet. Nope, you don't get that extra between 50 and 250 per round per player. Oh, burnt out and hurt. Even the one tick should be enough to say that they're trying to set up something a little funny.
He can't get out of this. I mean, the second you see that HE pulled, you just know they're fully clued into it. However, they are still sticking around mid right now. There's two lurkers that are potentially vulnerable to what's going on. I'd imagine Imperial stick around with this mid hold for quite some time, even after the utility flies on A, just to get something out of it. And eventually, someone's going to have to show face, right? You'd think. You've got a player in chair. You've got Kawes and under. Heard earlier on, eventually they're going to group up for a con push. Here comes that push from the CTs, though, and it's Imperial to strike first blood. 2 kills out of the no 857. They're forced to come into A. There's the MP9. We just saw it coming in the last round. USB almost gets damage on Poncer, but it's still not looking awful for the Red Canids. You got to remember, not going to favor you artillery-wise. MP9 now dropped, and everybody starts to hit the deck. Things come back to normalcy unless the 5.7 can line up a couple of heads. One headshot would do in Coldzera if my math is lining up, but
he really wanted to deny that bomb plant.
Maybe a little too spicy for the pepper.
Yeah. Trying to sprinkle it on a little too heavy. Having to deal with the first player at the headshot box before going knees deep, and unfortunately can't provide. That's just Red Canids getting sweet, sweet victory, but albeit a little later than we were expecting. Fully ready for there to be a little bit more grit, given that the pistols were showing it. All 5 kills split between 2 players. That's to be the truth. And Coldzera actually willingly bringing out the AWP this early. I'm not concerned. I'm a little tentative to see what he's going to be able to do with it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought
losing
he was
the 1-for-1. Yeah, Poncer still lives, and no nades are going to be soaring onto his location to change that fact. A smoke to deny vision, but that's really inconsequential. It's Coldzera's line held from Apex that if he turns towards try, he may get an overstep.
I mean, they've got everybody coming out here.
Nice.
It's not like you're going to back off going to mid. There's Coldzera's up starting to shine up from the headshot angle, and they're still posted. He wants more. Like the shark, he smells blood, almost even taking the second through the triple boxes, and I think they gear up for a repeat. They might, but everybody's cooking a little too much here. A1S, even on low bullets, double dink on drop, shuts down a second, and it's Coldzera's up. Try and prove you wrong from the top of the palace. Health won't matter if you hit your shots, kid. 1v1 on No Way, and with 28 HP, that molly could do him in.
If it spreads!
Coming through. Oh my god, wait, he can't even go for that spam. He can't deny it. That molly is why he can't do it, but does he know he's on stairs? Coldzera too far away to go for the tick. So No Way slows it down, continues to play from the stairs angle. There's the step. That's all Coldzera.
He's right beneath him.
No Way's this close. We turn off X-ray to see who can really get the upper hand in this one. Molly used. No Way still suspicious. Coldzera not walking around, but maybe detected. No Way doesn't go for the full clear, and Coldzera steals a clutch for a 4-0 start.
That was really good from Coldzera. I mean, harkening back even to the kill that really opens it all up is the fast reactionary shot at being half blinded, player emerging from a deep side of the smoke, micro adjustment turn major. That is very, very good from not the captain, but the big green wielder, and a tactical timeout. Yeah, I would too right now if I were Imperial. It's not every day you're going to say that you're getting out-opt as try by Coldzera. I have to
I mean,
rectify that.
That one's gonna sting because like it felt like Imperial had played that right for the most part. You know, I think the craziest part about that round to me is that it's entirely A-favored because the Red Canids in the last, they couldn't really afford to just hang on to mid. They immediately lost it once Imperial went in for a mid retake. They just completely circumvented it, and it worked. But this time they'll put it back into the strat book and just wait for them to make their move. A little safer this time, albeit not as close as Connector, but got the op posted on cold and have 3 awaiting any sort of presence behind the mid boxes. Vinny, a reactive smoke and Connector, maybe to inch them closer. But the only one inching right now is Coldzera and his op up catwalk.
Okay, bursting out in through the wall even. Drop leaves little to be desired. He does all that he needs to. Gets involved. Heavy shots and heavy artillery. Reign supreme in every turn. Eventually, a medium to long-range MP9. Some of the last that we're going to be seeing of that. And even still giving them the run for their money until Drop's about face. There's very other places they could have been rotating from, and the bomb planted away from CT spawn makes it so. He only has high priority to con. He looked fine and dandy for it.
Would it be crazy to say that Imperial kind of looks scared?
Well, that round in particular, yeah, kind of. They could have had a little bit more like gimmick to their play. I feel.
I mean, it feels like everywhere you look, Imperial, they're scared to peek in or go for a jiggle and con, right? You see, I think it was, I want to say it was Draw? No, I don't know why I was saying drop. I believe it was Noe on stairs who jiggles out and just gets spammed, even though there's 2 players there. And then SHR, he never really wants to take a fight trying to escape in ramp. This is just beautiful from the Red Canids so far. Not even just strategic destruction, but everybody's hitting their shots alongside that too, and now it's going to be a pace change.
One that may be all necessary. Unless SHR can anchor this down, they're going to be in for some trouble. Tries op, just as good. Given more opportunity, Coldzera, again, like I said, a little bit more static, a little bit more held to his own and trying to see if someone will give him the line and try. His aggression, his willingness to get involved around those boxes does away with anything that Coldzera would have been able to do, and the flank is activated. The lurk may be exactly what they need, but will it take too long?
I mean, I think it already has. It just depends on how they play this, right? If Coldzera can get 1, maybe 2. Drop was ready for this flank. He's suspicious this is already coming in, and he might even clue into it as it pulls up. Cello, he's still far
6
back
bullets?
his ramp. That's a molly on ticket. You've got to take this fight. Oh, switches guns at the worst time, but switches back now. That's suspicion. Does it come back in? Does it clue in? He goes to stick the plant. This is just going to be a freebie for Cello. For a moment there, it felt like the stars were aligning for Drop, but no, Imperials say it's our time.
All right.
Interesting.
Certainly. Timeout. First taken. First round lost in a... Well, not in a long time, but a long enough time for it to be just their first, to where it makes sense to take a little bit of a step back and a breather and try and assess the situation and what your next move will be with the money where it is. They'd start to be kept more and more honest as the half was going along, to where early it was looking clean, but once Imperial started to drag back the kills, started to make those rounds where it was just pistols come down to only 2. That's where things get a little shaky.
It is about time that Imperial fended off an A-side push, though. Every time this defense has been tested, they just mowed through them. So, well, maybe not mowed through. There was the one clutch from Coldzera, which you can't really take away from him. But Imperial have been putting a lot of pressure on this A site for the past couple of rounds. Now it's going to change again. Pace is still fast. This time it's B.
I feel like this could have been somewhat of a read maybe from Imperial, but it wasn't actually. And losing their site player, that's an unfortunate circumstance. Cello doubling up, that's great. No way on rotation, even better. Although Cello does get shot in the side of the head, this should still be a plant. No Molly to deny that, an HE to stop the initial few seconds. But wait, bomb. Well, they can get it. It's okay. All good. Split moment of maybe hesitation and a bated breath, but all's well that ends well.
Maybe not over just yet either, because Drop is in a very advantageous spot outside the market door. But this retake really kicks off with SHR's flank in the apartments. I don't think they want to go out without him, but maybe they do. Shots fired a little too early from Drop, and now the ace in the hole is gone. You've got to worry. Coldzera's on 26 HP. I don't think he's going to be doing much this round, but maybe Drop will do it all himself. Now tucked into the bench, Barrel spotted, info given, Coldzera knows, and he lurks around the smoke and off angle against No Way should work wonders, pay dividends to what's soon to be a 6 for the Red Canids.
Okay.
The shot missed, no chance in hell. Try is sent packing with his team, and it's right back to the Red Canids' favor.
That's very cool to see them in this sort of action. To see them this entrenched in these rounds with what little they had invested. Well, not that they had much to offer more than that, unfortunately, but that's to no discredit of their own. Try as you may. The boys are back in town, but can they stay there?
I don't know.
Can they give us just a bit more?
I think mid's been the biggest point of contention right now, and honestly, if it's one thing to look at, I feel like it's kind of been in Imperial's favor most of these rounds. This might be another example of it.
Really good.
3 face towards Connector and No Way doubles down, a triple not in sight, and the one big kicker of the round was the fact that they had an early big advantage. Now it's ripped right away. It seems like Punter knows somebody's in the balcony. Try. Don't think you're getting away with that one as good as your 5-7 may be. It's just one you're going to write off.
Certainly in good spirits do these pushes look to be on the CT side. It doesn't look like they're, entirely flattened. They give it a good run. It's about as good as a round that you could have come up with on the drawing board, to be honest with you. And Coldzera's just still sitting at the boxes. I mean, how could you possibly have expected that? And they just come and regroup with him. It wasn't going to be left to his own for all that much longer. That makes his life all the easier to just justify peeking around that box.
So, this is kind of what was missing from the Red Canids the last time I had seen them. That confidence in dueling, right? I feel like it's been a while, and sure, it's only one map, so I guess it's not like it's a guarantee, but to see Coldzera performing the way he is, doing the things he's doing, especially in a spot that he has now switched to. I mean, we already mentioned, I think, 3 or 4 times the fact that
maybe
he is
6
now
or 8
opting.
or 10.
However many you got to do it. More so, he has kills than the amount of times we've mentioned it, which is a little surprising. But
important.
It felt like the calling was still a little bare bones. Like the foundation was there, but it wasn't really any deeper. And alongside that, there was a lot of inconsistencies, especially when it came to players not really performing. Here, it's night and day, and Imperial just really can't keep up. Nobody's answering this call outside of, No Way. Right? And the fact is, you have Cello and Vinny both playing toward this B site. They're almost never getting involved with the rounds.
No Way trying to get involved in underpasses, going to get shut down with relative ease. It was a double peak. Again, it feels like just 2 steps ahead, the Canids. Oh my god. It's baffling. It's really baffling to see such a new in-game leader, such a new team with such green players come together as neat as it has. And there's just so many moving parts to this system, but the cogs, they seem to be grinding along. I'm very happy to see this.
This is awesome.
Their Mirage is one of the better Mirages I've seen at this level for a long time.
I mean, I'm hoping it's not just Mirage. I'm hoping we're going to see a lot of shades of this on the next map. I hope it doesn't end here. because this is an impressive Red Canids. I mean, also, right? Just imagine the story that Red Canids go all the way through and make EPL, and every person in the world is happy because you get to see Cold Zero on another T1 stage. I'm just saying. Sorry, I'll slow my roll, but it's there. And right now, it's not looking all that unrealistic, especially playing the way they are. But Vinny might have something to say. A dink and a couple of whiffs go by his head as they go into the B site. It's a 3-on-4, but there's a lot of HP starting to drain, except for Try. His op sitting at the back of the window pillar. Not really boding well for the Red Canids, who eventually decide to call it quits and back off. Cold Zero will try their hand elsewhere. No, they'll try it in a save.
If there was any more time, they might have been able to just sit around.
Counter-terrorists win.
Even still, this 5-round gap, they're going to be pretty okay with. Their teammates can buy pretty frugally. Trying to see if they can make use of the little utility that they're going to have spread across a couple of these guys. And even now, their mid control is non-existent. Their A pressure is about to pop out, unless they want those players in underpass to get into position first. But no, Venom Zera is going to go on the lookout, and SHR spotting him just beforehand. Oh, the spam's perfectly placed on the line that he knows that Apex is in position from, but Cello in a good spot as well. How can this possibly be happening? Cowes with an insane transition that we barely even got to see. I can't believe that. That needs to be replayed. That needs to be put into a clip because Cowes is a killer.
Dude. And I literally came into the series saying, I don't know if Cowes is going to fill the shoes he's got to fill. It looks like so far he's playing the role pretty damn well. And what a read from them alongside that. I know it's a 5-on-2, right? You practically won the round regardless of where you go. But, oh, well,
Cowes has no right getting any more than 1 kill in this round. He got caught off by Cello, dinked by Cello, another player on Catwalk.
Dude. That's like
insane. That's one of the best plays you'll never see.
And it's also one of the most unfortunate rounds for Imperial too, because and which also gives more credit to Red Canids in the calling and the way they played that round. Because right, you have Venom, Zera, and Co just kind of poking and prodding around ramp, but the fact that they kill SHR first, the fact that that's who falls, makes a massive amount of impact for the Imperial defense. That's the A anchor, right? They're usually putting one guy on site. You're responsible for maybe delaying, stalling, doing whatever you can to stop them from coming in, because Imperial's whole game plan, this whole half, has been couple towards Con, one off Cat, maybe one in window. We're going to fight for mid if they try to take mid control and play for a retake. But the second SHZ falls, everything goes out of whack. You see Cello jump off of Cat because he's got to go and address the problem that is now the A site. People moving out of connector. So Cowes just walks up, says, there's going to be a couple of freebies here, catches 2 in rotation. Imperial just can't get their heads in front of what's going on.
Take a breather now, a reset. Cold Zera just a little bit late to the game on what was an awkward maneuver from the CT Con player in search of information. Bumps his head against the railing on purpose. Flash for try? No, not quite. He's going to be playing amidst this smoke just on the other ends of it and realizing it is soon to fade. Looks to get out of the way and actually calls upon his bottom Con player who sees someone getting a little bit too big for their britches, but then Try does the exact same thing in response.
Yeah, no, there's 2 players in Con, and neither of them are swinging with him, and they're going to try walking this up. This is all individual right now. There's no trade potential for the person walking up mid currently. If they find this kill, it's as cold and dry as that. They needed it to go their way, because at the best, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now Cold Zera, he and his op keep encroaching up Catwalk, awaiting for the next person to peek, which may be SHR. Abandoning his duties of the A site, anchoring in favor of holding down connector. Rather, that's Cello. I'm sorry. Now it's Vinny off Catwalk taking a fight. And what is going on? Nobody can step out in front.
Ponter with 40 seconds. No control of the bomb, but the element of surprise in a few seconds might get pushed in on, though. And now Vinny has an op. So, missed shot on that jiggle. Well baited. And now Vinny getting a little bit worried about that weapon. Tries to change out and Okay, now things are getting a little bit panicked, it feels. There's a Molly. Ponter, if he can get out of the line of sight, he may be able to drop it into position, but instead swings right where Vinny was anticipating it to come from. Catches the frag and catches a third. So that's a little bit to work with, but look at how honest they've been made in their savings. It's going to be a brutal bloodbath to close for both of these rosters, just scrounging together what they've got.
I'm surprised to see the buy coming in from the Red Canids, considering how this half has gone, really. But even with a couple bumps and bruises in that round, it seems Imperial are still standing. And now with the open hands, who really knows what's to come? SHR feel like he's been delegated to an MP9 for damn near this entire half. So he walks into ramp, tries to take some contact. Oh, timing could be everything, but Venom Zera's too ready. It's just not going to work, and No Way now fills the shoes.
Howes just trying to stuff connector for anybody to walk up that pick, and in jiggling, he actually keeps himself alive to Try, as another exposes themselves wider than even he. I mean, Try is feeling kind of desperate right now between these two smokes to make something happen. What was that? A quick scope with a gap that barely even... The quickest of eyes could have possibly spotted. The end of this half may still come. Commiserations to Try, who hits probably the fastest shot he's hit in the entirety of the game and only his 5th kill. And at a 9-3 scoreline on Mirage, the pick of the Canids, this is looking dire.
And I don't think Vinny's going to answer that call right now. 4-9. Again, the sad life of a B anchor is you're usually not catching much action on Mirage, and it's not like you're going to get any here. A 9-3 finish for the Red Canids shows why they mean business.
This is a big upcoming from the Red Canids. It needs to be said, this Mirage has looked so very smooth. It doesn't really seem like there was any one faulty piece to their system. It's
No.
Imperial, unfortunately, who seem to have a couple of different difficulties coming across the board in many a way, and assessing only one of them would honestly be pretty hard. I don't really think there is one specific outlier. It's me, why not? It's Anthran at my virtual side, and it is the second half that is a very familiar pistol round about to unfold.
Interestingly enough, it'll be a long-winded crunch coming through Connector. And they'll still be walking right into the stack. Imperial are no strangers to buying utility on eco rounds. Did they throw a decoy in under? I think they did. And I don't think it's going to work out in the way they would have hoped. Molly in window, Smoke and Con. And this is going to encourage the players in Palace to move forward.
As they do eventually flood through, there's a player at triple, not from CT spawn, so that's where they're going to spring their trap. An easy one tap, as Ponter really hasn't had many a chance in this game to be one of the heroes. He's been a bit unsung, again, as one of the players taking on difficult responsibilities, given the chance and given the time, and when it's right, you can see what he's capable of, and already getting more than enough kills to require that this should very well be the finish mark for this half pistol round, unless something from Try is to be miraculous, but that would be unthinkable, unfathomable. Surely, I can't imagine that he manages to isolate enough 1 versus 1s to give me that belief in that faith system, but he's been given a room to move.
And here's where things get alarming. Oh, for a moment, I thought he was going to try sneaking into CT, but instead, no, he'll take his fight from stairs. Still, 2 players ridiculously low, and if Drop misses his shot from ramp, oh boy, things are going to get awkward.
One tap.
But lines it up, takes his time, and the Red Canids can add another into what seems to be their massive sack of rounds with a pistol. But I don't... Is it weird to say I feel like I didn't see the vision there from Imperial?
No. It felt kind of weird, the pincer maneuver. Well, obviously, when it fails from underpass, it just, like you said, initiates the players in from Palace without many other options, so...
Yeah. You gotta buy here. It's not like you got a lot of rounds to play with. Couple mollies on Cat to make a thing go right, and you completely split their push right now. They've still got to move forward from the apartments. Try heavy flak as he tries to come and regroup with his teammates who just have measly tech 9s. There he pulls, though, and it looks like he's just dropped the B anchor. Things getting sketchy and scary. Close-knit are these fights on the B site, but still somehow Imperial are finding themselves adding this impressive man advantage. The rifles paying no dividends for them right now until the dust settles and they find themselves in a 1-on-2 where Drop could be absolutely anywhere. They know about him from the first kill, but can't really afford to take these fights, can you? Vinny's so low. 1 bullet puts him to rest, and there goes the player in the apartments. It's all up to the caller with 17 health. He knew he was on Catwalk. He has all this info going his way, and Drop isn't going to let a measly force fire ruin their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, talking about having all the info, like, he really did. He had everything that he needed in order to make that an easy call. Not a problem. Drop repositioning without remaining stagnant, without finding himself boxed in with decisions that aren't easy. Instead, it was very cool, calm, and collected as he crab walked his way around the site, denying any audio cues and keeping those players apart. Walk the line, and it's one that you hope not to cross the Red Canids on right now, because here comes the next full buy in the next round from Imperial at 12 for the Canids, unless something sporadic can come through, as the only hero rifle's been given to the only player, giving us a run in no way.
I don't know what it is, but I'm getting a very nasty feeling about Kawez on Catwalk. Or maybe Coldzera is where the premonition came, because he'll be the first taking a fight. No way. On the off-angle boost through underpass, drops him, and now it's Kawez on Cat to get dropped next. What is going on? Ponter, I'm sorry, walks his way through the apartments. He'll at least claim this is land for the Red Canids, but I don't really know how much justice it does for him. Or maybe that'll change, because the bomb's walking back now.
You said something about the vision before for Imperial. Well, this seems to have a little bit of a vision behind it. It seems that they had their final destination in mark, and they've got their numbers in pretty decent spots as well, but it's still going to be a matter of multi-kills from the CTs to bring it all over. Drop the one to do it in the last. He's got a lot more work to do now. He's got a teammate to do it with him, and it's no way he's looked to not only clutch, but plant just as well. That's problematic, but he gets himself into that situation nonetheless.
But they've given him time. They've let him reset and go over to bench. They're not even hiding their route of approach. You line up for this Khalil and it gets deadly. But Drop's got a quick trade. This guy is playing lights out right now. The past 2-3 rounds, he's been the guy. And that's a scary premonition. You know what it's reminding me of? It's reminding me of back when Crazy was still around. Back when everybody kept looking at Nexa as the guy, that fragging IGL. That's the vibe I'm getting from Drop right now.
Really weird niche call.
Yeah. Gotta show ball knowledge somehow.
Somehow, some way, sometime, someday.
Ooh, keep spitting.
But you won't, because Nexa was crap. No, I'm just kidding. He was really good at that point in time as a fragging game lead. Well, in Crazy, I don't think he was a game leading in Crazy.
Was he not? I kind of swore he was.
I think he
That's
had
why he got
Letney
grabbed for
and
G2.
I think he had Letney and Emmy at that point.
We're about to see whose ball knowledge is better.
Oh no, he did.
Now.
He did in game lead because then they brought Emmy into a player role after he left. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because that's why he got picked up for G2.
Because Emmy was their coach, and then they put him in the play. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got it.
I used to be a G2 fan back then. Yeah.
That was an interesting time to be alive. Pre-Nico being a G2 fan was a pretty cool time.
Lucky Jackson Almanac on the same team.
That was
Somebody
cool.
needs to be fired. I mean, that was cool.
Lucky
yeah.
got fired eventually, and then.
Man, I loved Lucky.
Yeah, we'll talk. Well, he's still around. You still got him.
True.
But we still got this game to conclude just as well. And Cold Zera losing his head, losing his space in this server to where now an MP9 of Venom Zera tries to be the big bad in front of Ramp. I mean, he's got a smoke to delay them for quite a substantial period of time on their split. And if they want to play close, they're going to need to be absolutely laser focused, no way, while still moving, eventually slowed down just enough to find his first kill. And Drop's gotten ahead of all these smokes, not ahead of the player at Palace, though.
No, that's just too much of an ask for him. Maybe Kawez can provide some out route. Not entirely sure. Smoke fades. You know 2 players are around stairs. And for a moment there, it looked like there was a world. Try says no, so it's just Ponter left for the save. And Imperial won't at least go home empty-handed. But you're fighting for pride at this point. Be a very long time before we start discussing a potential comeback. You've got 9 in a row to grab, this being one of them. Good luck, buddy. Talk about lucky.
No luck needed.
I could talk about old G2 for hours, man.
All right, refrain.
Fanatic lover.
I don't love Fnatic.
It's a way of life,
I
man.
love the idea of Fnatic. Last time that I loved Fnatic was 2020.
Was that the Alex era?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that was good. That was a fun Fnatic.
Mezzy.
Was that with Smooya?
Well, for a couple months there, yeah.
Okay.
Or is that 2020? No, this was 2021. Sorry, I'm thinking of 2021. But yes, that is the team that I was thinking.
Yeah.
They actually were doing pretty good, which is the crazy part.
They had a couple good events, didn't they?
They did. They had a pretty decent run of form. I don't know. I mean, obviously, track record would show that.
Yeah.
Even when Smooya projects are doing well, something might be going wrong on the other side. Maybe the Swedes were feeling a little bit outmatched by a single nationality, so they said, "Screw this! Four Brits on our team. We gotta shake this up. We can only have one of you guys, and we choose Mezzy." And
I can't remember the timeline. Was that before or after Alex was on Cloud9?
After.
Okay, right, because he did get on Cloud9, picked him up to Fnatic. Okay.
Mezzy as well.
Cool.
Same time.
And Mezzy.
Yeah, they picked them both up from there. But again, we got a game, man. We're getting too nostalgic. I'd love to do it. I'd love to just sit here and
forever young. Hey, now's the time to do it. Hey, this isn't much of a
it,
discussion yet.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, let's talk about where Cold Zera's been, dude. Let's talk about Cold Zera's
he's been
trials and
everywhere.
tribulations, because this guy has been everywhere. He has been across the board in block. He's played with so many young talents, as well as a lot of the older crowd, even later in life with Henny and Phelps.
SK Gaming.
FaZe Clan, Complexity. There's not many players Cold Zera hasn't played with. It's kind of crazy.
I'm trying to think about You actually, that's so crazy. I didn't really think about how many players Coldzera's truly been with.
Especially from Brazil, though, dude. It's crazy.
Am I tweaking, or did he have a stint where he like subbed for G2?
No, you're crazy.
Am I crazy?
I can tell you outright for money that you're crazy.
Okay. I'll give it to you. I still think SK was probably my favorite team to feature Coldzera. The SK era, I think that was really fun.
So the two-time major winning team is your favorite?
Okay, man.
Sorry.
Too mainstream for you?
little too niche. Did I bring up?
I mean, like the
Stewie
Stewie 2K SK era. I should
okay.
specify. That was fun. That was
definitely fun. It was one of the only instances of a Brazilian team bringing in an international talent.
Yep.
Actually, as far as I'm aware, the only until this most recent Fury experiment that I can remember. Obviously, I mean, let me rephrase: South American talent, non-South American talent.
Sure.
Okay, well, drop. Adios. Imperial making good use of that AWP money that they've been able to scrounge together round over round as Tri begins to heat back up. I mean, 12-5, a better time than any, and maybe they can just cut down every other player, make this a quick 12-6, and continue to reset the space in which they're able to afford it. His Tri, as long as he's got his, Coldzera is going to be scratching for it.
The real meat of this round comes from that Venom Zera AK, so...
Venom.
Alright, well... Block smoke. I don't know if that's... maybe. That is where Venom Zera's AK is, right? So they might come waltzing into this A site, unbeknownst to them, walking into the one. Gun! Oh, couple lined up. Just
I thought he actually had him.
I thought it was maybe going to be a highlight reel, because he was ready to flick the palace, too. Like, he knew that was coming. Just
when he tapped, I thought he would have killed one on the first tap. And then on the spray, I thought he would have had one, maybe two more. But, you know, the heart was there.
Yeah.
Shots, unfortunately, were not.
Time. It's an eco round. Now things will really start to get interesting. I like to think about the comeback checklist. That first full-on rifle round where there's really nothing missing.
Yurt.
That's a big box you got to check off. And Imperial, I think, have yet to do it. Now is their chance. But still 6 rounds down. Won't be the only time they have to. Out mid they go. A couple of flashes to assist. Coldzera rattles off a shot. Backs up. Decides to forfeit map control and say maybe a molly will be nice for you.
Yeah, maybe burn somebody out. A blind try. He is around this side, but he's elevated to the box to where the rising of the flames will not catch him. Cool to sit. And he's actually going to take a little bit of initiative here and walking it up through mid. Maybe that could be overzealous. He walks it back, realizing he's going to need more in terms of a game plan to surround such a maneuver. It's Vinny who reins in the troops himself as he drops over a little bit of utility to his captain. No way he's going to take point. Try is going to come all the way back and loud about it, but no one to hear. This is where all of the bidding, in which his in-game leader has set upon him for this round, will come to a head. They knew there were 2 players in mid previously. They knew it could be a split, but instead, it'll be a false sense of security on Extremity. And it will be only a late lurk from the side of, I believe, Cello. See what's going on here now, though.
Good start. When Tri opens up with the off, you know things are about to go well until you don't clear out Firebox, and somehow Venom Zera stays alive through Underbalcony with a recovered AK. Nobody looking at this. Where's the comms? Where's the discussion? Nobody realizes he's crept to the balcony. And right now he's the one asset to try and win the round. No way, barely catches the glimpse of his dome and shuts it down. The Red Canids had one little inch to crawl that back.
Venom Zera almost acted as if they didn't know he was there at all. I think he needed to get a little bit aggressive given that time, that window. He was hoping that someone would expose themselves to his player at CT spawn on the cross, and he would have been right, but it was a sliver of a headshot angle to when they stutter step backwards. They're out of his sight line again, and they just say, all right, well, there he is, and step back into it, easiest duel of their lives. Venom Zera kind of needed to be an agent of chaos in that, and you can't really blame him. It's a very, you know, high-pressure situation to be in, but if he just made that one change in play, it would have been the world. Cello knows Cowes is here.
You gotta take the fight now,
himself
man.
into this. And he will go down. AK not quite E'd. Didn't quite get that E key going.
Well, all right. I feel
right,
like
all right.
now maybe we can start discussing it a little bit. That's a good looking round. It's a good looking round from Imperial, even with a couple of bumps. And now we're going on to what should be I mean, you could pretty much classify it as an eco, just featuring the one rifle.
Featuring Ludacris.
Okay, buddy. You're still in the SK era, huh?
Oh my god! Alrighty then! Only needed to see the footsteps of the Three Stooges, and they get absolutely bonked out for commission. Cello, a little bit of a freebie there for what's been a long and arduous game for him. Now getting a little bit of the love as No Way gets a little bit of the same on 2 different elevations. Finds himself his 21st kill, along with his 20th. And another round in to where this is high time. This is where they can really start to make the Canids sweat, because they know that they've got at least 3 gun rounds left, the Canids. They've got this, a save, a buy, and a force that'll be a little bit mixed with loss bonus reaching its peak, but this one is where it all begins to really make them question what the setup is.
I mean, so far it's just default.
It
2-on-2, nothing crazy. Couple smokes in mid, and now we start to see something a little more aggressive. coldzera gets into con with this op. They try to blow open the smoke. I actually thought it was a miss nade. So he doesn't even get that vision. He doesn't even get that knowledge that nobody's in mid. Now they've got to keep eyes trained. Imperial, I think they know that, but Bomb's still lurking around, leaving himself vulnerable to it. More damage to be dealt towards Apps. As a few nades are exchanged, they try to deal with the man at Van. Ponter escapes. And now coldzera is posted on lower, which could very well be the next point of attack. And if Cello is not careful, he could be giving away one of the biggest picks of the game. Looks like he's about to jiggle into it too. You could tell. Pre-aiming it, getting ready, maybe even self-flashing, whatever he needs to. Oh, great flash. Gets nothing. coldzera forced off of his angle. That's big for Imperial.
And he wants to wait for this incendiary to fade and then continue to walk up. Somebody's going to have to lay the groundwork. He does definitely do so. A half-blind transitionary spray. He may have had a couple of bullets in between to reset the accuracy, but just patient enough. And a 3 versus 3 where coldzera's got the cross. No one's going from left to right. And they do still have a player isolated out on an island in mid to where Cello is going to need to get involved soon. If they let him sit out there for too long, there's going to be issues that arise. The bomb also being planted, I believe, for him. I'd have to see directly, but the line of sights is being a window closed. They don't have a kit, and they don't have a chance this round. It's going to have to be a first pick. I think Cello... Oh, they have a smoke? Oh, they're going to have to cross to the bomb in the first place to make good use of it. Yeah, no. Time too far ticked.
I mean, the nearest kit, too, is on catwalk, so it's not even like you're getting... Oh, my God. Cello's going to try to take the fight to him. He wants to get this off out of his hands. He's not done there. You got to go back in! He says, give me that off! I'm actually surprised, right? I thought the idea there for Imperial is because, you know, Cello's coming all the way up cat. It's going to take him a while to get back in on rotation. The one thing that stuck out to me was the 2 Molotovs of Imperial that were never used. I thought... I mean, the way Vinny just steps back on bench, throws the smoke, step back on bench, bank a molly, stop them from coming out, mark the door, keep that cycle till Cello gets involved. I'm actually surprised they get as close as they do, but it still works out, and that's been the synopsis for a lot of these rounds. Imperial, there hasn't been perfect, flawless, untouchable things, but it's still working. Everybody is stepping up now.
I'm more concerned with the fact that bomb wasn't planted for Cello in that moment. If they just cross to that smoke, they lose. So, like, yeah, clip the player's wings from out the sky on his jump, but like that was the necessity into converting that round. But you know, all's well that ends well. They don't really have to worry about that. But for future reference, that has to be a conversation where it's either Cello, you gotta get your running shoes on there, pal, or B, somebody's got to communicate that the bomb is not planted for bro.
That's so
flashbang into ramp. It's just a little bit too deep. That's when you freehand a flash. That's why there are so many set flashes nowadays for those kinds of plays. And frankly, it's something that I'm trying to personally reinvest my time into rediscovering, because I think it's actually a pretty big part of getting ahead in Counter-Strike in the modern day meta, is just having flashbangs and HEs that are preset to do a certain job, right?
Yeah, I think theoretically, the team with the best flashbangs should be winning the most.
For sure. And then also I was saying in my own head actually a round ago that I don't know if teams have this, but I want to see if I could find like a really good set HE to throw from window as a CT into the T's top mid smoke that blows it for an opper and connector to see. Does that make sense?
No, I get you.
Did I word that?
Yeah, because I feel like now the top mid smoke is deeper in CS2, or at least by the meta. I'm pretty sure it's
And
shifted.
people are using it in the pro level more than they used to.
Yeah, instead of a window smoke, because I mean,
In addition to it, even.
I
which
feel
is
like
weird.
I feel like it's like shifted. Whereas in Go, if you could throw the window smoke, you're always throwing that window smoke.
Mm-hmm.
But now, if you only have one smoke, you'd rather smoke top mid.
The top mid smoke was like the noob smoke in Go.
Yeah, yeah.
But now,
Mid smoke
like,
was, I don't know, window, but y'all want to get out boxes? I've got you.
now the idea is that you throw both because you can blow smokes, so that you
Yeah.
still don't have knowledge as to whether or not there's a player on the back end of
That's
that.
a
And
missed
Coldzera,
window!
first time in a long time, is going to be able to find his kill.
No!
Did he block it with his body? I think he might have blocked it with his
No,
body.
no,
Oh,
it's
that's
a missed
K-style,
window.
dude. Okay.
It hit underneath the lip. They just missed it.
Who is it? Who was it? We're demo reviewing, and whoever that is getting kicked.
Besides, even if you body block that smoke, it wouldn't go that far.
No, yeah, I just didn't see. Because I remember in old SK, they used to stand on the windowsill and use their whole body to block it, and that was awesome. They were the original innovators of how to deny that.
That's so ironic. Imagine, this comeback's on. We just talk about the history of window smokes, and they might lose the game because of a missed window smoke.
The likelihood is pretty high right now, in my opinion, because there's a minute left out of this clock. They have no mid control. They only just now get somebody up through under, and if Try is very quick on this shot, then maybe they can get on a full sprint, but now they're just going to start stuffing nades. 50 seconds, smoked out. Good luck getting up boys, at least into an uncomfortable space to where drop has been before.
Even if they get up con, right? Look at where the bomb is. It's not even decided of a destination just yet. Even if you find this kill on Cat, it's going to take so long to get it into a site. And Imperial, they just aren't playing with the pep in their step that they need to be. Running up Cowes eventually has to give them that pick back, but I'm keeping my eye locked onto this timer. They're still stacking nades. They're still stacking bodies and throwing it at the problem. It's one missed window smoke and everything falls apart. Imperial, their comeback attempt, short-lived, as when we get to 10 rounds for them, the Red Canids close it out and say, we are the victors of Mirage.
Dude, that was a I try not to repeat the same quotes over and over again, but that was a 5 fingers of one hand Red Canids. I want to see if they can keep that up into this next map and into the series perhaps, because if they can, I mean, honest and truthfully, maybe Pro League isn't that far out of the question for them. That might be jumping the gun a little bit, maybe even a lot, but I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is if they can keep me in this same position. We'll see in a little bit if they can. We're going to see map 2 in just a bit.
My ears are ringing and my eyes are blurred. It feels so absurd. Lost all control and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart. people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Well. Doesn't necessarily look like how we may have expected it, especially after a 12-3 start from the Red Canids. However, we still find themselves up now by an entire map, shifting into Anubis. Look, I want to see more of what we saw there. I think you were discussing how much in the past you liked their Mirage, potentially how they might be one of the best teams in the region on it. I only wonder if that can continue into more.
True, and also one of the last outings we will get to see from this Anubis, you and I. One of the last instances we may be able to cast this map, for better or for worse. I'm a fan of the map, but even still, that doesn't change the fact that it will soon be exiting our pool in favor of Overpass. So with that, these teams that have been preparing on it for so long a time, that have been playing with it for so long a time, are going to be giving us, hopefully, their best. And that's exactly what we're going to need from Imperial if they would approve that we can go to a map 3.
Well. I was kind of going to make a fun of that, but I didn't want to say it. I think this one is kind of a tough cookie because, like, even if Imperial look really good on it, and, you know, then they go back to kind of like our taste, because this is probably one of the last times you'll see it being played, but I guess that's just the way of the world. For now, it's a slow start. Imperial just knocking a couple of nades over, doing some damage to Venom. Zera tries the first to take contact. As a couple of bullets whiz by his head, he'll back right back into the site. So, seems both teams just waiting for one infamous shot to start everything off, or maybe not, because now you look elsewhere, and SHR and co are taking a duel in A main. So far, nobody falls.
Talking about the shot heard around the world right now. The one that started it all.
The fall.
Big revolution here about to rise up in E-Box, and SHR is the one on a sliver angle trying to take it away. It's a Molotov that comes actually into E-Box as a CT smoke will go as well. They were going to peek behind it. That was the plan. It was an idea very well crafted intentionally by Red Canids that's been also very well shut down by the B-site player in Anchor and Cello.
Is this a flash for main, or is this a free-handed flash for a push? Either way, it looks like eventually Imperial are going to take the favored contact. As all the pistols start chirping up in their favor, still yet to see a rebuttal. Coldzera's P250 provides somewhat of an out route, and there's another one off the Glock. How is this spun on its head? Coldzera's still low, but if Drop can make ends meet on Cello, then this round opens right back up, running out of bullets. Oh my god! What is going on around this pillar? Somebody's got to find it. 5 seconds to go. They have to stick to plan, and now Vinny ran away because he didn't think there was time. They both may swing out together. It's the long-sided push from him. They're just going to group and double swing this. Why not? Coldzera decapitates him. And the Red Canids, after being down 5-on-3, have robbed Imperial of it.
Coldzera folded under no pressure, man. He reloaded and got his opponent reloading around the pillar and spams all 12 bullets again and shaking his mouse. Can't connect the damn thing. Cowaz's double is what really gets them back into that, frankly, is he gets a very, very snappy kill onto the player back of default, and if he doesn't, he gets instantly traded. Or I guess not necessarily traded, just killed after the first miss, but he doesn't. See a big W. Locked down. Where it is, we're looking to get shut down. Okay. SHR taking matters into his own hands on a solo B-site hold. He walks it through and gets a kill, actually, so that's not something you'll see every day.
It's not bad.
That's not bad.
But, I mean, at the same time right now, there's nobody on B. If the Red Canids just walked up and started to take some spots, there would really be nothing they could do about it. And this is a bold call for Imperial.
That B site, it's been shaken by SHR just enough to where that's probably a gamble worth making right now, Anthran. I mean, take your main control little by little, piece by piece. Smoke deep, molly close, and a smoke in between sent by the CT just as well.
Oh my!
Mid flash is really nice, but it's just a little bit choreographed to the point where the bounce off the wall is easily turned from.
That's one of those peaks where you get flashed in and you just absolutely scream the second you get to the other side of that corner. I've been in those fights.
You're always screaming, though, so when is that any different?
Okay, man. You know, that's just, you didn't have to clock me like that.
Sorry.
Well, there's not a lot of util for a retake, and that, I think, is where the issues are really going to start to come through, especially considering you've still got drop-in Coldzera on rifles. They can hold these... Oh, wow, I'm shocked Coldzera didn't see that shoulder originally, but Try only lands a few bullets before this retake effort really starts to come through. They have a kit on Cello. It's not like time is of the utmost importance, but still have to put some pep in their step, and Cello's coming through from one of those long-range angles. This is what I was talking about. This is where the rifles could start to be problematic, and they don't really have the liberty of waiting for this B main flank to come around, because Coldzera's just picking you off one by one. He's gotten away with way more than he should, and he knows it, so he backs into connector and says, now you're going to have to trade me out, even running out of bullets. They gotta dump the nade. Coldzera affords to his tally, and maybe even an ace if he can get the last with the P250. No, but it's still a red Kids round.
We'll escape with that. The bomb radius isn't that big. His team lucky to get that gun. One of the T's actually does go down with the C4, though. Down with the ship. At least Bro doesn't have to worry about getting chased down. 2-0 T-sided map. This is a good start for this map in particular. Obviously, one of the most T-sided maps in the game. People are criticizing it most deeply for its difficulty on that defensive and how awkward it can get. And this might be an instance of just that could serve up a good win on a silver platter for the Canids. Here's the AK-47 for Cello, though. Player number 4 on your screen, still placed up at that B bomb site. Same responsibilities despite his difference in capabilities.
Soon go for... Oops. No, I thought with the second person behind him, that was the idea. Instead, just firebombing the doors and saying, we'll walk up. Shouldn't be much threat. It is just 5.7s, even though the flashbangs can make them a lot more deadly. I'd almost say that's a win for Imperial. 2 players within 1 bullet of falling. That could be huge, especially with this B main flank coming through. And only 2 players have eyes on it. Contra, though, one of the wise trained eyes with full HP. Couple of tags won't be too shabby when 5.7s hit the deck, and now looks like that damage will be meaningless.
Still, I guess, a world where Vinny can grab a gun, maybe. If he can get into the heads of his opponents and just play on an off angle. One they may not sniff out. Then just maybe. But that's a hefty maybe as is. Outwardly they face and towards the site. And Vinny tucks to the wall. There's that first, a good headshot even. The next being Coldzera was pretty much a necessity though. Seeing as the healthy man loses very little. Not really much room for them to work otherwise.
Not a bad save, though, for Cello.
No.
They probably get an op-out because of this now. So, we'll get to see early on if maybe they can try to stop that, even though I don't think the op was a crazy impact on the CT side of Mirage. I mean, then again, I don't really think we saw it all that much. I'm trying to remember back into different points, but didn't really get to see it a ton. And I want to see how Imperial play with the time, right? Because on Mirage, I critiqued the utility a little bit. It felt like it was being thrown very haphazardly, sometimes way too soon. So far, the Red Canids have employed a very slow strategy. You want to have your utility. You want to have your nades for those very last 20, 30 seconds of a round. And I think this rifle round could dictate that. I mean, or obviously they could change the pace and really start to throw everybody for a loop, which they've also done. So, hey, that's why they're in the server.
It is why they're in the server. It is true. They've battled their way here for just such an occasion.
What you got, Vinny?
Well, they've got a couple of good nades they can use to stuff on this A site, should they be there in the first place, but it is very B-oriented. They want this, and they don't want to pressure it without any nades in place first. So there go the flashes, there go the nades to a common position, and the execution was a little bit snappier than I think Imperial were ready for. But Cello, usually the one stuck in the back of the bomb site, given responsibilities amidst Temple, it's SHR who has full vision even so.
It's not done yet. Coldzera, dude, he's on a tear today. And with a missed off shot from Try, things only get more daring. Couple of mollies still remaining on the likes of the Red Canids. Likely soon to be used up. Try, another shot goes by the skull, and it's just up to him. I'm not even sure where the other kill came through. I think Drop got it, and I didn't even notice. But the mollies keep bouncing to the feet of Try, who exchanges to the M4. Well placed. Smoke thrown on Palace. He'll continue his creep and crawl up, but they're both playing together. Coldzera not even backing away. He says he wants the fight. He wants to take a third with him. Even going for the full stick. It's Coldzera's responsibility to stop it. And again, they're off to a hot start. Red Canids are wiping the floor.
Dude, Coldzera's having fun with it right now. It looks like one of those moments where, you know, there's a bit of a between as far as his aggression and his passivity in his career has gone, right? Obviously, most people will know him for his passive plays, for his late-round clutch scenario potential, for him being a little bit of a quote-unquote baiter, but very much so willing to take duels at this stage of his career. That hasn't really been something I can criticize him for in the recent, like, year and a half, 2 years. He has changed himself in order to be, you know, a more versatile piece. And in this team, it feels like he's almost kind of granted, now that he is the team's AWP player, more room to play those late-round scenarios. So in some senses, it does make sense that he's taken up that role because his position's granted, and he certainly can deliver on a rifle when given his ideal positions to do it from. It's actually like a nuanced layer to this change that I never thought about until saying it right then, so it's pretty cool.
Oh, well. Got to see a change in this round. Tries off, spotted in mid. How's that for a Coldzera up? Big threat dealt with. A couple of the heavy hitters of Mirage we've still not even really seen featured or spoken the names of in this 4-0 start. But this could potentially be a case of a round why you don't want to have an AWP even on an eco to go against. Because right now, they're walking toward B, and that's exactly where Try's repositioned. However, they'll take an extra few seconds to think about where they want to go with this. The Red Canids, like I said, they started this game slow. They're not going to be completely out of the bark of playing it here.
A little bit of a walk up. I want to know how dry they're going to go on this because it looks like they're going all the way. It looks like they're going to clear every angle in a pocket in this duo. Cello. Desert Eagle's looking a little bit low on its crosshair placement to where they're actually to swing from, and he misses his timing by just a split second. Two players now here. Vinny elevates himself kind of awkwardly, and it makes it an easy duel. Even then, Cow is blocked by his teammate, and all this damage inflicted again. Deja vu, and the Red Canids may just actually get that same semblance of a round because it's all unconfirmed. Tries off. Good luck picking him apart 1 versus 1. It's going to have to be no ways 5-7.
I'm just saying, I don't like how close Try's op is getting to this. It's not like you can't reinvest it, but it's money they do not need to be throwing away because they still don't have a backlog of themselves, right? Like, you're buying next round regardless. Actually, I'd even argue Try's going to have to buy for no way. But could also just be content on the MP9. Whatever the outcome may be, Imperial really need to cook up something. If I'm Imperial, I'm taking a tack pause because... I mean, yeah, T-side of Anubis, right? It's nothing crazy out of the ordinary, but there's still a 5-0 start, right? It doesn't matter how sided a map is one direction or another. You only really need, like, 1 or 2 more rounds this whole half to call it a good, done, dusted deal.
I don't know about what... Are you talking about Red Canids?
Yeah, you know, you win
Imperial?
a rifle round, goes back to...
Oh, I thought you meant that Imperial could do with 1 or 2 rounds and a half.
No, I'm just saying.
I'd say that's...
They're down 5-0, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
Technically speaking, 5 rounds isn't the end of the world, but it's the fact that Imperial still are not close to cracking the code in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah. Thought you were being a little bit more heinous than that, and I know that not to be typically true about you.
Nah, come on, we all know I got my hot takes.
2 rounds on Anubis is not enough.
I think
we
my...
referenced yesterday.
I'm just going to say it. I think Train as it was before was fine.
I got 2 rounds on LAN on CT side Anubis and managed to bring it back to, we lost 11-13, but, you know, it's still, it's pretty cool. It's pretty respectable.
I think my favorite LAN story was being a shoe-in for one of my buddy's teams in the Big L.
You mean a stand-in?
Played Anubis. Yeah.
Okay.
And I was calling for him. Can't remember what their name was, but it was an advanced team. And I remember they called their last tack pause, and they were all screaming at each other while we were winning, like, I think 11-5 or something.
Oh my god.
And that was the best feeling ever.
Did you win?
That was great. No.
Oh, dude, you had to leave out that.
16-11. I'm kidding.
Did you win? No, 16-11. It's Coldzera's ex-teammate. He was there.
No way!
Isn't that funny? All these coincidences. Oh, if you know, you know. We don't have to do much explaining right now. But this is a gun round we do have to zoom back in on and lens up to see that. Actually, I was going to say Venom Zera, he's got 0 kills as they're 5-0 up. But this is one of those conversations we had yesterday about how, I mean, Doxy was 1-9 when they were winning, like, I think close to like 6-7-0, and then they just lost. So it won't become a problem until it is.
Oh, I think Tri saw a gun barrel walking up through that smoke. He's got the jump on him, and they don't even realize it. I will say, even though it's not worked out amazingly to win them rounds, Tri's off is being very fluid right now. The Red Canids really can't get a read on it. This is, I think, the 3rd or 4th round that they've actually gotten the opening pick.
In no way actually getting way more damage than he has any right getting away with. Now can just fall on SHR's laurels. Hope that he can hold the line. And if he can't, again, no way can swing wide with them on their attention taken away. And now forced to save. This is a little bit of a culture shock, perhaps, for the boys.
Yeah. But it's about time Imperial closed out one of these rounds. Because making that point I just did, I realized the pistol rounds, it's Imperial finding 2 opening picks and getting away with it too. It's not like it's, they go take a fight and immediately gets traded kind of opening pick. It's as cut and dry as a 5-on-3. The 4-spy after that, I believe it was SHR walking up B main, finding an opening pick, 5-on-4. They get away with that. The first rifle round, 5-on-4. They get away with that. The last eco round,
getting away with this.
Draws up. It's almost every round they've been the ones to find the opening pick and reset to the 5-on-4. It's not like it was a quick trade. And every round they had lost, so that needed to change specifically. And now still is Tri changing where he goes with this op. Now it's A main.
Molly, and that will hit one of their 2 toes and dropping a smoke just ahead of himself while Venom's there is tucked. Try missing that actually makes him much more. 3 Molotovs on his feet right now? Good lord, yeah, he better be getting out of there. Loses his friend. Holy ghost. What is happening in this execution? They still have a minute 10. They don't have to go too crazy on this. They can still peak themselves just a little slower. Tries getting wacky. He goes to the pillar. All he needs is a shoulder. If they had one of those 3 Molotovs that they threw on the same spot, they may have been able to flush him, but now it's done again, and Coldzera is the last left alive.
Yeah, that's miscommunication out the wazoo. I mean, it's just it's as simple as that, right?
Out the Zywoo.
I think it's even worse that you don't even get the kill with it. It wasn't even just 3 mollies, mind you. It was 3 mollies and an HE. And Tri walked away with 76 HP. Like, the fact that he barely got tagged off of that, I think, is an even bigger problem, because he goes on to pretty much do almost everything for them in that round. Goes back to site, drops the bomb carrier, smoke expires, drops another. So you just really can't be allowing that. Dude. Sorry, you're right. You're right.
You're not allowed to be critical of the players.
No.
Oh, right. I mean, I get the idea. I get the concept. He was trying to hop up and over to drop in a better crouch walk kill, but very fastest try. We know this. We've been knowing this. He may not have been in peak performance all of the last map, but he was still certainly there.
Another opening pick for Imperial.
Another one.
Said that a lot of times. I'm still kind of biting my lip, waiting. I love this angle, though. I feel like this is something you can't really deal with. SHR, I doubt he commits to a fight here. Yeah, just Jiggles gets the info, backs into the site. And now the response from Imperial, I thought was going to be to take connector, but no, he's still going back into CT. They say AK has a chance. Now things get topsy-turvy. They've got this great avenue to try and pincer onto either side of their choice right now, and you have to be paranoid of Con. You have to be paranoid of Palace. You have to be paranoid of B main. Imperial are not sitting in a good spot right now.
Here are these nades popping out. Waltz into this site, and there's Try with a 5-7, relying on his rifle to be a little bit higher in firepower, but he can do it himself as well. He's not a helpless player, and that is certainly not true in this round where he collects onto 4, man.
This is what we needed to see out of Try, especially with the change in this map from Mirage. Where Mirage, I feel like, beyond a couple of T-sided rounds where that comeback was in order, we didn't really hear about it at all. He wasn't really spoken of. He wasn't really the opera that we know him to be. So, I'm just loving the night and day shift that it feels like we're seeing from Imperial. And now it's starting to make the Red Canids sweat a little bit, using a timeout of their own to reset this timing. Even so, it was still a little alarming. But if I comes out, couple of kills, maybe not too bad of an ordeal for the Red Canids. They'll take that on their eco. So long as they can get back on track here, I don't really think they'll mind. But a default to start this off. Nothing called off spawn.
Maybe the AK-47 for Coldzera is just a better move. And that's not even to say that he's, like, playing inherently bad with it. It's just like he's never.
He's just
been
been playing so good on the rifle.
I was just gonna also say he's never really been given a shot when he has the op. So where if he's in one of these like more clutch scenarios, he may just be better off using an AK-47 to tear them apart.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like as the game progresses, right, less and less people are using T-sided ops.
Yeah, I think that's also because people nowadays are kind of afraid to fall into the primary op role, and we're experiencing a wave of hybridism.
Sure.
Oh, wait. At least at a lower level. If we're talking like tier 2 and 3, but yeah.
Ponter is responsible for everything that's going on, and I believe he's heard footsteps come all the way up. Oh my god, SHR! He didn't go the angle! There's a free pick. They thought they had B main dead to right, but instead, now you've got to earn it back. Try. Stuck on this side of the map with the op, but that's way bigger than you may anticipate. They've gotten mid so many different times. Try has been the bane of every single one of their rifle round pushes. Now they know where he is. They've got him locked into this B site. They can crunch on A against 3 players for all they care.
But that's actually part of the plan. They kind of want to use the fear that may have been put into them by that player and try to use these numbers to catch them off guard because they've all turreted up. No way easy enough first. He can just burst out for some damage or maybe another kill to finish. Vinny should be the one to seal the deal. His drop is in no position to be taking the duel IGL versus IGL, or no, maybe Try, who's at 18th second mark, going to catch him knife out, pinned against the wall on the first bullet, no less. Dude, Try is playing the game.
I'm loving it, man. Again, I already mentioned it, but he's on fire right now, and Imperial are playing with it. You said it yourself. They were using that fear. Try is playing so out of his mind that you know, right? When that op is spotted, it's going to be as basic as we just got to go the opposite direction. Imperial, off of Try getting a pick on B, send, I believe it was No Way, all the way through CT spawn to come back to A. That's how afraid of the op they are right now. This is just a quick pop that's not going to go anywhere. Doesn't really get started off of the ground, and 3 Tech-9s immediately fall with no response, just trying to flush the last man out of connector, let alone get a bomb plant drop doing damage. The 2 kills is all they get.
All right, well, from 5-0 to 5-5, that is a turnaround and a half. Not something you'll see every day, but you know, feeling a little bit vindicated as Try, who had a slower start on the last map, as I'd said, and now is just kind of getting hot and ready to ride for the remainder of this map at the very least. I mean, he can say he's done his part for this half well and truly. Into the next, he's going to need some of his riflers to start to step up in these moments where individualism is called upon. He's not always going to be there to bail them out. He may be in a Coldzera position when it comes to having the AWP, where he's locked out from having impact in a round because all of his teammates have since been passed on.
I mean, how do you get a read on this? Feels like the Red Canids. I mean, look at this around the board. They don't want to be jiggling B main. They don't want to be jiggling mid. They don't really want to jiggle A main. They're even burned out now. They want to take him, but the Try is just too damn good. Dump HEs, dump mollies, do whatever the hell you want. He's still walking. Coldzera says, let me take matters into my own hands, diving inside of the mid-smoke, but he himself is taking heavy flak now.
Guy's an action hero movie walking through the fire. An action hero movie star is what I was trying to say. But even then, cool guys walk away from explosions, so we're going to need to see maybe an HE behind him next time. Who knows? That is actually kind of what happened. They threw an HE as he ran away, so I guess you know what? That's two things checked off the box. He's officially signed to Hollywood, but the light still shines on the Knids in this round, seeing all this space they've been able to garner with 2 players on B. That's going to be an easy set of kills for them to find so long as they don't get aggressed upon on the B push. I believe the player in E-Box is going to be the biggest of linchpins.
They got to go in. They just don't have the time.
E-Box
They
player
wasted
needs to
so
peek.
much waiting for these smokes to fall out. It's already
E-Box
done.
player needs
Even
to
if they get
peek.
these kills, it doesn't matter. I mean, you're right. It's just that E-Box player had to be there at the perfect time to take contact, and he just wasn't. That was the only way. Realistically,
A 3-2-1 almost.
Well, the problem, you couldn't even 3-2-1, right? Because you go into the site, you got 15 seconds.
I don't know, man. Certainly feels bad for what should have been, again, a relatively easy conversion. Just needed to walk it in and walk the line on a good time. The off of try, I mean, test him again, but this one surely is too much for him to get. One, that's enough. A no-scope would be all too much to handle. As everybody is still blinded. He gets another chance at life. His teammates are fragging, and he stays alive at the pillar. How is this allowed? Immortal, plot armor, anything you want to call it, but this man simply refuses to go down.
Imperial, they just got the Season 2 villain on their side. Try! He's the bigger enemy we never thought about. And the Red Canids, they've been hit hard. A 5-0 start turns 7-5. And the Imperial, who picked Anubis, have started to run the show.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, what the fuck?
A 7-round run, maybe mostly in part thanks to Try and his efforts, just running around like it's a DM server on that CT side. And I doubt that's going to slow down as we shift into the pistol. They've already given him the P250, and you know what's about to come.
Whatever it is, I don't really know. I mean, you might have a premonition of the future. I'm feeling a little bit anxious right now as to what may go down because Imperial, they don't need this one, but it'll be a very smooth start to what has been a turbulent beginning turned into a beautiful finish, a storybook wrapped up in its arc. Smoke and a flash for Ponter. Now only the smoke as they've gone through into A main. They've gotten their opening pick, and the Canids are off to something a little more smooth.
We saw it from Imperial, constantly getting openers, never being able to finish rounds on top of that. Now it's the utility that they like to go in with. And there's the dualies shining up from the site pillar, getting a double. And SHR's trade is almost meaningless because by the time they get in, the rotations should be here or not. But the bomb's yet to go down, and the spam could be on the money. You're kidding. Oh, that sucks. They throw everything, and they thought maybe it's just enough hope to get that bomb down. Play the post. Vinny now's got to answer for everything. And there's a crossfire in con, so even getting that far might be too much to ask. And there's a show of the Red Canids we haven't seen in a pretty decently long time. Imperial, again, that first half, the big issue at the start was they were riddled with this issue, this curse of getting an opening pick and eventually just losing the round in a pretty clean sweep. That changed in the 6th, never stopped. Finally, Imperial don't get the opening pick, and the Red Canids run away with it.
Molotov for Ponter. Incendiary miraculously being jiggled on to stop them if they want to go fast.
Pretty raw B-pop, though. Through the fire and flames, the first comes by SHR's Mac 10. I'm surprised they could somehow muster up the SMGs to getting in first, but this should have wound up. No, it never mind. The Red Canids, they had nades pulled and everything, but still end up getting mowed down. Vinny's Tech 9 this time as an answer.
Hey, beat. This is not the round you wanted to fold over if you were the Canids. This is not the round that you wanted to be made a fool on. It felt like there was something working in your way, trying to get some confidence built back up to what was already a very aggressive return. And this one's got to be another hit to the mental, man. I mean, 7-7 all, and then them not having much left in the cash. That was room for you to set yourself apart for at least a little while longer, but now you're just feeling a little bit hopeless, like you've been placed into an abyss. The 2-round distance is so very awkward. Venom Zera having this rifle also makes their decisions a little bit weird. I mean, they've got a force, but around this rifle, what are they going to do? What is the plan they cobble together? There's not very many in option, but the only certainty is that he is going to have to be an integral part of it.
I remember one round on that CT side where, I'm sorry, well, technically their T side, where Venom Zera had the only AK. And it almost made, I'd say, a miracle run. They went through CT, tried to go into A. Try missed a shot, but then they cleaned it up. Moral of the story is, I feel like Venom Zera is probably the one you want to be giving a rifle in these clutch situations, either him or Cold. Even though Cold's had a bit of a slowdown, too. Nonetheless. Actually, if I'm remembering correctly, I believe Cold was 10-2. So, ugh.
Look at them walk in on two different sides of the same coin. This aggression from Cello is met with a kill. He does get what he wanted. More on the arrival, though. They wanted the rifle, but goodbye, good night. Try. A1S is working it. They just push it through. And the B-site players who put all their faith on the other really just couldn't do a whole hell of a lot about what was going on.
I mean, you're right. He did get what he wanted. They wanted Venom Zera to get involved. But when your hero by rifle immediately goes down dink for dink, it kind of paints a picture of what's going to happen in the rest of the round, I feel. But could save an AK. Could have something to write home about. That is, if Imperial don't come and rob it away from you. Vinny looks pretty poised to go in and get his hands dirty. So it's not like you're going to be handed this rifle for free. And they even flash in that 5.7, seeing if they can't multiply. But Osmosis doesn't work in Counter-Strike, and I don't even think it'll save you your AK here. So a 9-6 start to the half is when we see the buy come out from the Red Knids and actually get to see if Imperial can force us to a third or not. This round will be telling of the rest of the game.
Nades up. Not much to stave off. I mean, just looking at what they've done to the Knids, they're going to be feeling the ramifications of this one for generations. Their kids' are going to be paying back the debt that they've amassed. Coldzera, I mean, he's the only one at double-digit kills right now, and he's been there for like 6 rounds now. 7, maybe even. Actually, I think, I'm not even kidding, it might even be closer to 9 or 10. He was 10 and 1.
It was either 10 and 1 or 10 and 2. But point is, he is like dropped off a cliff in this game,
and nobody
series,
else
honestly
started to climb it.
Yeah. So until that changes, I mean, it cannot feel good to be calling for the Red Knids right now. I mean, it doesn't even feel like Imperial in some of these rounds are doing anything crazy, but they're just playing with the hot hand. Letting players like Try just maybe take a kill with him, or maybe even SHR to some degree. Oh wait, is this going to be the fabled unicorn round? No way, right?
5 saving.
Come on, come on. Oh, please. Oh, please.
Nah, they're going to get hunted at some point.
Nah. There's no reason for Imperial to hunt right now.
Nah, they're going to
especially
get hunted
SHR.
Nah, they're going to get hunted at some point.
Come on. Oh, I'm praying. Oh, I'm praying. You have no idea. There's no reason for Imperial to hunt by the buy.
I don't think this has ever happened to me.
And I'm going to say this because there's also a very low bomb radius, right? So, come on, start running from that bomb. You know, you want to get out of the site and not take damage. Please. Oh, please. No. No. Vinny. No, Vinny.
It's not
no.
gonna die. It's not gonna die. Oh.
No.
Explain to the chat what that means, what you were even looking for.
A unicorn round is a round where there is 0 damage.
None.
No damage inflicted whatsoever. Man.
There'll always be another. Just kidding. There's not. You're never gonna get another one of those. Sorry, brother. 5 rifles, 5 sets of armor, 5 sets of full utility, 5 players looking to grind their way back into this map, and they're going to do it with the utmost level of aggression. Venom Zera opened up, and then opened up quite literally. Put on the operating table. Nice nade. Cello was already low in damage back, even beyond that. The nade up the wall, and think I thought he would have killed him. No, SHR the ones who do eat a little bit of damage.
Oh, there's another nade. Drops that.
So awkward. No, he's not dead.
I thought they bounced it right off the wall into the corner. I'm not gonna lie. I think they intended to.
I don't think a 52 damage HE exists unless it makes him right on the noggin.
That is one of the craziest opening round exchanges you're going to see in a very long time, and it wounds up with Imperial having full control of Canals, and maybe the Red Knids trying to go for re-aggression, 2 of them in connector, and Kawez looks eager to get involved.
He wants something out of this. He's going to go for it eventually by the flashbang of the T's that'll actually spiral him onwards. What? SHR deals with not the first, the second as well. As far as walking into E-Box on 16 HP, I can't even fathom how efficient he has been in that.
He heard Poncher too. He knows there's a third in CT. SHR's rampage isn't done. He's got 3 in the tank. All of his kills this round come on 16 HP. I love thinking about the domino effect, right? Because you remember the start of this round where Drop is the one throwing that HE inside of the smoke. If that nade is a bit shallower, Red Canids win the round. SHR doesn't walk up and finds 2 kills in con on 16 health. He doesn't deal with the player lurking in CT spawn. Oh, what could have been?
A lot of ifs. And that's going to be also one that if they do end up watching this back, the kids are going to be like, wow, we were right there, man. So very tantalizing has been the thought of getting another round following a pistol round success. If they lose out on this map with just one CT round and that being it, it's going to be a bit of a heart pain. And already beating the drum of Anubis's conclusion, Imperial and crouching upon that third map, wanting to go that full way and revitalize their efforts on Nuke. It would be... They've shown that they can hang. They've shown that they can hang both on Mirage to a certain extent, and here now, even more so.
And they aren't even going to bother going for aggression here either. The Red Canids tried to take the first step forward into Canals the last round, maybe shied away from it because of things not going their way. And there's the only gun. Gone. That's a commonality in some of these rounds. When there has been a weapon, if it's just one hero buy, it's immediately taking a fight and typically losing. Something we mentioned earlier was the fact that nobody stepped back up for the Red Canids. This is the time to answer that call. Guns laid dormant on the ground of mid, easily recoverable. But the advantage, maybe not so much. Bombs, wait, actually, oh my god. Look where Punter's at right now. He doesn't realize it, but the bomb is still in spawn. They have to walk back into him and catch a glimpse of a duel. Trade is there. But how long does it take for Imperial to turn around and go recover? How long does it take for Goldzera to come in and try to find his way in this round?
Not long.
His first kill in 10.
Bomb down. He's reading the situation, though. Reading it so well! What is the experience that's shown from Goldzera in this moment? Again, he's been quiet all half. He's been quiet for a majority at the end of the first, but that may have actually given them an alleyway, a thin one, to crawl through and see the light at the end. Good lord, that's crazy. That's the round that Imperial offer up?
No
Out of all of them?
No business.
No business.
I mean, this round is as simple as if the bomb carrier, or if somebody goes and gets the bomb earlier, right? Before that flank comes through mid. But it's something you could not have predicted whatsoever. And the best part for the Red Canids is that was a whole team effort. Everybody was involved in the process of winning that round, except for the gun. That's what you needed. Everybody's starting to feel themselves a little bit more after that. Maybe even Goldzera. He has just been thrusted into an op.
I don't really know, looking back on that op, how fruitful this could possibly be for him.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll find out in a short time.
You made a good point, right? I feel like so far he's had a better track record on the rifle for this series. And even in general. But could also be exactly where you want him to be, being that he's more of a static opper. Because right now it looks like that bomb is leaning toward the A site. So far it's a lot of smoke and mirrors thrusted around the map, couple flashes in mid, maybe play with rotations, smoke off connector. With about 36 seconds left, they're just going to start dumping smokes, killing time. And Imperial, at some point, at some degree, they will have to go through this. They don't have an option. Oh my.
Options, not aplenty, but bountiful are the walkthroughs for the T's again. E-box control has just been such an issue, such a problem, and one I don't think I will see rectified in this round. I mean, guaranteed, not fixed, not figured out. That's a tough one, Anthran.
Yeah, it's hard. been a couple of rounds this half where the Red Canids have pretty much played hands off of that spot on the map, and it feels like they had the right idea too, because I believe it was Ponter. He goes inside of that smoke, he blocks Tease from coming through, and he does it in such a way to where he doesn't actually get blinded by that first flash. But after that, everything falls apart. There's no trade from the player on the doorway, there's no trade from the player inside of the smoke, there's really just nothing. And with how integral of a piece of the map E-Box is, especially when you're the Red Canids right now, who aren't going for canal control, who aren't taking fights in A main, who aren't taking fights in middle, you have to have something as a CT. The rotations on this map, they're just too long. You saw it on Mirage, where sometimes, and I mean, from Imperial's perspective, they just wouldn't be able to get their B anchors involved because by the time things went wrong on A, nothing was really set in stone for them. Same thing is happening here. Mid player can't come around. coldzera, who is probably in one of the most rotatable angles on that A site. I mean, by the time you crumble, he can't even get to Palace.
They have no problem just stalling out at this point right now, Imperial. I'm not even worried. Like, I can say as many times as I can until I'm blue in the face that sure, maybe they scare them with these smokes deeply placed. Maybe these mollies give them reason to fear. Flashes in mid late. But no, I mean, Imperial, they can always rely on the fact they default back towards the E-Box position with little to no issue, no pushback. And again, mid being a position they take up right now, God forbid, they could just drop off that bridge.
Well, drop. Maybe staying along or around for a little longer than he should be, but throws a flashback over to his teammates, maybe getting ready for another repeat here in the mid-round. Oh, they both are ready for it, but Drop gets the better of Cello. Trader way too far away, so it is an honest-to-God 5-on-4, but again, Drop is staying around, not content with just the one. This angle will be cleared by SHR. He's been on a heater, but Drop says no. Stuns him in his tracks, and now it's coldzera's turn at the B site.
Off ready and in charge. Oh, nice flick. A little bit longer a time to actually react than that than No Way would have liked to have given him, but leg exposed by the fact that he's crouching, and okay, another flick out, not for coldzera, but from Try instead, but this is low enough HP, and even softer than that. I mean, yeah, he's locked in. There's no way he can shoot quick enough to hit all three of these targets as well as plant the bomb with 15 on the clock. He's going to try and clean and clear what he can, but he realizes now, as soon as he gets up to this doorway, he's going to have to pull bomb out and run right back to Cake.
Well,
or just go for the save and try to find an out, which is also a viable choice. Seeing their money is more than good enough.
I mean, those 3 kills are just devastating. That denies, unless they, well, I guess he can recover it. And I'm a little surprised that he doesn't go back to hold the op, but it would have denied coldzera having had the op, even though the impact wasn't crazy this half so far. That was a round where, I mean, it's kind of evident that it had its mark. But now it's the Red Canids in the boat that Imperial found themselves in on Mirage of trying to make what feels like an impossible comeback. Especially considering that's just their third round of the half. Second beyond the pistol. Tries op. It slowed down a little bit, but came back to life in the last round. Maybe he could play with some of that fire, walking into a pick and B main. That is not what Ponter wanted to be giving over. And they're going to use that as leverage to get into this A site. Already had so many struggles when it comes to Connector, when it comes to Palace, of holding this down. And now Cowes has to do it by himself inside of the smoke. I thought he got spammed, but it's Drop evening things out. They haven't cleared this smoke. I don't know where Cowes is looking, but he still escaped.
Cowes know where Cowes is looking?
I don't think so. What is going on?
I'm running out of words. I'm running out of words to understand the situation. A minute and 12. In the back of the site, Venomzera was made known, and Vinny is going to take a dink. He will get the kill, but he also has the bomb. He can do what he wants. He can reset, but instead of picking up the C4, he looks to deepen himself and maybe catch coldzera on rotation and transition, or at the very least know what's going on about this. I think Vinny might have outplayed himself. I think he's just going to rat back through spawn to see if coldzera is taking a line, and by that point, he's going to have to commit.
I think the biggest issue with what Vinny's doing right now is the fact that he didn't actually get the bomb, right?
That's
if he had seen all of this, he could have been like, okay, I'm going to wrap CT, maybe go A through heaven. But now, you have to go back. You have to waste all this time. And now, where coldzera was on the other side of the map, he's going to have plenty of time to get the drop on you. Though he's
coldzera's waiting to see if he flexes through A main.
Vinny might plant for him.
He picked up a smoke. Nade off the wall in case Coldzera had gotten into a funky position, but no, he can afford to be loud for a second Coldzera if he'd like, but instead takes his time in continuing to crawl and creep, and now on the edge of that smoke, he won't see him. Oh, won't be danced around appropriately by Vinny either, but now it's Coldzera with a molly, a smoke, and so much to clear. Shot in the back of the head. That's the way they lose it. That's incredible. I can't believe it. Again, Vinny, I thought it outplayed himself, but it looks like he had done just enough. Try, the absolute hero of this map, though, well and truly above and beyond.
I mean, it's just the most confusing round to end it, but considering how confusing that game was at some points, it feels a bit fitting. Now, we've seen pretty much everything from both of these teams. We've seen Imperial step back up, and I don't even think that was more of a, oh, you know, this is us just being good at Anubis. That just looked like the Imperial we know and love, the Red Canids. They slowed down when the individuals didn't hit back. Imperial kind of just ran away with it. And now we head to nuke our decider to see if that stays true into the third.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta seeing stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way,
One of the first things we said today was this is likely to be the most close series of any in the opening stage of the qualifications. Well, so far, proving to be true as we find ourselves atop a map 3. And honestly, I got no idea anymore, especially after the stuff we saw on Anubis, the Red Canids starting 5-0, then pretty much falling off the map. I don't know, man. We could really see either of both.
Sink or swim time for both these teams now. A little bit of tossing and turning of the weapons and trading hands. It's Vinny and Try who leave spawn with it. And by it, I mean the dual Berettas. Set per. One atop hut. Pretty standard issue. The other down through the vents. It's going to be an attempt to stave off a walk down into the lower bomb site, perhaps, where two players are potentially able to make that one work as the ramp pop preps to make it a true V-split. I can only imagine, unless they decide to pump it back if there's something that goes belly up. But there goes one kill back into their favor in the 1-for-1. They still do look like they should be on for a pretty decent walkthrough. It's a matter of what happens at this back end, in my opinion, that really changes the pace.
And they keep it slow. Just keeping coldzera tucked down through secret. Kawez taking next contact. That was a must-win fight, though. A lot of it came down if ramp control went their way, but coldzera's made up for it with his pick on try down lower. So drop, reroutes. Give you an idea of swinging up through the vents, but everywhere you go, things seemingly going wrong for the Canids.
Seemingly. But we've seen them come back from dire straits and pistol rounds before thanks to a couple of shots, and that one from Ponter actually feels a lot more controlled than it could have been, considering how hard he was getting run through. coldzera, clutch man once or twice in this series already, but with 25, he's going to need to find this one relatively instantly, and I don't remember the last time I've ever in my entire life looked just hard right, and he doesn't look hard right, but he just turns his attention left, back, and forth, but the bomb's too far gone to go for the plan.
Yeah. That's the problem with a lot of these rounds, right? I feel like it happens a lot. Okay. We're sticking around for some reason. Oh my god. I mean, that's still bad. coldzera died after time. He doesn't get any money. Now, I think the one thing that happens a lot is teams taking maybe minute 15 seconds on their defaults before they make a move, and obviously it has its benefits, it has its advantages, but one of the disadvantages is something like this, where you don't really get an opportunity for the clutch because of how much ground you have to cover, because of how much you have to do in such a limited amount of time. And they kind of get imploded because of it. In this first gun round, coldzera is likely going to be rocking a Mac 10 or something. And considering his impact, not only on Mirage, but in the rounds they did win on Anubis, that's a huge step in the wrong direction for what's going to be a very big series-deciding round. But that premonition will only come when we get to it, as right now it's just a whole horde of Glocks waiting to walk into ramp, which is well guarded by SMG with a molly and an HE. So the second you take contact, they'll just get chewed up and spit out. But maybe talking over their next round strategy in this one as the smoke in ramp prevents them from even considering going forward just yet. Eventually, Venom's arrow will be shot down. Same with his teammates. SHR, couple quick frags go into his bank account, so a nice $1,800 check is cashed before the third. And it's just about exactly what you would want out of your anti-eco. Your SMGs finding a majority of the cash. And no deaths. So they'll keep all of their weapons moving into it. Wow, it's actually way worse than I thought. I thought coldzera would at least have a Mac 10, but instead he's just rocking the Tech 9. This could be a quick inner pop, and it looks like it is. Couple of mollies, couple of nades, stump them in their tracks, but they just decide to eat them. SMG top hut. This is exactly where you want your SMG in a round like this. Doing damage. Nade lands right at the toes of coldzera. So the damage keeps adding up and up and up. And even though they're outgunned, even though they don't have the artillery advantage, it's the health that you look at. It doesn't really give you a shoulder to lean on. Last molly thrown in heaven, and At this point, the Red Canids, when these smokes fade, problems are going to start rising. There's the first one of them. Cold Zera trades, but still on 11 HP.
This is a good place for him to find a quick headshot and roll it back a little bit.
Oh,
a
no.
Nice position to play from if you're drop, but the problem is that they seem to have an idea as to where he was thanks to the kills he had found. He repositions and is completely red. They will be able to hit that defusal. It is going to be ever so slightly close, but not close enough. What do you think, Anthran? 3-0 for Imperial on the CT side beginning. Feels like they're off to a springboard start.
I mean, I think the one thing the Red Canids have had going for them in a lot of these T-sided rounds is they're very good at changing the pace, knowing when to change the pace. I'm notably thinking about the starts of their T-side on Mirage and Anubis alike. When they did muster up that 5-0 lead, you saw, I mean, I literally discussed it, right? You know, Imperial throwing a lot of their utilities, saying the Red Canids, they were playing slow, they could change up the pace, they immediately did, it caught them by surprise. Here, they tried it. They tried to change the pace when things aren't going right, but Imperial are ready for it.
Yeah, and then, you know, round after round, those kinds of pace changes, though, don't really meet expectations. This is a map where you can start to drown. And this is SHR sticking around a little longer than I would have expected him to.
Oh
Drop
my!
the nade. He will land into it. It'll be a little less destructive than maybe you would have thought it to be, but still Venom Zera is low enough to the spray, left in the clip, ammo enough for SHR to pay his dues, and I don't think really you can expect much more from him right now. He may get a kill or two more, but even still, he's done his part.
I mean, I'm so glad to see it out of SHR too, because specifically him, he was somebody I was worried about shifting forward into this series, and not even just that, but maybe even in this event. I think back to Mirage, I think I pointed out to you in our breaks that you can't have your A anchor falling 9 times out of 10. He can't be the first one to go down and almost doing nothing with it. And there were a lot of rounds like that at the beginning of Anubis where SHR is left with these anchor duties on very big impact spots of the map and just isn't doing his job. So far, in the few rounds we've seen, he's played it to a T. He's gotten what he's given. He's used the utility he should. He's backed away. He's played his life.
Yeah, very, very indifferent were our opinions on him on Mirage on that CT defense for sure, but coming back into form, coming back into play, and on this map playing for his life as well as getting fragged. 4-0 start. Smooth moves coming through. The AWP of try, I mean, that's something that I want to scream from the rooftops about on Anubis, and this map also makes for a lot of opportunity for that. And right now, all we're going to get is the pure rifle version of Counter-Strike, which I'm all down for as well.
Sure.
I'm super into the high-octane 1 versus 1s, not really having to, you know, tiptoe around that sniper. Because that makes it a little boring when you just know they have an op. Not boring, but when you know they have an op and you kind of, all right, flash this angle,
I get what
flash
you
this
mean.
angle,
Yeah.
flash this angle, smoke this angle. It's like a lot more scared CS.
And now Nuke, I feel like Nuke is the inventor of, oh, where's the op? Let's just go the other direction. Sketchy spray happens outside. The man we just discussed try. Not realizing he didn't have the op, decides to spray down at long range. Winds up at 11 HP, traded out by Poncher's kill on Vinny. But that's a big gap to exploit. Dropping the mini player, Cello's got to come off of the hut and try to recuperate. Walks through a single door smoke. This is a little interesting, and I don't think they're going to be ready for this. Bomb is still in lobby.
Cello holding the lobby player in good faith. He's got a teammate in secret if he needs him. That wall is relatively spammable. Amali will do better for it, though. And Cello swings in perfect position, though, for Venom Zera to not have to worry about him at all. He's 100% certain he will burn, and that is exactly how things go down. But SHR, he's in the most awkward of positions to clear, but he, too, has to be worried about a multitude of different angles. Oh, very interesting. Knew that when it crossed to the other side of him, and damage is so solid, but try if he was a little more healthy, I may have given him more onus in this round. He was known to be a heaven earlier. I wonder if they try to go down the vent and looking to circumnavigate him. No, probably not. Looks like they've gotten a little more comfortable in the fact they've got 2 players here.
And it's so unlucky, too, because Tri technically had the drop on this bomb carrier for a moment. But it's another one of those rounds where the Red Canids are really flirting with the timer. You are right. So much money. Why the hell not? And Puncher's low, right? For all intents and purposes, I don't expect this to be a 1 round. But if he'd hit the headshot, man, Ifs, buds, and coconuts, a saying my parents used to tell me all the time. Seems to still live true here. That's all it is. It lives and dies with that. Living is the Red Canids, and finding their first on what is probably going to be more. No op still, though. Or is there?
Doesn't really seem to matter.
Okay.
They will get it now.
I mean, I'm thinking about his impact on Anubis. I'm getting that guy in op as soon as
Well, I mean, think about it like this. If he's in that same fight that he takes on that first of the entirety of the round, he just gets the kill without any damage taken.
Right.
And that round becomes all the more feasible, and he also feels like he can play maybe a little bit, not more aggressively, but in positions that are a little more close to where the action should be.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably plays it different, especially when he's in that 1-on-2. Doesn't go down the vents, doesn't play from lower. Ooh. Info spotted outside. So far, only whereabouts of 1 or 2 detected. Anything more would be more so a guess than actual confirmed information. But it's just a game of spamming through smokes, flashing them, trying to delay. Imperial, no response just yet when it comes to taking map control, so they tuck Cello down lower and prepare for the end times. Now a lobby crunch coming in, and they might walk right into him.
Fumas shoulder to shoulder with another M4. SHR's also come in from ramp. This should be a pretty quick cleanup, I think, from Imperial, honestly. SHR even getting bigger than his pants may be able to hold him, but still hangs on. Eventually, Coldzera is here. That's kind of frustrating. Can he silently get down in some way? No, he's going to have to be louder about it. SHR at least giving them an early warning system with a man advantage that was actually 3, excuse me. So, yeah, so like when he gets that kill, they know he's there and they know that the jig is up, that they are coming to retrieve the bomb.
I mean, unless Kawhi spots a freebie, yeah, I think that was the idea. Maybe if he catches somebody like looking around front mini trying to spot Silo, then they could go for this round, but
would have been a good place to be.
Venom Zera, I mean, he can buy, maybe Punter can squeeze out a MAC-10, Drop would be left behind the pack a little bit. You can make this next round to buy, is what I'm trying to say. So
you can fake this next round into a buy.
Yeah. They say fake it till you make it.
Tech 9 even.
That op of try is still a non-starter though, so I don't. Did he even get a kill or did he even fire a shot last round?
I don't remember. I don't remember him. I remember him trying to see a bunch of different angles and just constantly being warded off, or
yeah,
jumped over an angle to where he couldn't fire off fast enough. And how could you have expected him to possibly? So maybe they don't even know.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's in ramp too, which is usually occupied by SHR.
They can surely assume.
They can assume, sure, but this angle, absolutely not.
No, especially up high like this. This is weird. Oh, nice adjustment down. Whoa! And another one to where he's ready for the movement into his line of sights. Even further beyond that one in Ponter, there's a third. Coldzera with the bomb needs to be absolutely laser focused, but the laser beam of the op seems to be ready for everything that comes his way. Even if it isn't from the angle initial, it was the next, in which the left side swing is all better for it. Is Vinny, the Phantom of the Night, appears amidst the smoke. 6-1, and Imperial have done it again. No plant, no money left to buy back, probably, seeing as they've left so much left on that table. It is going to be attack timeout.
The one thing I'm noticing for Imperial is just that when things are going good, things are going great. And when things are going bad, things are going horrible. I assume you know what I mean there, but it's when these guys aren't in a scared spot, when they're not worried, when they're feeling themselves a little bit more, it is such a hard team to beat. They're so big on misdirections, on playing with what you think you know, but you actually don't, and doing very unexpected things. And it doesn't help that now you've got 2 players on Imperial who feel like titans. You just cannot touch them. Try and SHR are doing everything. I believe 4 or 5 multi-kills between those 2 players, and we're 8 rounds into the game. The Red Canids are suffering an issue we kind of saw toward the end of Anubis, where nobody's really stepping back up to try and counter that. Cold Sarah, who had such a tear at the start of this series, almost a non-factor, and they wanted to go for a fast play. They wanted to try popping out into the A site here, but instead, it's going to turn into 2 openers going the opposite direction. Those nades slowed down Kawes just a bit too much, and this trade is nowhere in sight. Lambs to the slaughter, the P250s and Tech 9s are for M4s. And Drop is just hoping for a participation award. Maybe one person gets caught lacking. Tiny bit of cash. Maybe you drop 1 gun. But the pockets of Imperial are bolstered right now. They are rich, overflowing with cash. You can't even drop 1, man. It's only going to get worse. Lowest econ players, Vinny, at 5,700. That says something.
Alrighty. 7-1. Imperial, I mean, I think pretty much all of our initial woes are pretty much gone.
Yeah.
And this isn't a diss to Vinny, because I really don't think tactically I had very many issues with him on Mirage. Not to like a deep level. It was just like a lack of creativity, maybe. I'm not sure, but nothing really like fundamentally off-putting outside maybe the pistol round that they had. But coming into this one, this map really does lend itself to the individuals making decisions outside of what Vinny will have to call on CT&T side. They can kind of dictate what they want to do in the call themselves by the moves that they play off the wall with. And I guess that's also by virtue of having somebody like a Cello on your team. You know, having somebody to just fill in and do something for you that nobody else may be willing to otherwise. And Venom's Era, speaking of which, honestly, like we're at this stage in the game, he takes matters into his own hands. He walks it out through Hut, and SHR on the op, bro, maybe has a career in the backup.
No, hold on. I thought for a second. Dude, what is going on? I'm gonna be honest with you. Imperial kind of look clueless right now. There's so many different, like, I mean, Noe just died having his knife out to Hut. Cello just had his knife out walking down the vents when they could have been down vents or even down secret. Oh, well, but doesn't matter. Makes up for it by just dropping the bomb carrier. That's a nice little kill to have in your back pocket. Venom's Era gonna plant a little more safe. Wait for them to pop open the doors, doubling so. And it's not like time's on your side, but I mean, you got a 1v1 here. Why not? Dude, this guy does have a career.
Why not reference? Don't know if you've heard of him. The Red Canids, I mean, even when given a couple of moments here and there, in that round in particular as well, that you really feel,
and this
you really feel like they had the chance there in a couple of those moments you were talking about where Imperial looked a little lost, and it's unfortunate they just couldn't fully walk through with that. But I mean, they were already getting a little bit lucky. You know, those were timings above all else.
Maybe lost isn't the right word. Maybe careless is a better way to put it, because you're up 7-1. I mean, 8-1 now.
9-1 soon, TM.
Probably. It's just the problem that I feel the one, I already mentioned it, but I think it's what really made the Red Canids so special in this series was just their ability to constantly keep Imperial guessing. But now, clearly, Vinny is clued into something. And these tempo changes, these different rotations, they're just not working for the Red Canids. And we already mentioned, people aren't shooting back, to put it blunt. So the one big trick they had up their sleeve isn't working. Nobody has still answered the call. And it's another 8-pop, which kind of feels a little bit desperate.
I've seen this before. I'm getting a really weird deja vu. I don't know if it was with you, but I've seen this exact round almost go this exact same way, and there's no way who was the linchpin. Dropping out through heaven is Try.
What?
Second on the pistol. This man is unleashed, untamed is the beast, and Anubis has returned to his blood veins as Nuke explodes.
Forget the map. He just set off the bomb himself.
He is the bomb.
Dude, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, Imperial, they're not set up to deal with what just happened to them. They threw their mollies, the rotations were barely there in time, they were caught off guard. But then you just have SHR, you just have Try, who do the most unthinkable things in this map, and the Red Canids don't have an answer.
what my answer would be. I don't know what I would do. Try, I mean, how are you? What are you supposed to do to that in all fairness? I can't even critique them right there. I mean, Try is just doing like a simple-ass movement. Prime time back in the day, and yeah, another one. The waltz in, met by new angles. By new positions to clear, never staying stagnant. Maybe SHR doing a little too much there. The round was not even close to over and done with. Well, at least not when he goes down and dies, and not when Drop does it again. They have to know that No Way was one of the other 8 players.
I mean, forget one of the other 8 players. He was there. Coldzera. The way things got kicked off on Mirage was with a clutch from him, but no. Not this time round. Vinny says, you're going to sit yourself back down on the bench.
Sit your butt down, Grandpa. Just kidding. He's the GOAT.
He is the GOAT. It's
well,
not even like, of anybody who's going to call him a grandpa on this team, can't be Vinny, bro. I'm pretty sure he's the oldest on this team. He can't be it.
20, and he's like 26, actually. I thought he was a little bit... I actually thought he was a little bit younger.
Right? It feels like it was yesterday when he was on Fury and they made their first major appearance.
Yeah, and they were cooking it something nice. But now, cooking something new on Imperial and cooking something pretty tasty, as it would seem. Cello, he is going to be the felon, but No Way still stands his ground, stands tall, and holding the line. This A-site never falters and never wavers, and only Coldzera and so many players between him. Goodbye and good night, 11-1. What an incredible half it's been from Imperial, and very little to say about the hopes for Red Canids, but they'll have to show us that on their CT side in just a bit.
Or something is clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
I think you can feel it. As he turns it, nice headshot.
That fire stayed hot from Anubis, and as we get off the second half of Nuke, Looks like Imperial don't have much to worry about. Maybe a hop, skip, and a jump away from moving on to the next round. Look, we came into this series. My opinion was that Imperial, their changes shouldn't necessarily have them on the level of the Red Canids. Ideally, it would have them going up from where they were, and this shouldn't be a series they were worrying about. So, as it stands now, doesn't look like they are. Coltera trying to change that on a pistol, but no way he's giving him other alternatives.
They don't really want to stop the flow of this one. They know where they're going. They know where their trajectory lies, but Venom Zera looks to stop them in their tracks as best he can. A flood, everyone from Evan! One of them will down. Cello eventually with enough ammo.
What is going on?
That for Cowards, that is not enough. He'll get shot down. He might get a little bit more money, but he won't get his around.
4 players on the Red Canids saw that one round from
Hashtag
Try
get
and said,
Leadify.
yeah, I can do that.
Hashtag get Leadify.
You had your best aiming stat that game. Check your stats here.
You have a 100% headshot rate, 3 kills.
I think I've gotten that before. I think I played a drunk game at Premiere and hit one headshot.
Do not advertise drinking and playing the video game. Stay sober, kids. Kill already confirmed. Cow is already removed. Venom Zera trying to get in through HUD and trying to do something about this. He uses the ledge above him in order to gain his accuracy and momentum. Great work all the way across the board on Nuke. Anubis, it looked also just about as clean and clear all the way through and through that they were the ones to be on top of how Try was playing. And although Mirage may have been a little bit of a fumble, may have been a little bit of a stumble over the hurdle, it's the regain that we see best. And also, to make note, on the other side of things, the game of 9Z and Audic, that's the game to which the loser will play the loser of this match. So it seems now that the Red Canids will face the loser of that match, as it is 12-10 in favor of 9Z right now over there. This one ends 13-1 for the boys of Imperial.
It's just a crazy roller coaster, man. It almost felt like some magic was brewing after Mirage had concluded, but it apparently is just the specialty of the Red Canids to have a really good Mirage and then be nowhere to be found. This is, it's upsetting to see, because one of the points that I made coming into this was it felt like there wasn't an X factor before the benching of Phelps and Henny. It felt like somebody needed to step up and like break out from the pack, and maybe Punter was going to be that guy, but it's just, it wasn't there, right? This felt like more of the same that we've been seeing out of the Red Canids for months now. It feels like the calling is there. There is the bones of something really special in the makings, but it's just when the calls don't go their way, there's never that backline. There's never that support. And as the time went on, it was just Imperial cluing into what the Red Canids were doing, and to some degree, just kind of out-aiming them.
Yeah, Drop's also the highest rated player for this series, might I also add. So that's a worrying sign, but again, he plays pretty decent positions for it to be the case, but even so, not really an excuse for that to be true. And moving on to potentially Audic in this next game, whoever the case may be, we're going to need to see the Red Canids with a little bit more of that pizzazz on Mirage, with a little bit more to offer on the rest, with specialty swept aside. Anthran, we have a little bit of time before we jump into that one, though, so let's take a break and see if we can recharge ourselves as the Red Canids look to do the same before they take on their next defenders in the lower bracket.
Not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Can't take it, I won't take it no more. And the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing me down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. If there was a way to tell ya, the love you hate can never die. You don't even know what happens to me. You're gonna have to listen to me. We're rearranging, it's time for changing. Do you hear my cry? Now's the time. I can't take it, won't take it no more. 'Cause the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing me down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. You told me I was Won't take it no more. Can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the way you say they're killing me won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just another piece of data. Just This is the numbers game.
moment's right, when the moment's right, you see me. Feeling the fire, feeling the fire, always. Bring me on, then I can be whole now. Bring me on,
Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah. My ears are ringing and my eyes are blurred. Feel so absurd, lost all control, and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. I tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right.
Well, the big difference between yesterday's games and today is that there's at least a safety net in this bracket. As we find ourselves in the losers side of the equation, it's Audic and the recently, well, we just watched, Red Canids going at it to not even go into ESL Pro League. It's to stay alive in the race. In the losers bracket, one of these two is about to be eliminated, and it's a run back where the Red Canids didn't look so hot last time.
No, they didn't. I mean, they started off pretty smooth. They also had a really good run in the beginnings of what was an Anubis that we believed might have just been the conclusion to the series right then and there, but they really petered off by the finish of that and never recovered, and that's going into the rest of the series, even into the third map of Nuke. So the maps that we have here in front of us are, in the case of, Red Canids, not exactly going to be a whole lot of the same in the beginning. It's Train, but then Anubis, and then Nuke. So familiar territory towards the end, but a little bit of a question mark going into this one. And interestingly enough, the Red Canids actually not really going for Train as a pick usually, maybe feeling like they want to air something new out.
I mean, look, you got to try something after that last series, to be completely frank with you. And it's not even a shock to see Audic ban Mirage, but like,
I mean, yeah.
I think the biggest thing coming into this is that it feels like it was two different paths to where these two teams got here. I mean, the maps themselves, right? Both won the first, lost the next two, find themselves here, right? As this series went on for the Red Canids, it felt less and less inspiring. And for Audic, at least even in the maps they lost, it was like a really good fight. They put up some decent numbers. They had players come to life. Whereas the Red Canids, it almost felt like they laid down and died to a degree, and that's kind of what leads me in Audic's favoritism in this series, because obviously, being that they've played each other before, history would say you pick Audic anyway. But on today specifically, it's hard for me to have faith in the Red Canids. Maybe it's perspective bias, but based on what we had seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think honest and truthfully, maybe we're on two different sides of that. I think it's a little bit of a recency bias thing for me to say, because Nuke is a map where obviously this being one of the newer teams is going to be one of the more difficult maps to actually lay down the law on, or at least get yourselves foundationally stable on. And talking about, Red Canids on Mirage, a map that everybody has a bit of a solid understanding of, they were above and beyond on that. So I want to see more transition on that, and I want to see them be able to do it against some teams that you'd expect. But again, we noted in that last BO3 that Imperial are one of the bigger teams that they played. This is probably a little bit of a step back, I think, Audic. So if there was a place for that, well, that's definitely not a step up.
I don't know, man. It's hard, right? Because I feel like Audic, I mean, it's been a couple months since Astana, but like they did damage at Astana. Like they have played and beaten tier 1 teams. I guess same obviously as Imperial, but I think Imperial are still in a bit of a struggle right now. I think on any given day, Audic can be like maybe a tier 1.5 team is what we'll say. But I think they've shown on any given day they can be the squad to beat.
Yeah, I can agree with that. A little bit maybe questionable now that they've made 2 roster changes that we're kind of just starting to feel them out once again. I'm talking about actually both Imperial and Audic in hindsight, but I'd say by and large, the last version of Imperial versus the last version of Audic, outside of just getting stats and points based on qualification to that event in isolation, I'd say that I probably have taken Imperial before. But now I think that could be a different story. A lot of pressure over towards Ivy for the CTs. A premature peek to the flash for K-Slox not to be seen, but a teammate's much more vision gain, and Tierney may find his one, but needs K-Slox to activate soon enough because there are numbers even beyond, and I don't think they're going to rotate.
I mean, Red Canids are taking a lot of time to decide whether they even want to stick to this or not. Eventually, that B-pop is going to come through. That's the bomb spotted. Bank, I don't even know if I like the fact that he continues to take this fight, to be completely honest, but info's there. He doesn't fall. Bomb goes down, and now they start to come back from Ivy. But you're right. Not only is it awkward, the timing is going to be off. If they find these 2 kills, 2 Ivy players are going to be nowhere near. There's the trades they were looking for, but a smoke and lower makes this even harder.
Stick to the bomb, perhaps, as Woody turns his back. He doesn't have a kit. Nobody does. A flash down lower. I thought that it would have been perfectly fine, but now Cold Zera, he actually tapped both players out of the round. A 3 came from him. I thought it was the player from lower, but instead, it's the most experienced of them all, showing it here and turning his crosshair on fire.
I don't think I've ever seen something like that. That feels like one of those clips you sit in your dreams and think of. You go out for some crazy clutch and a pug, and you think that's what you're going to look like. Oh my god. Oh my god. And he didn't even know that they got the diffuser off, right? Because by the time you came through that smoke gray screen, he had immediately gotten tapped. That's unreal. And of course you're going to buy back if you're Audic. There's no saltier taste you can have. But the Red Canids, they're playing with fire. They're hot. They're going in.
I can't believe that, man. Even still, Just running it back in my mind, kills that you had missed the P250 in the hands of that player, rightfully so, it would seem, as Venom Zera might sustain a little bit of damage here. The rotation still should not be here fast enough for Tierney to say he's comfortable in this position. And from that point forth, it's just going to be a matter of grouping up and trying to make yourself a little bit of a death ball if you're going to play for a retake, but I don't think, yeah, it's a much more easy call to save.
I like saving in spots like this, personally. But now is the bigger issue of actually saving, because every gun you lose here just makes the decision even more concerning or questionable, and it doesn't even look unlikely for you to find another kill onto the now receding Naite, because you've got people grouped up. You've got another player behind you. It's not just Ponter, it's Drop joining the ranks, and maybe even coldzera to soon join. But now it seems like they put their foot on the brakes. Well deserved after the crazy push they just did. Ran out upper, just completely sidestepped the molly, said, we don't care, we're going in.
The Canids, after what was a miraculous moment in the pistol, don't really seem to want to let a whole lot loose following. Everybody else getting the kills from that point. Letting coldzera recharge his ult. They're going to have a pretty smooth transition into that third round gun by our Audic if they can just get a kill or two here and there. And already starting off smoothly with Naite, the one to find the frag. Or Cowes, depending on how you look at it. And just another swift one into this B site. I mean, it makes sense. Again, they're knowing they're playing against lesser weaponry. Maybe the distance game gets slightly unanticipated, but even then, they've just got so much pace and so much utility to fight forwards with that Audic don't. It's a big difference.
I know, but it's just, man, the pace already has me kind of alarmed. Now, I want to break down the last best of 3 a little bit, because again, I feel like the reason Imperial really got under the Canid skin and just started to spread it open from that point forward was because they started to catch on to the pace changes of the red Canids. They got that cue, they figured it out, and I think that's something that Audic are now going to have to do. When are you going to change the pace? When are you going to turn up the heat? Because if you can't clue into that, then I think this is just going to be a genuinely hard team to beat.
I think that's one thing that even when they were losing that I kind of, again, was playing, not even devil's advocate, I just genuinely saw a lot more than just bad when they were losing. I think the Red Canids were still, and you actually said it in the broadcast, taking pace when needed most. It just wasn't working, or there was one piece missing, or the other team was just one step ahead. I mean, that's especially true on Nuke.
I straight up just think it's because all of the individuals slowed down. Like, you saw so many times. I think even you and I in that halftime break made a joke about, oh yeah, you know, you're going to predict the flying headshot from Try. But that round where they ended up going for that floor pop, you were like,
Vinny's calling pretty well, and I was like, oh yes, right. As in telling Try to jump and no scope in the side.
But I more mean like the fact that Try got 2 there, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing. And then his teammates come in from heaven, even when they had the man advantage to kick off that round. It's that too. That can't help. That's a great start though. Rifle's already down by 1 when Tierney hits the deck.
Is that 3 HEs that went into camera there? That would be wicked if true, but they're walking into potentially their doom. There's one player on the other side, sure, but there's 2 more ready to swing off the back of that. I thought there would have been a more quick trade, but it's coldzera who actually is the one who has to do it, and Drop not really worried about turning his attention to his comrade, but eventually he'll have to be, a gap in the smoke. I don't think Pank knew.
No.
That was so easy for coldzera to walk through. He would always make that choice when given.
Now, the issue here is that there's so many different angles you have to clear out. As you go through Ivy, there's like 5 different places he could be sitting, either of which, if not cleared, could win them the round. So
they've got utility at least.
Yeah. I mean,
I'd be even fine with them just waiting out for another like 20 seconds.
Yeah. I'm surprised they even go up Ivy, to be completely honest with you. I thought, if anything, Olaf would have been the play for a reroute, but Woody's going to eventually investigate, and this is what I'm talking about. So many angles you have to clear one by one, and Drop's a little too far ahead of the pack. That 1 footstep. He's going to walk straight in. No trade potentially, or it will be. Okay. Almost looked like Woody had that spray on the Galil. I'm not going to lie. He was ready to make a miracle happen, but a sigh of relief emerges in the Red Canids camp.
Well, here's the reason why you go through Ivy there and not through T-Con back to Hell, or rather back to Olaf. And the reason being is that you can first of all clear more angles if you go through Ivy and looking back towards the site. You see more of the site that players would be performing from. They're not going to be playing on the opposite side of E-Box from you. They're not going to be playing on the opposite of Red Train from you. They're going to be on your side if anywhere at all, right? Second of all, you can also just volley off and smoke all the extremities like Pop, like T-Con, and plant for yourself quicker. So if you'd gone through Olaf, that opens up a lot of opportunity for the CT to be either in Hell, in camera, in the back of the bomb site uncleared, and also pop out from 2 other places. But that's a really hard kill to try and swallow. Nighttay, I mean, he was in an elevated space, quite literally trying to bring this back from an aerial approach. He's blinded, can't get anywhere.
Still Woody at the back of the site, though, and this op is shining right now. Every kill to his hands, even a fourth to potentially come from E-Box, but sticks his head out a little too long. And Tierney, I mean, this is probably the best it's going to get for a clutch attempt. Coldzera's on 2 HP. And the best part is, he's got an HE.
Yeah, waiting to lob that one maybe right over the top side. It would be the right time to do it, and he is given cover if he wanted to, but Tierney, he actually hesitates on that. Waits for the smoke to go through, and is just going to walk it in. Cowes, he's the softer of the two of he and Tierney, but AK-47 still so strong. It's a slight off angle as well, to which Tierney crouch walks into as to not expose his head from any other angle. That's wise, but it won't do him as many favors as he would have hoped for it to. And now a tactical timeout, and a pretty good point in the game to do so. It's not like it's a runaway train you got to catch up with in order to hitch the ride.
I love the call there, too, from the Red Canids, because this game has been sprinkled in with a lot of conditioning that has them going very fast into B. They're storming through halls. They're stampeding. So at the start of this round, right, you hear the same thing. Even the MAC-10's leading the charge, funny enough, but 3 of them come jumping out into upper, so you see rotations start to cheat away. That person in T-Con is completely isolated. Even if he found his one, that would not have changed the outcome of the round whatsoever, and I'm entirely confident in that. Instead of Woody playing closer maybe on Red Train, or that player in Z being closer on E-Box, it is just one guy stuck in the open, no trade potential, and I think it's just beautiful calling.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I kind of want to keep saying it, and maybe eventually it'll sound or become a little bit more delusion than anything else. But I still was happy with how Drop was calling throughout a majority of that last series. I mean, Nuke we can write off.
I agree.
But Anubis, I think, was pretty good. There were just so many times where they were flooding in through E-Box, and it got so hard to play when you were getting doubled in that spot by SHR. But here's an AK-47 for Pank. Also aware of the fact there may be another amidst that smoke and calling a teammate near his side. He's going to be completely blindsided, I think, by case logs once this is gone.
It depends, really.
They're playing the same game.
Wait. Oh, Drop walks into the open. A 10 HP Pank won't matter, and they've got Coldzera stuck in the corner. He's screwed. He can't leave. Wait, Case Locks is gonna let him. I mean, do you dare peek an op on an MP9? I doubt it.
It's the thing is right now that Ponter, like, he has the world around him, but obviously you feel like you're boxed in with how many decisions you can make because of how dangerous each and every one of them is. Like, he has a high percentage chance of succeeding with any of the decisions he makes right now, but it's just that mentality in which you don't want to throw the round for Coldzera to have no room to work with. You want him to be in a better place, but every second that they lose on that, they will never actually know that it would have been better off if he would have used the line that he had opened up. 30 seconds now, just less. Tierney waiting for somebody to swing wider than that, and Coldzera's op is going to have to be laser focused and very nice in the read. A map that he's played for many a year, but an angle new to this one. He still seems to be on the ball. 8-1.
He's suspicious. He knows Case Locks might have been here, but he didn't stay looking at the smoke. 8 seconds, it's done. This is the problem. I mentioned this at one point in Nuke. I said it's such a risk to go for rounds like this, because if one thing goes wrong, the whole thing falls apart, and that's a perfect instance of it.
Yeah. Sad to say, but it's absolutely true. That felt like it was pulled back perfectly. I mean, that actually is 100% exactly what I was talking to you about in the other round when you asked why they hadn't gone over towards Pop, or rather Olaf. That is the exact reason. What happened right there. There's just so many opportunities for the CTs to make something happen, and you can see that Coldzera and Ponter are both worried about Pop. It's just an additional thing that they have to sweat. Fear of the unknown, Anthran. It's very real, and Train's a map that probably feeds into that hysteria the most out of the ones in the pool, to be honest.
Very good read from K-Slox to join up with his B teammate in Tierney, who's been a little bit, or who's heard very little, rather, and been on his own, needing a hero to join him if things were to go sour.
Whew.
First they're sour, then they're sweet.
Crazy shot. I'm sorry, that was just a crazy sequence from the Red Canids. And I was about to say, great Molotovs in timing and placement from Audic. Turned back on its head. K-Slox sneaks up. There's just so much damage on the Canids players right now from that early bombardment of utility. And there's only so much you can do, or is there? Maybe Drop can make this a lot more difficult for the Audic team to actually sitting inside of the smoke. The phase wasn't going to work, but it'll set up Coldzera for a potential clutch again. We saw it on the pistol, and now he pulls out the pistol again on 27 HP. One shot from this Glock does it in, but guess what? K-Slox doesn't have a kit. Get the kill if you want. This round is done.
I thought Cold was going to have him on the zoom around that corner first, even before he pulled the pistol, but you know, all's fine in their camp so long as the clutch is provided. Coldzera's been pretty damn clutch today. I mean, that's something where, like, periodically throughout this guy's tenure in the recent years, you'll say, oh, he's back, he's Mr. Clutch Man again, but, like, today we've seen a good number of those moments to the point where I actually start to believe it more than just a joke in the offhand. Like, today he's hit, I think, at least 5 clutches, 1vx or 2vx moments with a teammate.
Coldzera has looked good today.
He has absolutely not been a liability that, you know, sometimes maybe we expect him or hope he won't be.
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Okay, you were saying.
Wow.
Yeah,
well, he's alive, dude.
I'm joking. Is it?
Yeah, that's Venom's era you saw.
I blame you. Well. I blame you.
Typical.
I think there's that second half of Anubis where you would have liked more out of him, for instance. But, I mean, hell, even the second part of the first. But I think you're right. I don't think he was ever really a liability. I think that game would have been lost regardless if Coldzera kept putting up Mirage numbers or not.
Kind of hard to find what was going on. That would be a demo to review for sure. That probably would be one for us to do, not them. That's a painful one. I do wonder how much they can really learn.
Oh, well.
And another one where these nades actually just become superior. 4v4, but I don't know how much longer for this world Drop can really expect to be. No.
For a moment, I was kind of confused as to what the idea was, and then they just immediately nade stacked Nate out of this guy. So, like, guess you'll take that. But this round can't end with one kill, I feel like, for all that was brought into it. I mean, this is a force buy from the Canids. It's not like you're expecting one kill. But that rifle is unobtainable, and that's what makes it more concerning. I assume they wanted to go for a T-Con pop, with the idea being we get the opening kill and then go from there. But they got the opener, got mollied, and the plan entirely changed.
Okay, Coldzera's Desert Eagle looks to be in hot form there. Problematic is the Cloud player and the disallowance to go for the plant initially, but they'll still get there nevertheless, and that was their prime priority. But no, actually, Woody comes flying down the steps. The audio cue is enough to get him off of it, and it ends up not coming out after all.
Three rounds the distance.
It's one more round off before they're going to be there. Definitely, not for either team just yet. Audic are going to need a couple more. I mean, I think we said this is a CT-sided map nowadays. Yeah, still.
Yeah, honestly, I never even looked at it as one.
I never even know anymore. When it comes to this game, I feel like it could be so 50-50, all dependent on the players. And also dependent on whether or not the teams play them religiously. If it's one of their mainstay picks or a late third. Oh,
What?
Cold's there with the Glock.
What?
No.
What?
No. Stop. Slow down. Woody, you have an op, my friend. Do not lose this into the hands of the only player who can wield it right now on the opposite squad. Coldzera's got an SMG. He's going to sit your butt down. Be careful. They've got numbers. Ponter's
I've got a
gone, though,
bad
thankfully.
feeling about this. Here's the issue that I'm seeing, right? You've still got Woody, sat close T-Con. If they 3-man pop right now, he's not getting traded. And if he walks in, that's even worse. Because here's Drop, lo and behold, waiting for this teammate to step. But he turns right back.
Why?
Double dink. That's an up. Guess what? All of a sudden, this is an advantage for the Knids. 5 Glocks, Tony.
No, hold on. That Molotov will stall. They've got Tierney clearing upper halls. He may get a timing, actually, to walk down these steps and catch them on their waltz.
Nobody
Or
grabs
catch
that?
them off on the fast rotation? No, I mean, I don't really know. Well, Tierney could have been in there, for all they know. But what they don't know will hurt them. I said that this map is a fear-instilling one when you don't know what's going on around you, and they will clear it. No way!
Oh
not a single
my
kill!
God!
This is so difficult right now because 2 players can waltz up, 1 can plant. Cowes has an AK-47, no armor, but even still, potent at a distance and at a height advantage. He can use his teammates as pawns in his little game of cat and mouse. The Rook moves. He moves forwards. Dink down. Oh, and he's going to save. He's going to save.
No. Tony, it's 5 Glocks. Tony, it's 5 Glocks.
It's too late.
I'm telling you, man. I think this round comes down to Woody, right? Like, I understand somebody playing that angle, but
I don't understand anything, man.
The op? That's a stretch, and they're gonna go back and get that now.
Of course.
That's not even just a round win. That's an op you just gave over in a round where even if they won it, they probably couldn't. They probably weren't gonna invest that.
Those are the kinds of game-defining rounds that you're gonna look back on. Not only is it just a round you lost, it's let them back in for the rest of the half financially, effectively.
Yeah. 6-6. That's not all that bad.
On their money
7-5.
now, they're 9-2. I don't know if anybody is gonna get that, but it's a good one. I promise. Take my word for
You
it.
said 9-3, bro. Oh my! Hey, remember that op they just gave over? Guess what? Look what it just did.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Is that a missed smoke or is that by design? If that's by design, that's really cool.
If not, that's lame.
I think the idea is, right, you know, you make that smoke look missed, you post up Woody, because this is the op. This is the first time we've seen Woody even on this side of the map.
Sure. I thought that maybe Woody's op would have looked to get a little bit more active with the body by his side. Instead, he's just called over more and more players with case locks and responsibility of T-Con now as he's the one posted in. The smoke soon faded, and he'll back out. He's got another smoke. He could go huge here in just stalling out their time, and that smoke is going to do exactly that. So they've got to either commit into... I think they've got to commit into B. Unless a nice flash comes over and they just go popping in on him. This could be an alternate idea, but somebody's going to have to be the bait. Drop will...
Screw being the bait. Somebody's got to go in.
Himself.
Again, this is one of those rounds where I don't like it. There's 30 seconds left. I mean, if they drop the bomb carrier, look who's the
Okay,
next
but you
in
gotta
line.
go.
This is what I'm saying. The Red Knids, they take so long to activate. There's 20 seconds to go. They've thrown their utility. They've shown their signs. They've told you what there's gonna... The bomb's still in T-Con! The bomb's still in T-Con! If K-Fox gets that kill, the round's over. Hell, the op is here! I'm still scared.
It's okay. It's okay. Cover him. Thank you. Venom Zera's got it unlocked. There were 6 seconds left. Come on. Somebody could have grabbed it. Come on.
I think this is a round you have to look at as, even though they win it, this is objectively, like, not a great round.
Nah.
I mean, it's as simple as if K-Slox wins his duel on one guy, there's no flash, There's no assistance.
There
There's
was
no
a
trade.
teammate spaced with him. He could've grabbed Pop.
He's still a good 3-4 seconds away, and we already saw the difference that made.
It was a 6-second timer. It could have been fine still. I think it would have been down to literally the last second, and you needed the player to just hit the E key really quickly. But,
And that also assumes that you immediately trade out case locks.
yeah,
So
that's the real kicker. But
So
surely
second
when
guy
there's
would-
2 players coming from Pop and 2 players from back red. The bomb was
I
back
don't know,
red
man.
player, so he'd be exposed if he did end up killing that player of all of them, of any of them.
man, I mean the red kids are
It's
not
still
making
questionable.
It.
It's still questionable. But there was a world even where he died that they could have still gotten it done. It was just a much worse one. A much more nail-bitey one. Come on, they're 8-3. Come on. Come on.
Hey man, I'm just saying.
I'm walking in.
It's stuff like this that if the shots aren't hit for as long as they are, then the game changes. And I mean, it's what we saw in a lot of different rounds in that last series. Also, I don't know why, but you know that radio in CT Spawn that's like playing in the background?
Mm.
I could have swore to God I heard "Hit me with your best shot."
You may be hearing things.
Which, I mean, look, it'd be really funny if it was "Hit me with your best shot."
Valve
There'd
just
be a lot of
there's
irony.
a 1 in 1 million chance that that audio plays instead.
And nobody will ever believe me again.
No one will ever believe you. If I ever end up being a developer of a game or in the writing room for the storyboard or script of a game,
Yep.
I will be implementing at least one of those, probably 2. I think it'd be even funnier if I did 2 separate 1 in a million, so there'd be
Yep.
2 different things, and then people would be like, they'll never believe you twice. Woody kills out Venom's there on a tight little gap, a walk peek into him. It was the easiest shot he was going to ask for on the B site now, because they can still lob out more utility to stave out any of these deeper positions. And Cold is so ready, aware that there should be at some point an attempt at a backstab, but what that does is it costs them a smoke on the A site, shows that there's still somebody there ready to keep them at bay. They know Woody was over at B, so it's only a question of case locks now.
I mean, Audic have been getting impatient this whole half. It feels like somebody's going to bust,
gonna do
right?
it
Like
again?
somebody's going to do it.
Okay.
No way. No way.
He's in a bad spot. Bumping into
Well,
walls.
I mean, he's set up though, right? He's got case locks behind him. At this point, he should be pretty secure.
There
One,
you go.
backs away. They keep coming out upper. And it looks like Woody's going to have a nice little highlight relive around. Unless, okay. Yeah, you
Thought
deal
that
with
was in
Cold Sarah.
reverse. Yeah, Ponter, try as you may. That 9th round has unfortunately eluded you. Woody sits just beneath. Case Locks holds your line, and his in-game leader won't even be needed to add into insult to injury. And this will be an 8-4 that still, the Red Canids on their map pick are looking pretty good. We'll see if they can finish it out in just a few.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
As he turns it, nice headshot goal.
All right, well, say what you like about the Red Canids in their last outing. Maybe they were a Mirage one trick against the side of Imperial, but here, not only have they looked good in the rounds that they were expected to win, but they've also pulled out a couple of stops, a couple of rabbits that they didn't even really know were in the hat. They're like, what's this doing here? And in this pistol round, Dual Beretta's in Venom Zera's hands. He's going to have to be the one to work something up because he's given full responsibility of the close end of the B-bomb site, but his teammates are actually going to be given info. I don't know who would gift it over. I think it was Venom Zera just because of how close he actually is, but will they swarm him? No, they're going to kind of leave this player in the front line on the island. What? Is that a map bug or something? A lip that he gets caught on the way back?
But apparently in the meanwhile, Coldzera and Drop have just found literally everybody. I don't even know what that, we're sitting there watching the Dualies guy take the biggest fight of the round, or so I thought, and immediately turn around, K-Slox is alone, and he's eyeing down every CT who's eager to take him out of the equation. I don't even know how the Red Canids came back in that round.
Shades of the T-side pistol from Coldzera, because it literally just had to have been tap, tap, because he enters the kill feed 2 times, immediately back to back. And that's what you like to see. That's what you love to see, because he is one of the biggest pieces to this team working in the future. Like, he unfortunately becomes one of the biggest pieces on chopping blocks in these rosters when he is forced into awkward scenarios, right? And, you know, it kind of happened on that 0-0 legacy, whatever you want to call it, team with Lotto and Dumao, right? Where him and Taco were the old guard. And it just wasn't working. There was so much potential for the roles in which Coldzera was given at the time, and then he kept getting bumped down into worse and worse positions that just really didn't fit him. Unsuitable. But the op is one where they can kind of afford to let him chill out and cool off there, considering the lack of AWP players Brazil's been able to produce in recent history, obviously using Henny in a recycling period. They just didn't seem to really be comfortable with what he brought to the table. And I think that actually, in stark contrast to what Coldzera brings, is the reason why. Obviously, Henny player who maybe needs a little bit more resources, a little bit more chaotic and crazy, aggressive, takes more fights. Coldzera, pretty much the antithesis of that, as we've seen.
I mean, it's much needed, right? Because after the removal of Henny and Phelps, I feel like if things were to keep going wrong, he would be the one you point to.
So many long-standing players fall before Coldzera.
Right. This is another round that just falls to the way of Red Canids, so not like there's much worth talking about. This one's where things get really interesting, because, again...
Bolts were still playing. Sorry, that was an aside.
No, it's just, that's a good... I miss him, too. I like VSM. I know he still plays,
too.
but... I missed when he was on, what was it? Was it? I think it was
MIBR?
I'm thinking of.
Oh, both.
I couldn't remember if he was on MIBR. I couldn't remember.
I think 0-0 Nation picked up what was the core of that weird MIBR like test mix.
Wasn't that like Woody and Turtle as well?
0-0? No.
No, MIBR.
No, that was VSM, Lucas, Leo DRK. I don't remember the rest of the two. We'll talk about it in a moment after we do research, perhaps. But doing their homework are the side of Red Canids in this game, so it would have felt. The setup was pretty decent, but it's just a little bit premature on the timing to walk through, and against the weaponry they were fighting, it's also not very easy.
this is kind of a big deal with Panzer right now because Panzer, I'm sorry, he knows somebody's in Ivy. They can easily get him out of this angle, and if they do, then this round is all of a sudden winnable. But oh my god, great utility gets him out of that dicey situation. It's a 3-on-3. This is not unrealistic, but with how far away they are, they have their eyes set towards different intentions. These being of saving Woody. We'll walk him down an Ivy, try to remove a gun from one of their hands. And I think in doing so, we'll end up losing his. They're just waiting for this T-Con backstab to come through. But look at behind. Is that behind Ponzers or? No, he's upper. Okay, okay. Always so confusing.
All right. So with the research that I did just for curiosity's sake.
Right. Of course. The human mind is an enigma.
Yes. They picked up Henny Lucas, TRK, KNG, VSM, and Leo DRK. So I'm not sure what was initially up with that, but I'm pretty sure Henny just, inevitably replaced one of those guys.
Yeah.
In the initial 5 from that roster. But that roster -1, minus Henny, was the MIBR roster.
Dude, those nades, I'm sorry, those nades are just so cool. I love the throwing nades through the T-Con wall just as much as I love Cold Zera running him down through heaven and saying, yeah, I'm going to take a pick with me. Oh, Gowis. Oh, Lord. For a moment, I thought they could potentially see each other over that smoke, but they'll both get away. Kawis doubles back for the fight, and he's got a molly. You're going to have to fight your way out of this corner unless you've got a smoke. Still good damage. Nightic confirmed and confirmed damage on top of it. And Audic is spread out right now. 2 toward B, at least there was. Now they wrap back through Pop. Other 2 near T-Con. And there's 3 here on A to stop this.
Good on Cowes to slip by with just before that smoke having been faded. Now he's got to hope that everybody else can cover his cross because he can tuck in this corner and be a real menace for the rest of this round. And that's exactly what he's going to do. I really like that. He plays his cards right. Plays it pretty open and free, trying to invite people to raise the stakes, and then as soon as that happens, he plays his card close to his chest and forces them to call his bluff. And look how it's paid out for the guys. Everybody getting a little bit of the action sub-Ponter, but he'll be okay with that if they're winning rounds.
And now we're only, what? Couple millimeters away from what would be another Anubis with the Red Canids up by 1.
A couple millimeters.
Again, I think right now, let's say the Red Canids win this series, right? What they do? Anubis is the least of their worries, to be completely honest, because obviously it's gone, right? So after an event or 2, they won't be playing it anymore. If they had a bad Anubis, who cares?
I care about you, dude.
Aww. That makes one of us.
Okay. Anyway.
I care about you. I'm only saying that because I feel bad. I hope you know.
You have to.
Yeah, yeah. I signed the contract. I had to. It's in there.
Whatever.
Audic are taking their sweet time to get activated here, and I think the Red Canids are loving it, because Kawes has just walked into T-Con. Did he? I don't know if he actually saw anybody. I think they tucked and just did it perfectly, so there was no footsteps given of them tucking. But they will eventually regroup toward A, and these smokes are going to tell them it.
A distant Cowes to Ponter that Molly actually won't hit Ponter's position. So if there were ever a time to have some impact, it would be right now. And decent enough. I don't think the bomb will be allowed to be planted unless Drop's just waiting this out, expecting them to swing before that. But no, he just takes his time, and slow and steady does win the race. They're only 1 round within drawing the distance for the series after that win. So however they do it is fine.
It's funny because Drop didn't even realize that was the last player too. I love when people get a kill like that and they just keep looking around, flicking their mouse, saying, "Okay, where's the last one?" Shows you how locked in they are. But not like it's very inspiring to see the Biotic have brought out in what could be the last. See a lot of running, and I'm inclined to believe we're about to see a quick pop that's leaning toward B, but I think a horde of utility has slowed them down. Coldzera has as well, going straight to the Pop Dog smoke and ripping out 2 hearts of the Audic members.
Yeah,
A 5-on-3 to shut down Train, and the Red Canids are proving me very wrong.
I said in the pre-show that definitely needing a bit of a reason to believe in some other maps than Mirage. I think that's one of them. And again, we'd seen them on Anubis. I'm pretty sure if they can get even that close to their opponents in Imperial, that they can manage to do at least close to the same.
No!
But wait, still not done and finished. I mean, smoking himself right there, drop, that kind of makes things a little awkward, but they want to do a little bit more than that. They want to shove a smokes into their face. They want to flash inside of it, and now tucked into this corner. Drop can't get away, but this is just a war of attrition as far as nades back and forth would go, and maybe even wasting a little bit of time there were Audic.
Look at Night.
I guess the same could be said about Canids.
Is Mac 10's already crept all the way up through Z, and I don't even know if Poncho's gonna. No, he's not. Night's going all the way through spawn. This is the round-winning flank right now. They're gonna clear this, say it's all good, go into the site, and completely forget about this even being a possibility. Night, the timing in which he peaks decides this map. It looks like he's eventually going to make his go of it. Coldzera's the closest with the op, second being Drop's AK. Still, unbeknownst to him, and nobody's going to turn around. Only issue is it's a Mac 10! Oh, they got the player in upper first. That's a heartbreak. He did everything for them, but it wasn't enough.
Felt a little panic there because his teammate was getting killed. He knew he was being pressured, and, you know, he only can do so much to pull that attention away off of his upper teammate other than just start to shoot. And, you know, not going to be enough for him. He did his best as he could to try and pull back. And like you said, it just simply wasn't enough. And that's all you can really ask of a man. But there's another map on the horizon for them to try and show their better form and their better selves. And albeit, you know, a map of Anubis, again, I'd seen a pretty decent amount from Red Canids. It is still Audic's pick.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
definitely a fan of what we'd seen from the Canids on the last. On to Anubis. Need to be a little bit of a turnaround from what we had last witnessed, but if the less than previous map is anything to go off of, it was a better look than even their Mirage as far as team faith.
Yeah, I think that Mirage, it was more one-sided than it had to be. Red Canids, at the end, it had me worried with how much they had slipped, because remember, that ended 13-10. It was closer than it should have been. Even on Anubis, I think you had said you liked the way Drop was calling. So now you have Coldzera feeling like he's hitting again. I even would say the same for Drop and Venom. Can you bring that into Anubis?
Moments to decide whether or not they can or can't, because there is a stack going on today right now, and they're walking right into it. And this is the kind of test where it's like, if they can overcome this, that is a really difficult mental recovery for Audic, a recuperation to now where they turn their attention back over to A main once the shots are popped through, as a moment they had thought of their back line, but no longer do they need to sit on that, as it's Coldzera's P250. Surely not again. No uh-ohs.
Look, man, I got flashbacks. That's all I'm gonna say. I was worried. Look, we thought it was over on Train when it was a 1-on-3.
No uh-ohs.
Okay.
Don't test me on this, man.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I can't
wanted
be.
to do it again.
I can't be falling into the same pit we did in our last best of 3 in that regard. No, surely not. Not the pistols again. At least somebody's got vision. Thank the Lord.
I'm just gonna say that every round. That's all it is. I'm gonna say it every round. That's the kryptonite.
They lose to Glocks.
A coach. A manager. I wonder how many people play CS now who don't know about stuff like that.
A lot. Because I feel like a lot of them started playing in closer to like 2019, 2020, 2021.
I feel like there's so many legendary moments that didn't get translated. Chicken Coop. That one's also good. Maybe that's what we do in this tech pause. Oh, never mind. It's not a tech pause anymore. Was for a second. Small, though. But it's still just pistols. Opting to go with a full investment later on down the line, and I love that. That's kind of cool. Longer range MP9 plus the nade. That's an easy slam dunk for a first kill, and even pulling out the dualies trying to make ends meet. It'll eventually be cleaned up by Woody, and another quick close from Audic. This time, it's not Red Canids off to the hot start.
We've seen that go sour. But
I mean, we've also seen the start of this round go sour with the amount of damage initially dealt. But Audic have completely vacated a lot of these choke points, interestingly enough, opting to stay out of connector. The only one still up close is Tierney over in A main. That's about it. Acelocks, though, reinvestigating mid without even the assistance of a flashbang. Might get something on the other end if he's patient enough. Looks like Kawez is contemplating it. But really not much more than that. Jiggling with a smoke out at this point. It's Woody you got to keep your eye on. He's about to walk back into Canals and give them so much info. There's no reason for Tierney to peek right now. They're going to get this info for free in a moment. They know it's coming to him.
here comes the SMG, and the biggest weapon that they needed to overturn a kill from, and maybe actually 2 of them, but both of them will find their success. It's the rifle in which is disappointed, but Night upgrades and continues his onslaught, and he can get away.
Stuck in that corner, man. A lot scarier than it might look on paper, but that doesn't mean it's magically over because Ponter's got him trapped still And they know about this. They know there's a possibility, but this is going to come down to timing. Feeling how it plays out is not in their favor. And the Red Canids, I mean, they're inching back into this round. It was a 4v2. Now you've got to worry about Tierney being low because it's just him in the 1-on-2.
Okay, I don't quite understand how this has devolved from where it once was, with players at least well-equipped for their scenarios coming out on top of it. Again, Nite doubly so. The only players who were dropped down below a certain point, giving them what they needed, but everybody else faltering at the finish. Woody, that really hot start? I mean, he may be met with some considerable pushback soon enough. Drop yet to kill, Venom Zera the same, but everybody else picking up the slack when required. And honestly, kind of necessary as the CT side started to inflame in their round count. I'm not too worried, but I'm not also very convinced just yet on the Canids. That's a bit of a different one to try and isolate when looking back.
You know, I feel like we didn't really see Imperial do a lot of what we just saw from Audic. Late round crunches into canals, as many pushes into A main. A lot of, I feel like, Imperial's defense when it came to aggression was toward B main. So we haven't really gotten to see this side of the canal, the Canids, I feel.
The canals.
Yeah, I almost said it.
No, I mean, you wouldn't be wrong, would you?
True. Technically applicable.
Okay, well, Haunter being quickly slapped back to that B main aggression you were talking about, but not from the ones you were hoping for. It was just a singular default, but maybe a little bit too far exposed. I mean, I can see the X is relatively in the middle of that area with nobody who was even close by. It's three players whipping their heads at a 90-degree angle to see what was going on. And by that point, it's too far gone. They've lost their friend.
Why do I feel like you're making a reference and I'm not picking up on it?
No, I think I know what you... Because I was going to actually try and find a way to work in, like, How to Save a Life. Where did I go?
Yeah.
I lost a friend. But you ruined the surprise.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I did it again, man. I did it again.
Don't even care.
I mean, look, at least the Red Canids aren't going to win a round again. I'm sorry.
Dude, what's your problem?
I just don't have high aspirations. They don't really have, I think, a ton to help them in the later round. They've got enough to get into a side, sure. But as for fending it off, really not a lot. And I think that's why Nite is saving his molly, or not. Maybe I spoke way too soon. Because now there's only 2 on defense, and there's really not going to be rotations for a pretty decent amount of time. There's that smoke. Here comes another Molotov to help their case. They've just accidentally double mollied and naded it. Let me tell you, somebody's not in that corner anymore. Trying to stand them down. 10 seconds to go. I talked about this. I said it on train. It's a problem. It hinders them pretty bad, too. And they know Coldzera's stuck in connector. It's not like he's going to get away scot-free, but he might get away with a clutch attempt if he can hit this first shot. Pank. Duly noted are his whereabouts. Coldzera, I thought he was going to go back and try to reload. No, he found another op. You're kidding me. Heard him drop the gun. I'm almost guaranteeing you that's why Pank took the fight. But it doesn't matter. No weapon's going to put him down.
Doesn't mean I'm any less scared of what could have been. Coldzera almost pulling off yet another. Giving him time is the worst mistake you could make. Making quick decisions, and now attack timeout used by the T side that's looking much more flat than it had in that last, in all seriousness, so it's a weird one. We weren't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. At least not to this extent.
No, sir. But for now, I am keeping my eye on players like Coldzera because this is where I want to see people like him shine. You know, side note, I feel like we haven't really heard from Venom today. I feel like he's been quiet.
I don't think you'd be wrong.
I'm trying to recall, like, if he was there much on the first series, and I don't remember it.
Nice from this blow of the smoke for the T's to get the drop on what was an already pre-round determined and established play. Doesn't work out nearly as fruitfully as they would have liked it to. But they're not going to sweat that all too much. Nighte, though, in an awkward spot to try and clear out, especially from there. Drop thought he would have had another teammate to go down with him, but when nobody is on the deeper ends of canals to swing after the fact, it's chalked.
And there's Poncer dropping the bomb in mid, so they have pressure on these. Oh my god, no! Oh my... Dude! Like, what do you say? What do you say?
NT, bro. Go next.
It's just...
Colton once more the last left alive, except he's not very happy with the circumstances that's led to that. And that's putting it lightly.
At least he's got time in this attempt.
Yeah, at least.
But you can get, man.
Yeah, I guess that bomb is not something I very likely foresee him grabbing, though. Penk's got to reload, hold his pistol instead to lessen his chances of just going down without his teammates arriving to trade. There was an op. That could have been something, but yeah, good thing there's no replay for that, man.
Yeah, I think we'd all rather forget that one existed. It's all right. You know what? Back when I used to play mini golf, that's when my dad taught me about mulligans. So we'll give him one. We'll let it happen. It's okay.
A wise man your father is.
Oh, absolutely. He knows how to make some good johns.
Huh?
It's like a fighting game term for excuses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No johns. You ever heard that? I'm a little surprised. Anyway, pretty sure you heard of this. A Tech-9 push into A. They're going to go straight in front of the Molotov. Tierney, look for a moment. He could have been caught off guard, but they respect it for a little. They go through the molly. They take almost 100 damage, and now reinforcements have arrived.
I'm still over at B, though. It was just trying to ward off a little bit of a noob move in which they may have gotten a reaction from knowing the weapons were low, in which they haven't quite gotten. It's still those players stacked up in that B site, not an over-rotation, a lean in from mid, sure, but really not anything to be too worried about, considering they can play this range game because of that fact aforementioned.
Good old QB sneak. Except we motioned him right back to where we were starting, so who knows. What I do know is 5 are alive still, and Venom Zera has a teammate behind him with an isolation on Tierney. Shaky spray, but it's all right. Again, we'll let him get away with that one, because he walks away with a 5-on-3.
We're letting these guys get away with a lot. You're letting these guys get away with a lot. You gotta batten down the hatches a little bit here, man.
Yeah, you're right. Don't worry. No more. You're not getting away with any more in my presence.
No more mulligans for anybody. Everyone's got their one mulligan so far, and Case Locks transition to be absolutely envied. Flash off of the wall and a smoke to go with it to bait in Ponter's Peak, but Nighte is ever aggressive in these waters, and he is an aggressive player, man. He is known for those sorts of plays. He is known to want to get up into your face, and he leaves no stone unturned on his walk down.
Another timeout called from the Canids. Second in 2 rounds. It's really not looking great, man. And it has me very alarmed. Again, you just remember that. You know what? No, this is it. I'm not quoting that first map anymore. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But we are seeing a similar problem where nobody's really getting entries. Nobody's really getting these quick trades. And it kind of feels like it's slowed down for the Canids. And I feel like typically this is where you would see a pace change, but they tried that a couple of times on that Tech-9 round. They tried to beat the molly, go into the site. I'm not entirely sure why they had called it back, but they didn't really go forward, which, you know, potentially could have been good, could have been bad. Point is, this is where I get scared for the Red Canids, because those pace changes aren't working. Those individuals aren't giving them openers, and now they're going to have to fend off against it, and Ponter's just getting overrun.
Jeez, bro. Absolutely overrun. Not giving him a second to react. They just get right out. They don't even care about that spot anymore. It's a loose position from Woody on a sniper where he doesn't have to fully engage. Just take the shot and get off the mark unless someone hits him with a stunner. Which you haven't seen very many of, as you've already alluded to. So, reason to get your ears perked up about anything like that. Nade after
That's actually
nade.
really funny, by the way, because he just got put to 52 HP. Remember that little tidbit we had?
I don't think it goes deeper than 52 thing.
Yeah.
Oh
my-
Cowes.
okay.
Okay, that's where we start questioning whether or not there's somebody ready to turn up and turn on from Red Canids. Cowes, honest and truthfully, he was one of those guys that
Shadow.
felt like was able to turn the tides. Even in the last map, even in this map earlier on, a double kill once, a double kill again, and more to be seen from the rest in order to make good off the life that had been lost. Is Venom Zera, who you called on before. Let's see what he's got to offer. It's the Zera's in a 1v2 versus 3, and Venom Zera's gone. Zera with it all to do.
And when you're mollied out, forced into 2 different CTs, I do not have high expectations, man. We gotta see more out of Venom. That one's a bit unlucky, but at what point do you write off unlucky? At what point is it not unlucky, and is it just maybe a bad game, bad day? But in a time like this, you really can't afford it, right? I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, we're going to nuke as a decider. Like, yeah, I mean, do you really want to run that back? And on the flip side of things, by the way, everybody on Audic is playing well. Everybody. There's not a weak point in sight.
Surely couldn't be any worse going back to that map on a fall into nuke than it was previous, but
surely.
Right now just being shut out once again. Quick and easy, tap after tap, burst after burst. Pank and Nite are unstoppable in this area of the map. The B site itself is not only under their hold, under their reign, but the waters don't seem to be very many a time open for business either. So where do you then turn? I liked the mid pressure they were
I was gonna say,
pressing down upon earlier, and it was doing them some good in the early round.
It just kind of feels like there's an idea in a lot of these rounds, but the team isn't on the same page.
Yeah, you're probably right on that. I mean, I would go as far as to say definitely right on that. It's not even... It's so weird. It's like, I think they're on the same page, but more than that, I feel like they're not ready for any of the potential forks in the road, as if their opponents are just going to stay stationary and stagnant. I don't even think they're not on the same page. I think they don't understand what can actually screw out that round.
Maybe fear, good way to put it.
Yeah, it's like Drop gives them the plan, and then they're like, okay, wait, one of our teammates has died. What is the new plan?
Well,
and if you don't got a plan, what do you got?
You see, this is why things get a little tricky for me. They're up in a 4-on-3, but there's a lot of hesitation right now, and I think it's kind of scary because you're leaving room like this. And Audic, I mean, they've shown they aren't scared to go for pushes, but typically when they do, the Canids have not benefited from it. Tierney. Weird shoulder scene. Oh, and there's a flash on top of it! Drop. Must have bet on a shooting star with that one because he's barely gotten away with the trade, but now I look at the time again as the bomb is on a solo mission back to the B site, and guess what? Case-Lox is here. I don't know if you're going to have time, Coldzera, to clear out every little nook and cranny. This is what I'm talking about now. You just got to start pulling out the utility, and Drop's nowhere in sight. This round's likely already done. Has to wait out that Molotov. And he'll have a little opportunity to maybe grab the bomb to get a quick kill, but again, just so much can go wrong, and it's 9-1. Add another one to that, and that's what Red Canids need to call.
Case-Lox cooks right now in that his teammates who are, you know, the usual offenders, or rather, I guess, defenders of that site, aren't home, but that won't come to matter all that much when they've got coverage from everyone across the board they can fall back on. Woody was 7-0 at one point, and I mean, 8-5. He can afford to cool off when everybody else is starting to heat and rev up.
God.
Yeah, this is the overrun. This will happen every now and then. Tierney doing his best work and trying to fend them off, and Case-Lox even actually going beyond the Molotov in order to try and help out. As one after another, these fights will come through. You can see in which the pace and the calls that have been made that this is going on. Nobody really wastes a second in making the decision to get over.
I mean, this is the right call. It feels like this was a great call from Drop. They execute and orchestrate so well that they walk in and get a 2-man advantage, but from that point forward, everything just falls apart, right? It feels like everybody's trying to do their own little thing, and the one reason they get into the site, they do so well, is just how many bodies they throw at the problem.
It's the best rush you'll see.
Right, then you got one guy trying to go heaven, you got one guy trying to take control of short. Like, there's so many different pieces moving at once.
Yeah.
It almost feels like there wasn't ever really a time when they put this together where it was like dry run, and they like put in specific pathings.
Right, like they knew what they're supposed to do in these. Or, yeah, they know what they're supposed to do, but they don't really know where they're going to be almost.
Right.
And it kind of falls more back into what can screw up our round. Like,
Exactly.
what decision that they can make this not work, other than us just missing, you know?
So,
Because that'll happen. Sometimes you just miss.
now they're sat in the unfortunate depths of a 10-1 half. And if the track record keeps up, I mean, it's going to look awfully similar to their last nuke. Doesn't help that Audic are hitting right now, man.
It's rough to have two of those maps practically back-to-back.
Yeah.
Or rather, in back-to-back series. It starts to become something in the back of your mind where we're like, dude, how can we not play our opponent's map pick for nothing?
Yeah.
This is a worse Anubis than the last somehow. But also, Audic are just hyper-aggressive. These guys don't stop.
Yeah, no, it's very hard to collect yourselves and, like, figure out what's going on when every single time it's not only something might go wrong in the game plan with the red canids, but the Onyx CT side might just respond with aggression that you weren't ready for from a spot you weren't entirely anticipating.
That's also the double-edged sword that comes through right now, and this round is a perfect example of it that you just witnessed with your own two eyes, is the fact that they do find their opening kills, the red canids, they do force a little bit of a walk-up, and when that walk-up comes through in the second in aggression from Nite, for example, from mid is required, he's kind of going to be held every time.
Yeah.
They're not going to let go of that angle. They're ready for you to do that. Doesn't really make it any easier to get the kills if it's around you didn't get your entries on, but when those do come afoot, when you are expecting them to make that pounce, it's just so much easier to manhandle.
Well, they're going to be able to manhandle a 10-2 half and at least walk home with another round, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Maybe they can turn it to that in the second half. Optimism, maybe not all that there. However, if you're Audic, you are feeling good, especially after the beatdown they were handed on the first map. Looks like the Red Canids are in for a little more they initially bargained for. However, there is still the matter at hand in the second half. The pistol to potentially show if Audic are ready to move to nuke, or if there's more to this story.
They don't want to let this one go any longer right now, Audic. They want to stomp this fire out. It's very close to losing all oxygen. Canids do get their kills, but the jiggles and very cautious peeks from the side of Audic do net them the kills after the fact, with the mid-stack going nowhere from the boys on the defense. I mean, they read the situation well. They again, made the right call. Looks like they had an idea of what may be on their way.
Again, it's kind of what I've been saying about the Red Canids. The calling I think the calling is great. Like,
yeah.
I think we can both agree the calls that are being made are really good.
It's decent to good to great. I've not seen a bad map in terms of calling yet.
Right.
Outright bad, I haven't seen it.
This is what the scary part of the Red Canids is, right? This is just the reality that sometimes feels like it plagues them. And it's unfortunate because you bring in Ponter and you're saying maybe this is the guy who can like help us in these scenarios. We even saw Kawes maybe.
I think it's got to be Kawes. If you're going to talk about firepower, Ponter was here to absorb space for Kawes and Venomzera. And I think sadly is that they're kind of like unexpected stars. They're the guys in their previous rosters where you wanted them to be, well, not Venomzera maybe, but Kawes at least, he was like your third best. Like, you hope that he turns up as number 3. But now when you make those two your expected number 1 and 2, it just gets a little weird.
I honestly could argue Venomzera as well.
I said Venomzera, Kawes and Venomzera.
I just mean, like, for a long time, Venomzera was the guy, and it feels like as of
he was meant to be number 1 on his old teams, wasn't he?
Yeah, like not even in like this series or the last series, but just in the past maybe couple of months, it feels like he's typically not as potent as you want him to be. And I think the numbers, if you looked up HLTV, I think they paint a different picture. It's the important series where you look to players like Venomzera, like this one, where it just feels like he struggles. He doesn't ever really get the mark.
So far, this just gets me a little bit bummed out that MIBR didn't buy more heavily into dropping in-game leading.
Oh, valid.
And I don't know what the future of that role is going to look like for him in terms of availability, but he'll always have players that he could hopefully fall back on trying to build something with or around. I mean, obviously, like, he is, again, much younger now than say, a Vinny. Younger now than, I mean, obviously a Fallen, but MIBR younger than Exit. So, you know, down the line, down the stretch, maybe reuniting with a player like an Insani, you know, like a Dumal, like a Lotto, even though Lux is doing really good right now. I'm just saying that there's options for the longevity of his career should he continue to prove himself as a valuable enough IGL. So, maybe even attract field, the knowledge of, like, Audic, dude. I don't know.
Dude, I'm going to be so for real. I would love a world where he got on G2. I'd love it.
That's weird. Heavy God is who he'd be replacing, and I know you don't know that, but
I'm just saying. Like, I would love it.
I'd like it if he just joined Furia for Fallen and started IGLing and playing the anchor roles that he already
run it, man.
Whatever. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. I like Fallen, though, so story for another time. Audic lost that round. Audic lose their money here. Audic lose a couple more bodies in the first 15. And Audic lose the right to brag about where they've gotten, because we're not at map point yet, boy.
No, we are not. And I'm not going to change what I said yesterday, like I told you. When you're not against map point, I feel like comebacks are much more plausible. Especially against a team like the Red Canids, where...
On CT side, Anubis, though, but yeah, I guess.
Okay, well, you know... I think the mindset of CT side is probably easier to do a comeback on.
Sure.
To be quite frank. So...
Sure.
Not against map point. Maybe a couple people start warming up. Kawes, back-to-back good rounds.
Mm-hmm.
CT side, like, if there were to be a world kind of thing. But still a very long way to go. And I obviously want to see, like, a full rifle round come out before I buy into that.
You're usually not this optimistic, so I'll take it where I can get it.
Hey.
You're usually a little bit more doomer.
Another saying my parents told me: the sun
Almost an
shines and a
ace.
dog's behind every once in a while.
Okay.
Except they didn't use that specific verbiage.
I feel like quite a long portion of the day that happens, if I'm being honest, but like a majority of it, maybe even potentially.
Just let it be neat, bro.
Because why are you staring at the sun?
I mean, that's not. Never mind.
You're usually facing away from the sun.
No. That's why I wear
Dude, your parents are
sunglasses. Duh.
stupid. No, I'm just kidding.
Apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, does it?
Don't tell them I said that. Glocks and the one powerful deagle for
I've
IGL
seen a
looking to
Glock
inspire
round
'em.
before.
The floor.
I'm just, man. We just saying anything now.
Kawa's got a 4K last round. I thought it was only the 3, but he actually did close at the 4th looking for that ace. So let's see if he can do a little bit more as far as that aura farming is concerned, and he will! Nearly a triple, but he'll be okay with his teammate finishing the job that he began, let alone letting him get one back. He says, give me mine, and there you go. They tag out 2 times over, but Kawa is still the one to come out on top, and now he's warming up, whether or not for this map it be, but there's another on the line for the following, so.
All right.
All right.
So that's another thing to check off. That's another thing to talk about. Kawes stepping up. Back-to-back-to-back multi-kill rounds. If that can't reinvigorate you, I don't know what can.
One thing they also don't really have to worry about is that in terms of like consistency, Woody's AWP is not like a fear-mongering item. So like, Cold Zera should absolutely be comfortable in his own 2 shoes to get a little bit more anxious with his AWP and make some moves happen, right? Like, the only places I would be afraid to go for anything like a little cheeky are on an outside A main peak to where Woody might just be chilling there and sitting there waiting for you, or maybe just like a fast mid peak in which Woody could be on the angle also already. But like in terms of going for maybe a couple of boosts, a double player setup, a pillar on A site, that's a lot in which he could do that I'm pretty happy to actually say that I'm excited to see.
I mean, I'm excited to see what these rifles are doing because it's already an opener that's stopping them from coming into A. Look at the utility they just robbed them of. 2 smokes, 1 molly, 1 flash left. You got to remember, we're talking full belts coming into this round.
Kawas can also throw a molly at some point deeper into canals, and Ponter has one of his own. So, you know, counter utility is a plenty, and you can see it be used right now. They're going to maybe try and go through it. They have no real other options. I mean, they have no other options.
So,
30 seconds? I mean, they can't be quiet going all the way back to A. They can walk through mid. That's the only timing they can take.
Saving?
Yeah, they're saving.
This is a crazy interesting move. Is it even max loss? I don't think it is.
Do you think they try something a little faster towards A next round? I'm trying to get into the mind of an IGL at this point.
I mean, they tried to get a lurker into A. Didn't really work well. The counter utility was nade molly and a really well-placed flash. I don't have high expectations for that. If you ask me...
Mac 10s, drop utility, rush A, bro.
Oh, you feeble-minded fella.
Okay, well, let's see what they end up doing. Oh, they're not A spawn.
I mean, they have to buy it, right? Like,
there's work mid with
that's what I was thinking.
lambs to the slaughter, yeah.
But you can't save here, so yeah, that makes sense. The extra issue, right, is even if they want to send somebody like Tierney and Woody down to Mac 10s or even Tech 9s, they're going to be missing utility. So all they can do is, and you're right, a quick poppy play. If they do anything more than that, you can almost guarantee that the Redkins win.
It'd be pretty cool if they just took some like really heavy aggro mid control with numbers and then just reset and then popped somewhere else. I think that'd be a pretty cool move.
I just don't think they have,
especially because it doesn't take a lot of utility. It doesn't take a lot. You only need really 1 molly, 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and maybe 1 more molly, which they have. They're sub 1 flash. Everything I just said, they are. Oh, okay, hold on.
What the?
There's a smoke to mid. Are they going to set up case lock to try and get a little aggro here and then pop late? I might be a mastermind if that is the case. The molly into house. Gonna eat it. The flash goes up high. They're too soon. They're way too soon.
Oh no, Coldzera, he's already tucked as well, ready for the next drop in. Oh, you can't be serious. That was the play. That was the move. If he was just a little later, he would have been blind. He would have had a kill. Coldzera would have had a much harder time in trading in numbers. They would have probably have been in a 3 versus 3 or 4 versus 3 with weapons to retrieve. That seems like an uncharacteristic misplay in the fundamentals from the executions in which Otic took a time out to discuss.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing too is this spacing. All over the place. You've got one guy practically in mid-house before the second guy is
looking in
smoke.
the wall.
Like you can't do that.
You can't do that. I mean, Coldzera's got early warning into either sides of this map, so as soon as he dies or gets a kill, they're just going to turn about face and be like, yep, they're still in mid. Here comes the A player who's going to start to stall out. One of the B players is going to be on high alert, and they're going to double clear him.
Interesting.
Or they're not going to double clear him. They're going to sit in the B site and just be kind of stagnant about it. I don't know how much I like that. They're not taking any forward space. They're not looking into E-box. They're not checking out B main.
This is the way into the round.
Yeah.
Venom Zera, I kind of wish he would have he threw the molly and immediately extinguished. I kind of wish he would have waited a few more seconds. This is your first clear.
B players
no
do
way.
something.
Oh, no way, he just pulled out of smoke.
Okay.
At this point, you can't do it. It's just over. You gotta man, you can take a fight if you want to, Venom Zera. You're right, though. Somebody had to do something. They just had to.
There are safer ways of smoking B main. In addition to that, you could also molly the actual pillar just to ensure nobody's there before that, and then take your duel.
He went through the process of being like, okay, I'm going to make sure I, like, in lack of a better term, slice the pie and make sure I clear every angle here. Was going to cross to sight and then smoke, and then just decided, I'm going to smoke anyway.
He also saw his shoulder when he pulled the smoke, and he just committed to throwing it.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. Anthron, I think you might have willed something wicked into existence. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, but if you've done the reverse caster curse, then something special may have just applied to this. As a singular A player, though, is going to look to be overrun. The stagger flash is very, very good. Venom Zera getting one there is still, like, a best-case scenario. There's no real world I expect him to do much more, but let's see how this retake goes when the CTs have bountiful utility of their own.
Yeah, but they still have a molly. Like, they have a counter molly. It's not like you're getting in for free here and a flash. It probably doesn't do as much for you, but that molly, I think, is everything right now. And I don't even know if they're going to attempt this retake past a certain point. Look, two players still clearing out the depths of middle. Molly just comes in. They have a smoke to try and extinguish this, but, I mean, they're shooting themselves in the foot. With a molly like this, you have to wait for it to be extinguished. You have to wait for it to fade. You're still at a 3-on-4, and everybody is on site for some reason. Nobody is back in B main. They have to come flooding through the depths of short. This crossfire needs to be won immediately inside of the smokes as case locks. Nobody's on top of the bomb. They know somebody's here, and you've got to protect the president, but nobody's considering it. There's no way. There's no time. Yes, there is!
What a flawless retake of 3 versus 4, a split-second defuse, and everything for the Red Canids is flowing. The nades, the shots, the comms, the calls, everything in sequence and in sync. What is this game?
It's a game where the Red Canids might be back.
If that isn't an omen to the future of this series, I don't know what is. It doesn't get any better. There's no better scenario than that on a retake like this. Wow.
I will admit,
that had
that
to
was
light
an
up a
eco.
couple of neurons in their brain, surely.
I mean, hopefully, right? Like, that is chemistry to a T. That is uninstructable
Holy
chemistry. So, now what do they do? Because, again, I mean, they can't sit stagnant. Not after a round like that. Ops on A, and Coldzera's pretty well attested to this angle. Zera, though, quick spot, molly drop, gives up mid, but they're coming in and they're coming in quick. Only one shot is, that's all Coldzera had. That is a must-hit shot, and he misses.
That's how we bring this back. Venom Zera, I mean, he set up his teammate in Coldzera as best as he could. I don't know if he called the flash that he threw over the top, but Coldzera was blinded by it on his re-engagement. Oh, wow, after all that always happens, dude. This game sucks. I hate Counter-Strike. Come on, man.
Let's go play Valorant.
You give me that level of hope just to have things crumble underneath 2 kills, turn 3 without a refrag?
Okay, but again, to be fair, I think this was kind of alluded to. Now, sorry, that's, you know
I'm
what?
kidding. Continue.
You're so right. You snapped.
Continue.
There's been a couple of rounds now where even though the Red Knids have won, I think you and I are in agreement that there's just really not enough going on for the Knids. You got to think, that round, they play completely hands off of mid control. They don't ever peek canals. They never look B main, and they never do utility on A main. That round is as simple as, if they come in, we are hoping we hit our shots, and when they don't, it's very obvious what's going to happen. Again, this isn't a map where you can just sit stagnant, right? The rotations take so long. That's why you see somebody normally in Deep Palace or something taking jiggles on mid, but that literally never happens.
Dog, I just feel like there's got to be a little bit more left. For every one that the Audic team has won since the spree of Knids, they've won like 5, I think.
Whatever the math adds up to say that we're going to overtime, sure.
Well, if the pattern repeats, if this is how the pattern goes, they can start to go on that spree once again.
I feel like I said
That
the same
number
thing
would
on the
bring us
roulette
to 12.
table.
Yeah. Come on, green.
It's going to hit, bro.
They're just waiting for this B execution to feel like the timer is right, and they would be correct in saying so. Maybe a flashbang for Kawaz to do something towards B main after that smoke, because there's a minute and they're in E-box.
Great counter util. Oh, but the
Flushed
double
that
nade. Watch
control.
out.
They naded themselves, or they naded the smoke, sorry.
That's interesting, man. They didn't get anything off of that, and there is still counter util where that came from. Dodge the flash, wait for them to walk through, accident the second guy, but you'll take it, because that's the bomb drop. That's info on everybody's whereabouts. Keep holding down your trigger, because Kawaz isn't done at 3. A reload behind the pillar, and a brother wants more.
Let him go.
I thought they were gonna let that dog off the leash, but he said, nah, I'll stay tame.
That takes a lot. That takes a big man, better man than I.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, you can't stop me from doing that. I absolutely will throw the round just for the sake of my own confidence building, or throwing.
I've seen you in like 2-on-4s do that, put us back to a 2-on-2, and then say screw it, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Well, but when you enter the flow state, you can't exactly leave it, man. Sometimes
That's
it's a
true, that's
mindset.
true.
Sometimes it's a mindset. Other times it's all intentional. Sometimes you black out. That's me.
Live by the sword, die by the sword, man.
Uh-huh.
All you girls not be feet like
Just
this.
win the 1v2, bruh. I got you there.
I can't counter that. I can't. That's infallible logic. At Nico, bro, just hit the shot, man.
Yeah.
Don't understand how CS players are paid hundreds of thousands of dollars just to miss shots, man.
But hold on now, though. If they don't get a bomb plant out of this, that's where things start to get a little wacky as far as their buys are in the late stages of this game. At 12-10, they're going to need to take a bit of a saveroo. Hit that 11-12 with the full buyback.
Oh!
1-for-1, though, gets awkward. Kawaz still stands.
It's a big bait and switch. They threw all this utility in mid to try and get some pressure off of this B site, and it works. Wonders drop! Doubles back in and tried to even the odds out. He tried to do the why not classic, and it didn't work because that's not who he is. So now it's Venom's era. The man we said has been completely silent for pretty much all of today.
Gap in that smoke, though. He can walk through it.
Love to hear from him now. Oh, he's going to try. And actually, I thought he was going to fail. Quick pre-fire onto the jail angle, and nobody's there. He's got 1v1s isolated.
He's got all this on his belt right now. Smoke to the bomb. He's going to get shot on the side of the head. Yep. One way or the other, and that's going to do it. I mean, yeah, good attempt from Red Knids. Honestly, a much more exciting map than what could have otherwise have been. Anubis delivers on at least that front, but it delivers in more ways than one for the side of Audic. The CT side, smooth sailing for the Knids, and if they can win out on that knife round and get a CT side start on Nuke, maybe a smooth sail there, but we'll have to wait and see. In just a couple of minutes' time, we'll see the ultimate finishing to this best-of-3 series in the final of the night.
desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight. Oh, what a feeling. Getting the groove, the rhythm's healing. Oh, what a feeling. Turning loose, ain't no concealing. Come on, get together. Tonight's the night. And even if you're feeling blue, it will be alright. Leave your troubles behind and have no doubt. Don't you worry about a thing. Let it all out. Oh, what a feeling. Getting the groove, the rhythm's healing. Oh, what a feeling. Turning loose, ain't no concealing. At the break of dawn, a brand new day. Everything will be brighter in some kind of way. But for now, forget about that time. Tonight we're all just doing fine on cloud number 9. Oh, what a feeling. Getting the groove, the rhythm's healing. Oh, what a feeling. Turning loose, ain't no concealing.
I think you can feel it. That this is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on. Here's something you don't want to miss.
What a feeling. What a feeling. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really find my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
How's it going, everybody? Hope we didn't go too far away. The last map of this series on the night for the closed quali. This one, a bigger one than many, as this is the lower bracket. Loser is gone. Winner continues onwards for the fight for a spot in Pro League. This pistol round is going to be a big determinant. CT side will have been gained by the Redcanids thanks to their knife round success, and just remember what they were posting on the ends of that Anubis game that seemed like it was in dire straits from 10-2. And now we're back into this one with them already getting tested on the outside, long ranges, and the pistols on the CT side are falling and failing.
I am surprised they did not get that kill from Heaven. That is practically standing still. It's the world is your oyster, but they pulled it back. So Drop and Ponter can at least rest easy for the second. They still need to get some more control. They still need to get that bomb down. And I thought for a moment the Canids were going to come flying out of Heaven the second they heard the digits get punched, but instead, they wait. They've got Cowes, the one man with HP, a little far behind, stuck in lobby, but K-Slox is aware. He knows there's possibility. Maybe the off angle could have helped, but instead, no. Nighttay now waiting for his moment of opportunity, his moment of glory. He's still sitting in hell, and they're too worried about K-Slox. Both have dropped down onto the floor. Nighttay knows this is his time to shine, and all it is a game of delaying so he can finish the round.
All right. Side start for Audic. I mean, if there was a better time for them to come alive on this in particular, it would be on the offensive, down, certainly not with a chokehold over top of them. They can breathe, and they have their heads now fully above water, and they're starting to kick. The wave that the Red Canids had once pushed upon them is starting to subside little by little, and an investment back. The Red Canids don't seem to be all too patient about wanting to re-involve themselves into this matchup. A tag, but one that is non-lethal, and frankly, one that I guess is a leg, actually.
That one was really surprising. I'm imagining they called Zara after seeing that jump spot, thought, okay, maybe that was the first person crossing. But even so, man, that is a crazy risk to take. So far, Forced by not off to an amazing stead. Venom Zara knows they could be close outside, so he'll keep his wits about him as he posts on the ladder. Sox likely to make the first move. It looked like for a moment he was on there, but Nighttay is still hitting hard from the pistol, and this is probably all wrapped up.
I mean, should very well be.
Right?
Had these moments before where, with greater weaponry, we've seen the Canids take these kinds of situations and scenarios that seem dire back. But those were entirely different circumstances. I mean, not the same map, not the same side.
I also want to say
even they were playing against, but yeah.
Shifting into this nuke, I think it's it's a lot more optimistic for the Canids because of that last hurrah that they had. Because you started to see Cowes step up a bit. You started to see him start hitting shots. We needed an answer, and he was pointing to himself. Now, when the guns come out, we're going to see if that stays true or not. But I at least have some hope that the Red Canids will put up a fight here.
Ponter and Woody are playing a game of patience with one another. Who just goes a step further on their jiggle, for God's sake? Tierney's going to force them into one direction or the other, and it won't matter in which way they face. They will be met with some damage and altering this round very little, but also altering the next round very little on that same note. It's not like they were going to do a whole hell of a lot with what they've got. Now they are forced to wait. There is no other option. There is no second resort. They're going to be cool in it. Nades include 3 smokes and an HE. I'm not sure what they're thinking of doing right now, but 1 HE isn't really going to cut it.
Ooh,
maybe if there were like 2 or 3 on that same spot.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you know, I'm pretty sure it caps out before 52, so. I don't know why. I don't know why I keep referencing that, bro.
I don't even know if it's true. We're just spreading misinformation on the
internet.
Could be off by a single point.
It was
and I
like
would
the most
be an idiot.
Inoffensive comment I think you've ever said to counteract. And I just took it personal.
I'm looking it up. Cast around.
I am curious. Cast what? Open door.
The enemy is wearing armor. The maximum damage is reduced to 57. I was wrong. I don't know if that includes the dink, though. It doesn't say.
I imagine that doesn't include the tag from the nade. I swear that used to be different, though.
Used to be 70, apparently. Oh, no, that's Counter-Strike Online. Different game.
You know, the crazy thing is, right? And I think I've told you this before, and you say I'm crazy. I could have swore to God I saw. And I
swear
only
to
remember
God.
this because it was in a Super Stidham video. I swear to God there was a major or something with Cloud9 where they threw a perfect 100 damage nade. I swear on everything. Like, I gotta go through the
unarmored
archives.
opponents getting dinked by the HE will die.
Okay, that could be what it was then, because I will die on the hill that I remember this being in a Super Stidham video, and I could have swore it was about the Boston Cloud9 major run. So, there's that for you in our free time. Right now, the free time comes with Audic running free outside, or maybe there's a cost to it, the cost of Nike's life. So far, he's been on fire, but they want to try to trade out drop. They've at least garnered the control they were looking for originally, but they're not satisfied there. They want more. Tag as a warning comes to the player in heaven. It's messy, and I'm surprised Coldzera walks away with only a tag on him, but it's still a big up for the Red Kids, who've now got a 4-on-2 in front of themselves.
Tierney's got to walk it back. Pank has to walk it up. And although they may be on two different sides of this one, it's the same coin, and when it lands, it's all Pank. Eating a little more than even that. Oh, I thought there was the world. But Tierney needing to make good off of the singular incision. I mean, he's got info on one. And Venomzera will be dealt with. Nice position held from Tierney to hold his spray there, though. It would have had to have been greater than excellent.
Honestly, that was... I started to see the stars align. But it wasn't really around the Red Canids deserve to lose. Now, I like that they've addressed outside control. Audit, they were abusing that hard early.
You think they shift into something as simple as like a relatively quick ramp or A-pop? Not a rush, but just a little pop.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
But
no,
they're
it's
back
actually
to...
doubling down.
I was going to say, I'm a little in... I'm not going to call it surprised, but interested, we'll use. Especially because things just... I mean, like, they probably shouldn't have even gotten that drop, that trade on drop, if I'm being honest with you. The late peek off of Coldzera in Heaven is something that could have been executed, I'm sure, a little cleaner. But Woody's confident on this off. We didn't necessarily say he's an X Factor, but it's still a threat. So, as soon as I say that, he jumps over and takes a lot of flak going a secret. It's not like it'll be the craziest factor this round. Maybe instead it's Drops M4 that is relentless through these smokes. Almost 150 damage from him. And now Kawes is teed up.
Say that, yeah. I mean, previously we'd seen him hold down mouse 1 ready for there to be more bodies, but he actually lets go of the trigger, and that split-second decision may have costed him his life. I don't really think he would have been able to do all that much more, but who's to say? One more bullet could have dealt the killing blow on tonight, as they're scattered on two different levels right now. I think they're going to look to try and fly up through the vent and cause disruption. That's kind of weird. Oh, wait, I couldn't tell if he was exposed around that bend. The corner on the mini wall. Oh, and Coldzera not seeing the player on the split timing. They'd walked up through secret. Yeah, that's just the drop onto them immediately. Flash to the site that would also blind a player at vent. They're ready to know that somebody could be there, but they're not ready to deal with him, so it would seem. Trading out, better weapon. Woody's low. Could be the shot through the vent side or in right back. Both fashions. They get it done. Ooh, another bullet stray could be the difference maker. HG into the center of the site. What a read, but Nighting not going to finish that kill with it. Instead, it's Woody's swing on the Glock. Wow, whoa, that was pretty heads up from the boys, I gotta say.
Bro, and Venomzera almost just won him that round from the second, which is kind of criminal. I didn't even know how he grabbed that AK. He pulled out the go gadget long arm to grab the
gadget, grab the AK.
I don't know how he got it. I don't know how he got two. But the second you see what he posted on that angle, seems like your days are numbered. And apparently they were, because Onyx hit atop a nice 4-1 lead. And again, we see Red Canids grab all the way down to MP9s. A couple times now they've been stuck to this. I'm waiting for them to do something aggressive outside, but this time instead it's a lobby crunch that finds them the opening pick. Kawes upgrades to an AK, and they walk away happy.
He's not the guy that you want to give that weapon if you're Audic right now. I mean, if there
No,
were
sir.
anybody who's looking to heat up, I mean, give him an AK specifically, and that's where he's done his best work. And here he goes on his recon. Back room is clear. Fall in. Everybody else on the walk back to better positions and trying to catch off Audic on the late round. Looking to get tucked into a nook or a cranny, but I don't know. I don't think that would have been heard. Coldzera can at least continue on his mission in that area without knowing that he's been entirely compromised.
It's kind of split, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little concerned. They're putting a lot of individualism into this round, and this is
But
exactly
nobody
what you
into
want
A.
if you're the Red Canids. Oh my God, nobody's looking at heaven? That's insane. Poncher almost walks away with highway robbery, but that nade, absolutely worth its weight in gold. Molly thrown in for safe measure. You're not coming back in anytime soon. They're even double dipping? Ooh, wait, no way. No way. You talked about giving Kawez an AK. It's almost like when you give a mouse a cookie, and they're going to keep inching closer and closer. It's not like they have a kit, but for now, they've got the time to at least investigate a little bit. Over Kawez, needs to get closer on that AK. One too many missed op shots. Now all hell starts to break loose. The last, he's in mini, stuck between a rock and 4 CTs. And it's the eco from the Red Canids that stops momentum.
Ooh, they just overwhelmed, simply put, and Woody not prepared for there to be a shoulder shot on his way. Another round where the Red Canids, even on lesser guns, they take these retakes very seriously. They take it down to whatever time frame they need, and that's honestly the difference between a lot of the higher level teams, and some of those just trying to aspire. Not even talking about Audic or like not even near this level. I'm talking like your IM main teams and things of that nature, right? Those guys, they do not care. They will start their retake as soon as they get in their position. Their smoke's already out. Their molly's already thrown. They're flashing themselves in. Their teammate's not even in A main yet. But no, it was all calculated. The player in heaven waiting his time. Kawez gets his kill. Players wrapping their way around and about face from mini where they'd taken so long and not shown skin. Of course, Woody's going to be a little bit caught off guard by that. And from that point forward, a one-man advantage is all that they'll need to flood when nobody's in heaven. And there's only so many other spots they can beat from when Kawez has lobby. Very, very well done. But we need to see more of that. We need to see more of that in the middle of the round.
But they have an opportunity here, and the fact that Audic are low on econ and are forcing up gives them a big hole right back into this game. Coldzera up on his back. Kawez still hitting shots. And maybe somebody can help relieve that pressure a little bit. I'm not entirely sure, but for now, it's not like the task at hand is criminally hard. At least when it comes to what it could be. Looks a lot faster, though. You called the ramp pop a couple of rounds ago, and for a moment, it looked like that was the idea, and it still might be now, just waiting out the molly.
Shots to Ponter at the ramp calls upon Coldzera's presence, and they're off never too far away from a rotation is ever reliable, and at least his one there he'll grab, trying to pull the Olaf Meister special. Nothing for it. Maybe he just wards them away from trying to go for the heaven wrap to where Ponter keeps denying them on their way back. It's a split from the 1-to-1. The ratio of the B bomb site defenders, though, still leaves Kawez empty-handed, but it shouldn't be long now before he gets his shot.
And they got that bomb stuck over in secret. You had to do something, right?
Ooh.
Eventually goes,
What?
The bullet crosses out, and Pank is holding it
He
down.
did strafe.
This round is winnable. I don't know how Pank has just done it, but the 3-on-2 now picked up the M4. Don't even have to worry about the Galil with the smoke. He's going to start licking his lips. Primed and poised to potentially steal another round off of the Canids, who did everything right up to this point, it felt. Good bit of utility, though. They still have to try and claw through, and it's not entirely planted for them, or maybe it is. I thought it was planted backside of the silo. Doesn't matter. When he falls, but Pank is still somehow making ends meet, and they have a kit, thankfully, or else that was just ass up.
Yeah, I mean, it really helped that they knew that they couldn't be playing immediately from single door. That smoke really just changes things. It could have walked through it on a timing, could have split, could have gone even towards, obviously, the windowsill. And Coldzera can feel confident enough knowing that at least one of those players is not nearby, given that that smoke only had just plumed moments ago and he was holding for an aggression from the left side. So another round and another retake where, again, it's just the communication's good enough and the reads onto where they can be are a little bit better than even that. Pank hitting shots, something that you can't account for when trying to brain out a scenario, but this is already a better look in terms of retakes than we'd seen from that last map. Well, except for the one really good one. Yeah, except for that one. Everything else was kind of falling flat.
Well, here's a real cool statement. If you don't let him into the site, you don't have to retake.
The more you know.
That's nice to know. I'm just saying, man. Keep doing that. You won't have to worry about a retake. Oh, and guess what?
What?
That's a multi-kill from Venom Zera. He's been looking sharp a couple rounds
he's back.
in this game.
Oh, he's back.
One map, he might be back. That's all they need out of him, really. I also feel like just the story of this event as a whole benefits from featuring coldzera in it.
The return to Pro League.
It'd be cool. Highly unlikely, but cool.
You want to play a fun game?
Sure.
The game is called Guess the Last Time That coldzera was in Pro League. And for bonus points, you can guess the team and the season.
Ooh, okay.
Total of 3 points you can earn right now.
Okay, so you're saying I would have to guess the year, then...
I don't think you're going to get it if I'm being honest with you. Like, I'll actually bet money that you won't.
Okay, I'm going to imagine...
It's a trick question. I'm going to give you that as a hint.
I'm going to imagine the last time he did it was with... Okay, are we talking active or benched?
He's playing in it.
Okay. Let's say... when did he get benched? Kicked from FaZe. I'm going to say it was on FaZe. I don't know if I could give you the year.
Just do it for fun.
Season, but I'm going to say FaZe. Let's say 21.
Okay.
2021.
Yeah, it was Pro League Season 20 in 2024.
Oh, wow.
About 9 months ago with Red Canids.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
That is the trick to the question. But
okay,
this round will give us at least that time to run down memory lane.
I thought when you said trick question, it was going to be like, oh, he was benched on FaZe still.
No. If we're gonna do the actual time before that, it was in 2023 at the beginning. Season 17 was 0-0 Nation.
I forgot they made a Pro League.
Pro League is a very interesting thing considering the number has just scaled in the team list. There's just so many teams that attend the damn thing nowadays. That season, I think there was close to like 30 teams in Pro League, but okay, coldzera, I mean, he's looking like he wants to grind his way back with the way that he's been offing so far today, and just playing in general, the rifle even actually more particularly many a time, but still no slouch on the sniper. Playing Quesarado is Venom Zera, the young and soon potentially up and coming. He stayed alive for as long as he could. You can't just sit in that position forever until somebody comes and helps you, and no one arrives.
Two-man on his post. Drop never decided to come in. But it don't matter. They're still sitting pretty, and they even got this vending push coming through from coldzera right now. So half of the map is entirely cut off. So long as they can keep at least somewhat of a stakehold on outside and drop, I doubt he's going to commit to a fight, but he's going to jiggle this. He knows nobody's outside. All of this is confirmed free for the Red Canids right now. And their lives are made so much easier. I'm kind of surprised they don't even have coldzera walking up a little bit more with how hot he's been playing, especially walking pick specifically. I'm really impressed with how well coldzera's done in that field. But they're just going to double up the A site. They go down low, or they're more equipped to play retake, they say, and they've got the utility for it. So drop eventually moves back in. Quick spot, sees them both, takes K-Slox with him. And the Red Canids will soon extend their lead. Bomb recovered. Tierney coming back in for a mini. There's two players here to stop his little onslaught coming in. Not even so much as a scratch on him.
Okay. The CT side is started to give us some signs of a heartbeat, and now very much so alive and well. I mean, 7 rounds, assuming they convert this one, that's okay. That's okay on CT side nuke. It isn't good. It isn't great. It's okay.
It's okay.
8 though, that's where we're looking at a pretty decent territory. I'd say that's decent. You got okay, decent, good, and
They fair, we haven't really seen their T side yet. Tierney trying to beat him to the bunch, go down the vents, maybe make a miracle happen. He at least gets to the ladder, but Pointer's more than ready to deal with him. You're not that sneaky, buddy, he says. Quick 5-on-3 again. K-Slock stuck behind the molly. Adjustments are made. Tech-9s, they have strength in numbers, and when those numbers start to dwindle, well, you're grasping at straws. Drops at least isolated in garage. Likely their next target, or not. Venom Zera, long range, 2 headshots with the M4. Cool enough.
I'd like to post a redaction to my statement, 7 to 5.
Sure.
Or rather add to it. It's okay, but it's also less than ideal. The two can both simultaneously exist.
What, 7-5?
Yes, it's both okay and also less than ideal.
That makes sense. I think... What was the equivalent back on MR15? I can't do math. 9-6?
To what, 7-5? Yeah, 9-6.
I think 9-6 is better than 7-5, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, everything when you give it an extra round gap is better, but just by inherently being
I mean, from
gap.
the team that's got 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess you also got more time to lose.
Exactly.
Or,
I think
well,
that extra,
win.
those extra few rounds that you would get another rifle in the mix, I think is what I mean.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's pretty true. Pretty true.
That's pretty true.
He inboxed a
Punkster.
Ruby, by the way. That was crazy.
Who?
Okay, we gotta have a discussion.
Wait, who? I didn't even...
That quote, the true quote.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even... I thought you meant Pond. Sorry. Cowes, the one man that we said with the AK-47 can be surgical. Lights out on the spray, transfers over on Mirage, but in the first best of 3, he won't transition any more than 2, but it'll be in between phase to where now questionable is the plan, but not after the fact that Cold Zera has been let loose and cut down to size, and the last already made known. Venom Zera playing around this site and still not yet having to work into a plant scenario. Nade hits off the wall.
51 damage, by the way.
And Nite is just going to keep holding down this stick now that Woody is holding his angle in line. He's got a good amount of utility here to try and isolate one of these duels if they were on the floor. But Nite, I mean, he's the only one, and he's covered by this silo. So, yeah, good luck breaking them apart. The shadow is going to be seen in moments by Woody. If he were to go out a little wider, but... He's playing this as slowly and cautiously as you have to for these to work out, but not cautiously enough. It's that less than ideal, okay, 7-5 for the Red Canids, and maybe Audic are going to be able to sneak their way to a tie game following a pistol at the beginning of this next half.
All this deliberation of a 7-5 seems like it came true. Now the Red Canids got to try to sit atop it, or Audic, on the more favored side of the bunch, with their double dually destruction, can try to stick it to him early. All I can tell you is this is a huge pistol. And I think the Canids want to try to take it fast. All of this day, it's been slow rifle rounds, slow burners on the pistols even, you could say. This time, they're going to change the tempo a bit. It's their specialty. Pank down lower. Fakes him going back over into control, but he's still overwhelmed. And there's Ponter. Now it's Night to worry about one of those dualies I had previously mentioned as the doors swing closed. They're just trying to get some sight control, not even necessarily win the round outright just yet. But enough room to get that bomb down, enough room to try to start playing a post. Maybe give time to Ponter, though. He's working his way through the flank. One of the dualies dropped, trade imminent, but still, that's a big weapon gone. And chaos is erupting at the back of the site right now. Nobody knows whose territory is whose, and they're trying to fight for it. But Venom Zera says, this territory is mine. Unless K-Slox has a little clutch to put back up in resistance, we can only find out. But he's got armor. No kit. Comes back into the single door. And who is it but Venom Zera? The hat trick. The second half of the last map of the day. And he's starting to say his name.
I mean, you said it. He only really needs to be here for one singular map in order to get over the line as far as right now is concerned. In the future, maybe that's going to have to change a little bit. But here we are today, and in this moment, Pro League life and qualification chances are still very much so at stake. So in goes that 8th, and goes a nice little force buy to which Red Canids are going to look to swap down, and at that stage be double the round count of their opponent with a massive buffer. But Pank's Deagle, it's going to have to say something about this one. Collateral damage, minimal, but still significant enough to where maybe later on that scout can have some impact.
I was a little worried they were going to go running through that smoke wholeheartedly. I'm glad they don't. But now we get to see if anybody else can try to step up to the plate. Very, very good reaction in the ramp room, but still they've lost the control. So what do you do in response? You don't really have the weaponry to go try fighting outside or something. Maybe that's scout, but it's over in heaven. Night's MP9 is trying to creep closer, and that's what I'm talking about. You're not going to outgun a Galil at long range.
They stall. They stagnate, but they do not cease in their exploration as far as what the aggression may be. So exploration can be stationary, and that is exactly what's going on right now. Waiting for the wrong move to be made by Audic, in which they are going to be pausing themselves. So it's a game of chicken. One right now that Red Canids are in the lead for, but the race is not yet finished. It's 35 seconds. We've seen them time themselves out regularly. We've seen these kinds of late-round executions come back to bite them. The bomb not get to the point in which it needs to, and in Molotov, deep in towards Mini, met by a smoke in which they will fight over top and around, but it won't do them much good. That scout from Woody, as mentioned, can have the impact, knowing that they're tagged up. Cowas and Cold Zera both 17, but so low, K-Slox can only hope to catch them with their pants down. It's a little bit of chaos, but with him being the only player left, there's nowhere else to look.
Big time anti-force buy win for the Canids. Now kicking it back on Easy Street, or are they? Because they've gone right back in double dip. This one's a little sketchy. Maybe they're onto something though. 5 MP9s. I'd like to see them try to do something a little more aggressive with this one. I loved the double drop in the last round though, or at least the attempt to come down from Hut, both of them. It almost felt like it worked, too. Maybe if they had that extra man from earlier on, it could have. Night playing this one a lot more reserved, however, around credit. Maybe just call in response, just getting the info if somebody crosses down to secret. No harm, no foul. And utility is, I was going to say they had to use it sparingly, but immediately dropping their only smoke doesn't really bode well. So Kawes keeps exploring. Not really much happening from Audic. And I think it's the Red Canids have shown in the past. They're content. They're content to just hold back and wait for Audic to make the move. They did it in the last round. It worked well. And eventually that exploration is going to turn to something a little more deadly as it's a couple tags on Pank, but he's sticking around.
There's you need to be cleanup crew right now. Molly right on top of bro and a bullet straight through bro. So what else was there to really say or do in this situation met with such adversity? But his teammates rise against and rise above. Okay. a grouping towards the lower steps and trying to walk it back, but that's information that now the Red Canids could know that the A site is susceptible to a swing. The vents are probably going to be a pretty hot point of contention, or mini, or both. And yeah, there was nothing else Audit could do with the weaponry and lack of utility that they had, other than just walk in from each of those angles, one at the same time after another. But
Yeah.
when all of them fall, I mean, it's just sometimes how it crumbles.
And it just feels wrong, but you gotta do it. And now we get to see if that really ended up paying off for Roddick in the long run. Because, I mean, I feel like it's better off had they saved here, bought on 10, or bought against 10, if that makes any sense. And then you get another force buy in the mix. Who knows? Could be doing math wrong. All I know is Woody's looking for anything bonus that they want to give him over. Don't think he's getting that Galil of Kawez over in secret, but actually I think it was even a Mac 10. I don't even think it was a Galil, so. They shake hands and call it a day. Likely to be 11-5, and I guess we get to see Audix run a form. The Canids tried it on Anubis. They got pretty far. Oh, dude, where are they getting this money from, man?
Bank loans.
I mean, them Sharks are going to be real mad if they don't get that investment back. So they better start pulling their weight here. But again, a lot of utility expended in the early round. This is a part I'm not very fond of. They've used so much on taking care of door early on. And I know, obviously, they're nading it open. You don't want to give them that sight line. But I mean, you don't really have a lot to work with. Maybe you do now. They walk into lobby, and it works well. Venom Zera caught blindsided.
A lot of footsteps being heard from Ponter, so he can maybe not necessarily, I don't think guess would be the right word, but he can, you know, definitely at least relatively safely say that they've pushed a little bit deeper back. He'd be right in that. AK-47s could be killer. In close range, though, MP9s in the previous patch, which we're running on right now, do seem to reign true, but cut down to size.
Trade comes back, and they didn't really get a ton off of that lobby crunch, considering the angle that Tierney was playing there is aggressive in mini. I would have loved if maybe somebody was like trying to set up a crossfire or a quick trade. Because now it's just a 4-on-4 with no util, and the Canids have exploited them for this countless times before. The only difference here, there's 3 on A this time. So it's not like you're walking into a 2-man default site hold. This is a stack, and Nite's taking first contact from Tetris. They come diving down the vent, still being held. Coldzera very late gets that pick. But everybody's encouraged to come to the upper bomb site. 10 seconds to go. This MP9, it's just sprinting down at range. They gotta get this trade, and they've gotta get it now. Waiting so long. They're lucky that Ponter gets that plant, or rather that kill. Woody trying to pick up where his teammates left off. Creeps close. Still a man above the fence. It's drop balls. What is happening? It's a 1-on-2 for Kawez. Isolations everywhere the eye can see, but it seems they know where Kawez is. Sneaking through the smoke. No James Bond story for you.
No. That's really awkward. I can't believe Coldzera gets killed on the last bullet there. You said lucky for Ponter for getting that kill, but there's no luck involved. The kill is dead to rights. Like, he had no more ammo left. He didn't even get to switch to his pistol by that point. There was no way to kill the planter.
But the real kicker is that nobody kills him prior to getting the first of them.
I think they just overcook it, honestly. I know obviously the idea is event drop, but event drop at 25 seconds or less?
But do you expect there to be a player still on B with 25 seconds or less is my
I mean,
my
absolutely.
Or at least so openly.
In RAM.
At least so openly. I mean, well, yeah, but it's not like they had an op.
True.
I don't know. It's a lot of lesser of two evilings, and I think that they just, maybe not necessarily overcooked, but they just made the wrong call. Maybe they did I don't know. If they walked into A, there were 3 players there, so it's like, I mean,
yeah.
Just don't die to an MP9 on attempt to plant. Smile.
Preference at the end of the day.
Really. No ops on either side. That's something that maybe they could work towards the outer yard and maybe a little bit more comfortable if they do it in a pack.
But it's the
They
opposite.
hesitate. Yeah. And look at the swarm of Audict around this ramp in heaven area right now. Which is
Yeah.
surprising. I don't actually think the Canids have attacked it that much. I think they've done 1 or 2 T rounds where they've gone into ramp, whether it be early or late. But a majority of it's been outside. Lobby hits toward A. And they're going to try it again. Run it back. We got the util. Why not?
Oh, that's not good.
That's
really
insane.
not good. And Moody's on the back end. That's so easy, and he knows when to get out. He knows that if he goes in for another duel, there's a high chance he might not win it, but his teammates are going to be able to hold down the line if need be. And when he re-engages, sure, ramp might be open with 30 seconds, but you need both players to commit to such a thing, and they haven't.
Cold Zera has bomb. He's sticking around mini. Maybe they were trying to fake the rotate back. Yeah, they got
were.
somebody to drop down the vents, so they just got to deal with 90.
Oh
There's
my.
no shot. You just hit that, Cold Zera. That is disgusting. 22 HP on Pink. The trade comes in. Are you kidding me? This guy's back. 22 health. How do you creep into this?
Cold Zera, bailing them out again. It's unbelievable how often this guy is able to activate in rounds, and they're just playing a crossfire off one another back to front. And Cold Zera might not be the one to finish it, but he damn well did get them into it.
That is disgusting, man.
Oh, I can't believe the second kill.
The first.
I wish we saw the second guy die from his POV, but
Right?
no more switching off Cold Zera. Effective immediately. When Cold Zera gets 1 kill, we stay with him until he dies.
What's crazy is, and I don't mean this in a mean way, he's the bottom frag. And he's doing that. That's a great sign for Red Canids right now.
Yeah, and look at the money. Look what it's done. Look at the desperation it's forced into the hands of Woody and Oppen, which really hasn't been all that determining a factor for any of the maps in this game. And now they know it exists. And you remember that boring game of Counter-Strike I was talking about before? Yeah, well, the CTs unfortunately don't have enough to play that same game. It's going to be a one-sided affair for the Red Canids.
And they can't stop you from getting down secret here either, which is really unfortunate. You almost guarantee if they had it, they would use one of those mollies to try and delay the cross, or even just get that info, right? Throwing that molly would either delay them to where the smokes are about to fade, or Woody's going to hear that tick as they go down. But this is all unconfirmed, so they have to throw that smoke. They have to respect the idea that somebody could be down here. Little do they know, there's 3 sitting on the other end. You want to pincer him in? Go ahead. It's exactly what Drop is anticipating, or rather waiting for. And eventually, Audic have to be the ones to make the first move. When this smoke fades, all hell breaks loose, and the game is determined.
I can't tell if this is them going to go for a late mini split. I think that they're going to try and do that. Not even necessarily a split, just a fight upwards. And Woody's been so very patient with this, and he's going to be rewarded. I guarantee it. I mean, he might get a little antsy, but he should still get his 1 as soon as they cross his pathway from either left or right side in discovery of where he could be posted.
No shot!
The round is yours.
I mean, Cold Zera, Venom Zera, don't care. Red Canids in 3.
15 seconds.
Not again, bro. Not again. Hey, this time they are going to go away. It's not going to be event drop, and they almost win it, too. I don't think they do because of that second player wrapped around Mini, but I mean, it's such a sour taste on the tongue because you're getting this beautiful play in the mid-round, these awesome shots hit, and then it feels like there's so many times in a game, in a series, in a map, where they just take too long for their own good.
You know what? I'll give you like a silver lining to that, though, is that you said live by the sword, die by the sword, and they do that on both CT and T side, and we see it work out beautifully, or we see it crash and burn. And I think that that's at least something that I'm pretty happy to see them experimenting with early on. Even with the good and the bad, take them both, right?
Yeah.
Because I'd rather that than see them just rush a lot and look like the same. Because like you can, there's a lot of like, what's the word? There's a lot of leeway given to offenses that go really quick, really fast, really hard, and then do the same thing, look either really good or really bad. There's a lot more leeway given to those. There's a lot more excuses when you take that into account, right? But I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair at all. I think that slow, controlled plays deserve the same level of credit and criticism. I feel like it doesn't really get that very often. But that's not to say they're infallible and what they're doing is fine. I'm just saying that, again, to reiterate, the fact that they're doing it and there is high level of success as well as a decent level of failure, I'm cool with that as an early days sign.
I think it's way easier to fix a small mistake than it is to create a whole new idealism or an entire new way
To
of play.
recall around, effectively.
Right, yeah. But you're going to have to call an interesting one here because, I mean...
Also, that last round had a lot of mid-rounding changes.
True.
There was
That
a lot that
kill
stopped
and lower is everything, really.
The smoke they put up after.
Yeah, but they kind of had to put that smoke up when there was
No,
no
I know.
molly.
Yeah. No, I know they had to. I'm just saying,
But
its
you're
sheer
right.
existence causes drop to then say, okay, wait, okay, well, do we wait here? Do we rotate now? Do we leave somebody here to lurk? They get that kill, and then it's like, oh, crap. Well, I guess now we have to go away. There's only 25 seconds left or something.
Wow. At least keeping us on our toes, I'll tell you that much. But this is the game we wanted. This is the game I personally wanted. Where it wasn't necessarily like, oh, you know, the Canids, if they were just hitting shots, then it would have been a lot better. Or if the calling was better. Or if Audic weren't screwing the pooch at a couple of different opportunities. I feel like this so far has been arguably some of the best we were going to get out of both of these teams. And that's what I'm happy about. Because the last thing you want, if you're, like, let's say if you're the Red Canids beating Audic and you'd consider it an upset, is, oh, you know, but they just played bad that day. So, very happy so far with what the Red Canids are putting up. But it's not like Audic are going to lay down and die. For this round, maybe it's a little bit of a intermission for them. See what I'm saying? This almost feels like they're taking a little bit of a timeout. I want teams to do this more.
I wish we could get more information on what's going out on timeouts nowadays. Like, we get, like, those little insights, but I'd like for, like, a really old one to get leaked. You know what I mean? Like, one that doesn't really matter anymore.
Not like they're scared to throw their utility, I'll tell you that much. Coldzera's just toying with him at this point. Big come and get me sign posted on his chest as he keeps jumping across the single door. Case Lock's had enough of it. He's not going to bother
Come on, you
giving him what
silly
he
guy.
wants. No need to feed into it. Maybe awaiting an MP9 up close to try and get in. That's why you see 4 players behind him. It's Pank, actually, to take first contact. And here's the cash you were looking for. Quick 3 kills. And it looks like the SMGs, minus the 1, should be cleaning everything up. So money galore for the CTs of Audic.
Woody really is not feeling that AWP. He doesn't really want anybody dropping it over to him. Case Locks very well could have.
Nice shot from Naite and a big opener. Seizing control of outside early. This is something that the T's have used a lot so far.
We could use a little bit more of that if the quote-unquote comeback is to come through. These are the kinds of rounds that do get awkward, sure. The T's needing to just straight up take fights. But other than that,
I think Tierney's got one leveled out. The second Coldzera jiggles.
the pop into A, I mean, it's not even really set up right now. It's them looking for that close range MP9 question mark, you know what I mean? Like where they've played before and hoping that that'll give them the room to cook with, and they could be right. I mean, in terms of likelihood, but it isn't here. 40 seconds left. Now they've just got to go all in for it, and Coldzera is ideally the one to lead this charge. Tierney, power pole position to be exactly that player, but maybe a well-placed flash facing towards mini side causes him to drop. Okay.
They got that much, but they're kind of reliant on this flank to work perfectly, coming in from mini, and it's still being held. They have to show presence first. There's drop activating early. Case Locks. He that trade from Tetris. Now he's just going to run rampant over the A site. 13 seconds, and Drop's going to try to head for the hills, but spotted by 2 players outside. He's not getting away from anybody. Another save on the horizon, and we're only going to be 1 away from a tie ball game.
That's what timeouts are for. It's about that time. But, I mean, Red Canids, I feel like there's still a pretty real world where they can breathe a little sigh of relief that they've got 2 gun rounds left and they could force an overtime and get their CT side back on chance. If not just outright close, thanks to one of those gun rounds going their way.
Sure.
The first one.
I'm going to play devil's advocate and say a lot of the rounds that we've seen the Red Canids get as of late are off of, like, crazy heroism.
I think this is an OT. I'm feeling an OT.
I'm feeling it.
Am I
It's
liking
got
it?
that ring to it.
Actually, yes, I am liking it.
I'm only liking it
This is a
if
pretty
they're
good game.
playing at peak form, which they are so far. Oh my lord!
Oh, he
No!
gets him! He gets an M4. He gets a fast run up towards heaven if he'd like it. It's very nice. He's a thorn in the side, and they need to clear him out soon. A smoke in defense, and Woody back from ramp. It's all for naught. And now the heroism in which you were speaking of that had a glimpse of possibly manifesting itself just doesn't fully come to fruition.
I mean, that would have been DEFCON 1 right there. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that because normally, right, you do that ROPS drop, it's your mini player, and
ROPS drop.
It hurts you, right, as a CT, but you at least still have your A players. You still have your outside player. That wasn't K-Slox. That was Naite. That was the guy who was playing Heaven this round. So there was so much room given over to the Canids. Now, it's just SSB rifles. So they're happy about that one. I'm just going to say it. That looked like it was a headshot to me, but I digress. Eagle of Caldera once was something you would talk legends of. Now, it's just another gun on the ground.
Trying to get the jump on this next round. Otic would love to get another clean, easy, breezy, beautiful conversion against a couple of pistols, feeling like they're cornered. But in order to do that, they're going to need to once more defend against what's been a relatively, I won't say easy, but consistent outside display. And Nightate just sends bullets straight on through the smoke. It's seemingly meant to be. Cowes has not been having fun with so many of these spots that have really not been all his fault. Oh, man.
It's falling apart. Drop's got to try and change
More
that with his
damage.
1 kill down secret, and it's just not coming in. Coldzera sticks behind, but the big kicker right now is that everybody is isolated from the Red Canids. So this is coming down to a round where individuals have to step up, and I don't think K-Slox is ever really going to peak this. It is not in his best interests, but he is starting to inch forward, and that's getting scary. Everybody's getting uneasy right now.
I was going to say I'd probably start inching back if I were him.
Right?
Because, like, if they were in... No. If they were in
No.
numbers on the left side, he's a dead man. If there was a guy on the right side as there were and he gets caught, like, with his wits not fully about him, he's a dead man. There's so many more issues with him going forward than simply just falling back would have solved. The jump spot at the bottom side, a quick rotate needed if they want. There's already a player lower, you know? There's already a player on B.
They already have a stack on A.
So what's there to lose in just cutting your losses? And
Oh
cutting
my
them down to size
God.
is Coldzera. It's over. I guarantee you it's over. There's not a way in hell he doesn't clear this on his own if his teammates wouldn't burst. Pank was already made known positionally, and as the player who floats between these areas, he is in lobby now, and they're going to be very attentive to it. A smoke to Squeaky, a molly to Hut, and only now will there be one player to hold and the rest to know, even if the first goes down.
All right, well, at least he puts it into a 1-on-2 with lackluster minimal damage taken. Wait. Oh, he didn't actually get the audio cue. I wonder if the idea was he wanted to hear that tag somebody in the second vent so he can hard clear it. Now, he's completely susceptible to it. And normally, I don't like looking at one person and saying, like, yeah, this is why we lost the round, but, I mean, you
It's a
said
death
it
that makes it
yourself.
also awkward.
like there's nothing to gain out of that from Case-Locks, right? If he does clear that angle, if he sees nobody down secret, the same is still true because there's no info outside.
He would have had to have walked all the way up the steps to accomplish the goal that he was actually looking to. Inconsequential information leads to his death and the downfall of the round and potentially the series for them. And that's a timeout taken by the winners of that one to ensure that the final plans they've got for this and potentially the next are good. Because they needed, a plant if they are to lose. Above all else, they need a plant. I mean, I'll be above all else except for the round win outright. They need that plant. And long time no see, Woody, AWP.
Need it, though. Again, I'd like to say Woody is a very inoffensive AWPer, but you'd like that to change to something a little more tormenting now. Outside, though, he's usually done, I'd say, respectably well in ensuring they have it when they have the artillery around it. But he might get a little more than that. Oh, look at this from Nite. This is what I've been waiting for Audek. They've not done a round like this where they've sent somebody all the way up outside, but it's still cleared. Kawes understanding, but apparently not enough to get the kill. The trade's still lackluster and delayed. They're giving him multi-opportunity, and the trades still favor the Audek side. Woody's off, one whiz by the shoulder. Oh my! And they're still going back in for these repeats, man. They will not put their foot on the brakes. It is all gas, and that might just cost him an 11th.
I give Woody less credit than he deserves. Because in this round, he does all that he needs to with just 2 kills. I thought he might have actually been biting off more than he can chew, as the refaces and refights before the first had been secured was too much for my taste. But it's just enough. And there's the last of the timeouts used. Oh man, that's a biter. I mean, yeah, pulling out some. That's also a good lesson to be learned by, again, I like saying lower level teams and players, is that there's a move that Audek haven't made at all on this CT side half, and it's that. So what better a time to assess what kind of setups you've not yet employed to try and catch your teammates off guard, or your opponents off guard, rather? Because those are the kinds of things that turn the tide, and those are the kinds of things that you feel really good about when you realize.
That's just such an unfortunate miss from Kawes, man. It's a
I thought the player on the top of the silo was going to look down. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, I mean, you make a good point. Maybe a little paranoid by the off of Woody. I'm not sure if it did fire a shot, but
I don't know either.
Like, it wasn't won or lost based on that kill. It's just, it gets so much harder when that kill isn't grabbed. But here comes the pop. Change of pace and a change of heart. They're met by the Molotov, and they have to respect it long range. There's the the M4 of Tierney, but he can't get out of harm's way.
I'm a little shocked with that. They only have one more smoke right now, the Knids. It's got to be like a death ball, dude. They got to group up, and they got to run it in. I think ramp might be the move later on. If they can retrieve a nade or two here and there off the body of their friend and Fallen and Paunter, they get an HE. Alternatively, they could try to flood in through Squeaky Door in troves and let Kawes be Baitmeister. Yeah, I tentatively want to say I don't really think that there's a good call to make right now. There really isn't.
Yeah. I think you need a mistake from Audek, and that mistake could come in the form of throwing a lot of this utility, because all the Knids want right now is a chance, an opportunity to make this in their favor, to take a fight and win it. And it will be another late one. But they've only got one smoke left to put whatever they want to. And is Woody really going to give up outside control to come and throw that smoke on? Answer my question for me. No flashes, too.
Are they really going to wait until like 15 seconds?
It's the specialty, man.
Oh.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
You said it,
Get
I said it.
eliminated
It's got to
from
be
the
true.
qualification or go on to overtime.
Here we go. Here we go. Woody's got the first, already holding towards Squeaky's side. He's got another player agent vent set up by a flash. Oh, we're going to overtime. Woody's done it all, and he doesn't even need vision to do it. Oh, good God. 12-12. Why do I always have to be right?
It's par for the course, man.
Shut my big mouth. Shut my trap.
If there was any to be it, it's definitely this one. But again, bit of a slowdown from some of the star-studded individuals of the Canids. Right now, Venom leading the charts, but it feels like it's been a while since we've said his name.
Mm-hmm.
But I also would like to say this has been a whole team game. I don't really think there's a single player in this server who hasn't had a moment.
I think Tierney is probably as close to that as we'll get.
Sure.
I think Cowes actually probably has more than him, despite having one less kill. But I don't really think that like I said, that's as close as we'll get. I think that that's inherently true, that everybody has had their fair share of time to have impact made known widespread. Maybe a bathroom break for overtime, as it's been a pretty long series and a long day.
Makes sense. Sometimes you gotta use it. Nature calls.
Use it or lose it, pal.
Man, I drink like 3 energy drinks some days. I definitely gotta use a bathroom when it calls.
Good lord, I can handle one of the smaller sized sugar-free Red Bull a day. And no, not a day. I'd probably say like every other, dude. And I don't even drink energy like that. I don't drink caffeine every day, and not even probably every week. Outside of, like, you know, a Coke or something.
Yeah, I gotta take a break from it at some point. You know how it is.
You know how it be.
Can be.
It keeps you going on your grind set that you're on right now, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Caffeine hits me in a way that stinks. Like, it hits me good for a solid, like, 30 minutes to an hour, and then I'm, like, dead, bro. Like, dead to the world. I need another one, or I need, like, a 15-minute power nap.
I have a friend who said, I mean, caffeine doesn't, like, immediately hit you, right? Like, you drink it, it's going to take a minute. So what he used to do, so you would, like, chug a small Red Bull or something, and then take, like, a 30-minute nap and wake up just ready to go.
That sounds unhealthy. That sounds so unhealthy.
Kind of want to try
Making your body forcibly stop and then just absorb all the caffeine sounds so unhealthy to me. Like a freak. It's like jump-starting your car, dude.
Good start. They were hoping for that in the last round. Venom Zera, there's his time to say his name. And they might use that to get into A, but Pank is looking to recuperate the losses, go right back into Tierney's angle. Second bet, and I doubt you're going to re-clear it. Nate pops open, though. Almost walk away with a double. Where's that Nate going? Pank! Oh, you, come on. You can't be faking me out like that. That was criminal.
Only 52 damage? 11 HP on Pank. He's lucky to get away with his life. Previously spammed down by the MAC-10 at the door, and what could have very well have been room to work. But when it doesn't work there, and they don't get it here, they have the man advantage to rely upon. That smoke goes right in front of Nightate. He's smiling ear to ear, cheek to cheek. Another gimmick they've yet to employ, Anthran. How long does he wait to spring it into action, though? Not long.
Oh, my.
Okay.
That's probably, I feel like that might be the riskiest angle you can play in the game.
Well, I mean, it is a 1.5 and done unless you can put your head down immediately after the kill. Case Locks still leaves this one doable, but honestly, Peng's going to have to be greater than the sum of his parts, and that's not probable, not likely, not possible any longer as he's been dealt with. And all three practically looking down his range as they hear the ladder cling and clang.
I was going to say, all of that damage on Pank was unconfirmed. It came through a smoke spam, and then it came from a little bit off an HE. So they had no idea he was low. There's easily a world there was some hesitation there before they actually pulled the trigger, but Diego comes out first. Canids go right back on top. It's Hayes' Law. I love quoting it.
Hayes' Law?
Hayes' Law.
Like the caster?
Yup.
Okay.
He always said, whoever has match point in chokes to go to overtime will always get the first round of overtime. And I'm not even kidding you. To this day, I have not seen it be wrong.
Say that one more time. Run that by me one more time.
The team, so let's say Red Canids, they were up 12-8, I believe. Being that the Red Canids didn't close it out in regulation, they were going to get the first round of overtime.
Oh, okay. I thought you said they were going to win in overtime.
That's still up in the air.
You're pretty right about. That's actually pretty true. I don't remember the last time that wasn't the case for me as well. Or Hayes is right.
This guy lives in my head.
Creditedly.
For good reason.
See if there's any more left for that. Another Bane and a fast A.
Ponter the one to give it over.
Oh, Lord. And if they went out, it actually would have worked well, too. Look at how out of position Tierney is in the health. 40 HP. That was very tradable for sure. And there's even somebody inside of the smoke. Naite flirting with death, but instead takes tags. They heard that. They know he's hit. And they get the kill off it, too. That's insane.
Yeah, there's just a bit of a difference there in which can't be bridged. The gap widens. I do wonder, even now, what you are to do as a team with a man gone, a player low. There's no reactivity really going on in terms of grouping right now. It's just players scattered and spread, and that was their downfall in one of the rounds they had man advantages in. So I guess if there is one big thing we can point the big finger at for Onyx's inability to close on rounds or recover them is that they don't really have a whole lot of team mentality when it comes to reaggressing.
True. I'm even going to go further and say I feel like that's exclusive to this map. Because we saw it on Anubis. We saw so many times where they would reaggress the CT side and it worworked. But here it's been
together,
so individual.
Together,
yeah.
I agree.
So, that's something that probably needs to be looked at for Onyx. Case Locks, a couple rounds ago, we accredited him for giving overmatch and series point. Now, he could give them a tie game. 2 kills more than you can ask out of anybody in his angle, but doesn't necessarily change the likelihood of them winning this round because there's so many strong angles for the Canids. Feels like it's only a matter of time. Up by 2. And I feel like giving away another, like a third, to be at match point again as you shift to the CT side. That's just apocalyptic, if you ask me.
What is going on in the camp of Audic as far as their next play? I mean, they've tried a couple more gimmicks that haven't been brought out and shilled. They've worked to mix levels of success. But it's yet to net them anything substantial.
Here's what he's up again. A couple rounds ago, we saw something eerily similar. It just featured the extra early kill from Naite outside. This time, he's tucked himself over in mini. Nothing otherworldly. But Red Canids have decided to slow it back down. Very fast couple of first rounds, if I'm being quite frank. Oh, that's...
Okay.
Did he see him, or was that just...
I think he was just over top of the railing and he saw him, yeah.
Okay. That makes a little more sense. I mean, it's a taste of their own medicine.
Mm-hmm. And again, this is where Red Canids and many a team fall into the pitfall of kind of needing to stall out when they're a man down at this stage in the game on T side. Like, again, like Nuke is kind of a reductive map sometimes. It's some of the reason why I don't like Inferno all that much, because there isn't really a whole lot of deviation from the plan outside the first 15 to 30. Unless you get that space in that time frame, which they don't have. So now it's just awkward trying to use the lesser number of bodies in order to push downwards, with the utility also having been dropped to the floor. Bodies seem to do the same. Naite is Mr. Smoke Spam. This time, though, shut down by drop, and now there's not much time to do anything other than get a move on.
I mean, it's a really good kill, and they had somebody here before, so this is not going to go undetected. The Red Canids will be clearing out the rafters, but they need this player and ramp to come through quicker. Ponter can't be that late. Or maybe he can be if he ends up finding a kill with it. This is an advantage exchange, but now, again, 12 seconds! 12 seconds, and they're going to go back up to A! They don't have time for this. Just simply put, they literally cannot get a plant out of this. If I've done my math correctly, they don't have somebody here in time to try to stop this from happening. Through many! There it is. It's kind of frustrating.
It is a little bit frustrating. I giggle, but it's something that continues to plague this team, and they had a full belt of utility on 2 guys. I know it wouldn't have been easy to try and lob it out in good spots and space, but it's another one of those where you're like, surely there's not still a guy on A with 12 seconds remaining, and I mean, to be honest, they'd be right. Like, really? I'd probably be saying the same thing.
You know, I kind of
really
wonder
hard
how
to
you call
justify
that. How do you call that on the fly? Because when it's 14 seconds, right, and you get that kill, I think it's that kill that they they find on the lobby push from who was it? It was Ponter, I think. Yeah, Ponter and Ram. Then that, I'm assuming that's what decides to have them going back up toward A. That and the kill and vent. So when it's 14 seconds like that, you already, let's say Coldzera, doesn't get killed. You just narrowly get the plant. If you even take an extra second to process what your IGL is saying, you don't have enough time to do it. So I do legitimately wonder how you call that.
Go away.
All right,
Rotate. Go vent, go vent, go vent, go vent.
That's kind of what I mean, right? Because I'm assuming he's like screaming it in the moment, and he's not just saying like
Go
away
vent,
once.
go
Right? He's probably like saying
vent!
vent. But in the meanwhile, all of these communications are happening, right? They're like, oh, maybe I needed this, or we just got this kill, or like I killed flank, I killed vent.
The soldiers listen to their captain.
Either that or the comms are so crazy disciplined that, the second he calls something, there's so much that can go wrong. That's why I'm curious.
Well, I mean, these guys are seasoned like jerk chicken.
I've never had jerk chicken.
It's pretty good, dude. It's really good. If you ever get the chance from like a place that sells it, that isn't like, you don't buy it from like a store or like a fast food-ish place.
I'm going to Louisiana. Shouldn't it be really good there?
I figure. Apparently there's a big discrepancy in Louisiana as to how it's actually prepared, because there's like a couple of different ways that some people are like fake or like, I don't know. There's like a video I watched on YouTube at one point. It was like so-and-so group of people. I don't remember if it was like people from Louisiana or people from like Jamaica or whatever, like Jamaican jerk chicken, and try each other's jerk chicken. And it was crazy the amount of like issues they had with each other. It's like, this is so dry, this is so blah. And it's like, okay, well maybe it isn't just a guaranteed thing if you A, are from a place that makes the thing, and B, have been making the thing for long enough that it is good. Like you know what I mean? I guess it's not set in stone, but less about jerk chicken, more about Counter-Strike, and more about the CT side from the Canids, which, if you don't remember, was also pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, less than ideal, but
it's good enough.
It had its shining moments.
It's funny because I feel like this is the overtime equivalent of a 7-5.
Yeah. Well, let's just say they got more rounds on their CT than T. Not like that's saying much, but a 1-for-1 in the fast moments now, in which no pace taken from Audic. They go right in. That's the difference right there.
They are good at it. Can't really fault them, but Coldzera's angle is very limited up in heaven. He's just waiting. I believe it's Kawes coming in from Secret, and he has got a long journey to come through Mini. I almost don't like how slow it's being.
Oh, really well played.
Because Kawes is the first one who has to do anything. You can see Ponter waiting for Kawes to take contact just exactly for that. And that damage on Woody means next to nothing when you're going against his op. They're just going to keep him pincered into the corner. The info that he's even here means next to nothing. They've got to hurry up. Simply put, they're taking so much time for this retake that they're giving Woody the opportunities to try and strike back. Now they've got to move. Both players sitting behind the silo. Coldzera knows it, but what can they realistically do from heaven? They're taking forever to get into the site. Coldzera misses the shot. It wouldn't have mattered if they got the trade.
What is Coldzera gonna do when you guys are scaling like that?
This is kind of what I mean, right? This is why I'm saying some of these calls are kind of irking me the wrong way.
I don't even know if that's a call moment. I think that's just individuals being slow. I doubt Drop is saying in his comms like walk, walk, walk.
I think Kawes took so long to actually come back into Mini. If you looked at like the mini map or even like checked from Coldzera's POV because he kept jiggling it, he is waiting in this same area of outside for like a good 5-6 seconds. Like they have to get a move on. Oh, this is a pop I feel like we haven't seen out of Audic. Down the vents goes Woody, and the Red Canids are up in arms.
Nobody dares follow in his footsteps. Oh my, timing and speed and in swiftness. Nite gets to the edge of Mini's hold to where he can catch the player looking to spam down the vent. And no way were they expecting him to get there at that point. And this is just, honestly, these two are probably polar opposite teams, I've noticed now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Audic have their moments where they will slow down the pace of the game, but 90% of the time it is just go, 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 go. I mean, there had to have been some tell in there, right? Because dropping Drop in Mini, who is normally the Mini player, who is normally going to be the quickest down vents, has to clue them in. But the kids really just never get a chance to react to this. Even if you W key it from hell down toward B, it just would not have changed anything. That could, though. Ain't got to worry about the flank. Ain't got to worry about your backside and ramp. You just got to worry about moving forward. Just like Aaron.
Huh.
Man.
Flash on either side of the doorway, Ran. It's no way, man. We've seen them go man down retakes before, but this is too.
Oh,
That's a Night round if I've ever seen. He actually cements himself as the second highest rated player on the team, surpassing Pank and Woody, who he was tied with previously, and finds them map point and series point and Pro League life taken away from the Knids.
I think this would be a crazy upset, personally.
I don't know about really? I thought you were kind of in the camp.
I'm on Audic's team, but I still think it's an upset.
I think these two are probably in the same boat as far as I'm concerned, personally. But like, I don't really think either beating either was me gonna be like, what an upset.
Sure. Oh my god, and they're still going. No slowdown, nothing whatsoever.
Team, after all.
Flashes come out, but the kills don't follow. Kawes is on the site, but the backup is there. There is no point in going out to your certain death. Need a speech from Ervin to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep him going.
I got you.
Walking out through single, though, that could be the answer to your problems until Cold Zara shows up and spoils the fun. One outside, one heaven, and one coming through from vending. The moral of the story is B is free.
The rotation down into the left side is the MP9, and he knows that his distance is not going to be an easy one to draw. One flash from Caselocks, and Tierney may be a hero, though. So I want to see if they look to do anything with that. It's obviously a hard call to make to pull that nade and expose yourself to so many angles, but
again,
now they're looking to just play together. Where's the other player coming from right now? Secret Steps! He's walking it drop!
It's so
Not
long.
Another slow retake, please! I'm begging you, Cold Zara the first, with the op of all things, wants to get the MP9, the ability to get forwards and spray down a couple of bodies. He's played this so tough. He's actually read by Cold Zara. The next in the MP9 eventually deals with him. Does he have time? He doesn't have a kit! Drop
no!
the kit!
He's got it. Okay, he's got that.
Oh.
Counter-terrorists win.
I need
Like, how many times, man? How many times y'all gotta lose the time to understand? Like, it's not me who needs the Red Bull. Did I, like, take their last energy drink or something?
Is this our fault?
I mean, it might be. Who knows?
Okay. 15 all. Another overtime to go. In the game, and where both of these guys are giving us and each other a run for their money. Anthran is currently bragging in my DMs about how this game is going to go to 2 overtimes in the pre-show, jokingly. And I hate him.
Look, hey, you get your moments to say you're a mastermind.
I don't...
That's what I thought.
I think this game is going to have 47 overtimes. Waves my wand. God, I hate you.
Please let this be a normal map 3.
With Audic? No way. With Knids? No way. Cruising on down Nuke. Train was relaxed and feeling good.
I would have said cruising through Cedar Creek, but...
Cold Zara's ops looking good on the Magic School Bus.
How is nobody
Right
made,
on
like...
the Pro League School
I feel like
Bus.
there's been no parodies made for, like, CS teams, man. Come on.
I'm going to start making them for you. Don't worry about it.
Do it. Thank you.
I'll be like the Fallen Kingdom guy of Counter-Strike.
Captain Sparkles?
No, the guy... No, what's the other guy's name? Something Ninja. Captain Sparkles didn't make it. The other guy did. Captain Sparkles...
Tryhard Ninja. Yep.
Tryhard Ninja, that's the one. Molly's backside, flashes in there as well. One player to go in, but that's a ruse, that's a fake. Venom Zara gonna drop, baited by that, but even still his teammates find kills, and that's the real zinger to this.
Does this count as Hayes' Law failing?
No,
Okay.
because it wasn't a choke, and it also wasn't in regulation, which were the stipulations.
I was just making sure, man.
Well, you told me the rules, dude.
Look, I'm just by
Whatever.
definition, I didn't.
Don't
You're
care.
right. You're right. I'll have to hit him up and maybe add an addendum to it. Now it's Audic playing the waiting game. Stuck behind the smoke. Feels like it's taking eons to fade. Immediately refreshed. Drop is not too keen on letting them waltz through it. And I think, yeah, Woody's going to have to expend this flash here. Heard and seen by Drop. He has a teammate here in the vents. Doubt will be cleared. Yeah, there goes Woody. And he was the one with health. Night that, I don't know how you would even come close to this, but the fact that he's gotten one is already kind of a miracle. And the second player has rotated. Nope, he hasn't.
I really
too
do.
vertical, man.
I really do like a passive Coldzera op. I mean, there's not really many a time that teams actually like make for that. It's not easy to move up with that, but it's just what this team needs.
What, a passive opper? I mean, it fits him pretty well.
I mean, it'd be cool to have an aggressive opper that they could rein in a little bit more, who can make the plays and openings that sometimes these players can't. But you kind of give up a lot in having that. You also give up a lot of rifling prowess Coldzera can have on the on day. Okay.
I was gonna say, I think that feng shui of those two could be huge, but Audic are not exactly keen on letting them find 2 or 3 rounds in one half. They want to take that back where they left it. And down the ramp they go. Drop gets another chance to shine. Just shows a couple of bullets over in the control room. Nothing too committal just yet until Cowes arrives. And all of a sudden, flip the script. They want to hold this site with their lives on the line. Still full HP at the back of the site. They've even got a flash if they want to try to go for something a little crazy.
Yeah, Night's the only player with a molly who could have flushed out that space, so instead he'll use the next best spot, and it won't really come to matter. Instead, he just pushes his opponents deeper into where his teammates were playing from. Coldzera's got their number on exit
Did
point.
he see shoulder?
And actually, I don't think so. I think he's a dead man walking if he repeaks into this same angle. Or not. He actually catches it even though the heads-up duel was out of his favor. Now they've got a backup. They've got both of their extremities on exit opened up, an opportunity towards A, and this player at this post-fan side is, I was going to say, needing to get that kill, because if he doesn't, he's got someone wrapping heaven just about backside. Is that a smoke for K-Slogs? I'm not sure what he can do with that comfortably, but he'll look to use it as quick as possible as to not get himself caught off guard later on.
Ooh, did they hear him cross back into hut, though? They might have. Oh, no, they didn't! Trigger discipline time! Easiest spray down you're ever gonna see! 32 kills! And the only reason Audic have their 16th.
Well, I mean, let's not be too small here on what Night had done for them.
I mean, look. He
Night
was
got
Mr.
him into the
Worldwide that
position.
round.
That's true. Is Mr. Worldwide will have a sidekick? A partner.
Yeah, Robin.
Mr. Worldwide has a partner, and it's Robin?
It's a really dumb
about?
joke. It's a really dumb joke.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna act like that one didn't happen.
Yeah, they can't all be bangers.
But can't be bangers if we don't try. No op for Woody, one back for Coldzera. He's just trying to get his one per round, and when he doesn't really get all that much as far as opportunity is concerned, when his teammates fail to lock in the site as they once looked to do so well, I guess he does actually get his kill and adds to that, but his teammates don't. Monster drops that Incendiary and enters into a dual matrix to which Coldzera gets a freebie beyond that.
These trades, man, they just keep going back and forth. This is, I feel like, what was missing on Anubis from Red Canids was just that constant trading, that constant support cast of another player being there. Shift from Venom's arrow, sees the boost on the vents, but that is lightning fast from Woody. There is nothing you can do about that.
I mean, they just have the A site as far as, numbers is concerned to fight forward, but they can't drop any more smokes. They're out of those. They can't throw mollies towards heaven. They're out of those. They can't flash off the player. They're out of those. Nothing left in to the extra utility belt, but, I mean, luckily enough for them, it's just Coldzera in this spot. And we've seen this so many times where he's just like, yeah, all right, Cold, we're going to go into our retake spots. You're going to wait for our call and our cue, okay? That's an Incendiary in the ground, though. Hold on. Woody can actually change the rate of this entire round. Just throw it right now, and they're locked out.
Cold cannot be the one to take first contact. Yeah, he recognizes that too.
He
Got to
won't
flash
be,
the
I'll tell you
teammate
that.
up from the vents. Ooh, they know that somebody's there, but not exactly the easiest shot to take care of. And yeah, this one should be all secured under lock and key. Coldzera and his Eagle just trying to bait out shots. You gotta be kidding me!
Coldzera again.
You weren't about to be the only person dropping an F-bomb on air. I'm about to say it.
It's Coldzera again and again and again and again and again. 17. And this is an insane performance from Bro. He pulls the deagle and he knows he's got to be the one to do it. They're both hugging the backside of the site with their life, and
Hey, somebody got to do it.
don't last long. Somebody gotta do it.
Hey, watch Cold do it.
Good God. I thought the second was a headshot, but either way, it doesn't matter.
Guarantee you playing like that, he'll survive outside.
Well, Woody is going to be there to meet him. Took him long enough to build up that confidence with the sniper rifle on CT, it felt like during reg.
Oh, man. All right. All right. Back down to earth here. That was an odd round through and through, but the records will reflect otherwise. And you know what I'm surprised to see? I'm surprised to see the Coldzera op on T side. Did not expect that, especially with the pacing of their T sides this game. They've been very slow, very methodical. And then every now and again a pace change, but I feel like with a play like that, I would just say, absolutely get in there.
Get active, get involved. Naite, dude, this guy had some serious fortune on outside before on these sprays. He just knows the lines. He's actually scaring them enough to actually ring out a shot. Coldzera's getting antsy with it and makes it known that he is present. But will he be prevalent?
I am not very fond of all five of them being in this one angle, especially with how info
Gap in the
Riotic have been in some of these mid-rounds, and you're right. There is a big exploitative opportunity here that nobody seems to make advantage of, so
Hey, they can crouch under it.
this is just me and the boys, bro.
Just go, please.
Got it. K-Slock's
Don't
jump
stop.
spotting. He'll be the first point of attack, rather, response. For 35 seconds, they'll give themselves about an extra 5-10 seconds for things actually hit the fan. Oh, drop even team kills by accident. That's a problem, but what is going on? People are burning, people are falling, and Drop is just running around shooting anybody he sees.
This is Red, man. He's been powered up by the blood sacrifice that was Venom Zera. 18, map point again back to him. It's been a long time since then, and it was them on the T side. We got to that stage. Just that one too late. There's more to be seen and heard from Otic. It would have to be now. Utility for everybody. Op no longer in the picture thanks to the economy having been dwindled and kept very humble with investment after investment. An awkward set of circumstances as the mid-round will get kind of curious for Otic unless they can find an opening pick. But there's no gimmicks any longer as far as my eye can see right now, Anthran. It is back to the drawing board. It's back to old reliable, the standard setup, the only deviation being a second player ramp tucked to the close right wall relative to the Red Canids and Naite, who else but him to find one at a smoke outside.
That's a nice change of pace. Naite, he's been flirting with so many different angles outside this whole game. We even saw him the climax of it going up to the close cubby and just pretty much dismantling the round from there. He's been getting creative, man. And the Red Canids have not struck gold a lot of times when it's come to man deficits. But the bane of the Red Canids' existence are smoke grenades. So the fact that there's only one left is huge for them. They have waited and respected almost every single smoke this game. And I think a lot of the times they do that, it's really not worked out well. This specific map, we haven't seen a ton of these late 10, 20-second pops go their way.
Kick out Cowes. Back up to ramp. Oh, it was the setup from Coldzera, and he was the one who had to do it. And set up for failure of the rest of them, as that's the case with no one actively holding for the wider swing. Pank's going to crush them. Not a single kill to transpire, and keeping them down and down and down again was a necessity to be able to really put their thumb hold over this next round if they wanted to. Drop not being able to find even one is going to be an issue. If he can find more, then great. It's 13 seconds left, though. There's no reason to save.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got infinite money here. Might as well try to be confident. Oh, that's a nice little shot. Look, I predicted 2 overtimes, so it's got to end here, right? I'm just saying. If the prophecy is to say anything.
How long can this go on for? I said 47 overtimes as a joke. I didn't mean it.
You said it too late. Nah, you said it too late.
No, I don't know
how it works.
Dude.
Nope.
Flash is high and mighty. Mollies and smokes. It seems the standard deviation I was speaking of in the last round that was really all that they needed. The bells and whistles not required.
A lot of conditioning for these anti-rush nades has been done throughout this game. They wasted so much at the start for pretty much no reason. Oh my god, this is insane. Look at this sidetrack Cowboys has just done. That invoid credit gave them everything on the A site. That's their exploitative mark. Lock stuck in the corner, but the trade's not there. It's just damage. They had that info, they had that advantage, but everywhere you look, it's crumbling around them. Every player now known, whereabouts no longer hidden, all cards shown and every player detected. But it feels like everybody's too scared to go step out. One man was stuck in the single door by the time that trade came in. And you still don't really have a big sense of when you want to plant, where you want to go.
Double clear.
Looking to go back down through the vents. This could be huge. Nite cannot be allowed to get a kill, let alone get one and get away. Drop. Living up to the name, they still should know about where these players are. Plant is free. Post, a lot different.
Yeah, but he's got more HP than almost both of them combined. Well, now even closer than before. The tick is heard, the door is opened, and the jig is maybe up for drop because he too is giving a sound cue over to them. They're going to clear out everything, even still, just in case he'd done some funny business, but not to be the case. The 1v1 isolated. Okay, just slow your roll a little bit here, Pank. Not the stick under the bomb. Neither player for it, but even still, Drop's just giving them the run. He's giving them the and he's giving Red Canids a chance at the close to where Nite, I think he's going to have to go for the ballsy stick, and an immediate shot on the Drop is going to... Oh, it's going to be the case! And we go again.
I can't. My heart can't take these rounds, man. My heart can't do it.
I really can't. This is not healthy. We're speaking about what's healthy and what's not for your heart earlier on. This can't be one of them. It's got to be up there.
I mean,
I
could
just
think of
run
something
away.
else a little more unhealthy.
Yeah. Oh, I heard that. The opening of a quick can of what? Red Bull? Please tell me you didn't just open a Red Bull at 11
It's not Red
night
Bull.
almost.
It's not Red Bull.
What is it?
It's Monster.
Those of you who don't know, I just disconnected from Discord momentarily. You wouldn't get the joke. You had to be there. You, my friend, are in need of
I'm ready for
assistance.
another couple of overtimes. That's right.
You're about to start itching.
Y'all don't understand. I need this.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can quit anytime I want, bro.
Is that true?
No, it's
Could you?
definitely-
I was gonna say, do you think you're addicted?
Absolutely.
It's okay to be addicted to, bro. It's all right.
It's the first step, really.
Admitting, right? Anyway.
Yeah. But that's only if I want to do something about it.
What are you gonna do about it, punk?
Open another. Duh.
You just go again and another one. What am I gonna do?
Simple answer.
Effective method.
9 out of 10 doctors recommend it.
When do you run out of like steam on Nuke specific? I run out of steam pretty quick on Nuke personally. Like overtime 1, if the game's not done by the end of overtime 1, I'm getting pretty stale as far as my decision making and calling goes, bro. Like I can't lie.
And now you understand why I've never liked Dust 2.
I feel like I'm also a little bit off the cuff and off the chain with that map in particular, too. I'm not really calling anything elaborate. The only map I feel like I'm always ready to do something, not new, but like, you know, shift it up no matter how deep we go is Anubis.
I love Anubis.
Was
I love
Anubis.
I
love... Oh, Dink and Trade,
wow.
but if you had an 8K, it would be Case-Locks on top.
No, there's your trade.
I'm out of here.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Tyranny says, I'll take the damage. We got our 4-on-4 back. We're getting the gang back together, he says.
The boys are back in town. A lot of stimming vocally going on right now when the music's flowing, but the music of the game and Counter-Strike are also going in full effect.
Can I just say I loved the Go OST? It was great. It was great.
Yeah, I like to go OST too.
Not cleared. Lining up. This late into the game, you'd think that'd be your first check. I actually don't think he's played there once, though. That close wall can be such a little miscreant to deal with every now and again. Neither of these teams refusing to say die, however, leads drop down into the lower site. And he's charging forward. They aren't hiding it. Tierney has both windows. Oh, no, never mind. I thought he had both windows popped in front of him, but... I mean, eventually he'll get there, right? Smoked up. Not like there's a big risk. Drop, though. Going against the AWP. It's honestly his best chance at evening out the odds of this man deficit. Hitting a nice shot on Woody could be everything. Second window pops. Woody takes first contact. It's still dropped behind the site and his teammate over in ramp. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That molly should spread. It'll do him in, but it's given coldzera a winnable 1-on-2. How many times have we seen this guy in crazy, unlikely spots? No stick, no tap just yet. Wants the first kill before anything crazy happens, and there he goes. Not a scratch on him. Full stick from Naite. Seen this one before, but this time it's a substitution of players. Back at ya. Canids are up by 1.
Coldzera is good for 1 per half, I guess. 1 per overtime, if you want to say that, or like, you know, every like 12 rounds or so. I guess that's the best way of putting it, because he's got them. Keep them alive. He's holding them by their hair. He let it all out. This is killer. Coming out from a guy who, you know, maybe his bedtime's coming up soon. I'm kidding. Kidding!
This guy was supposed to eat family dinner 2 hours ago.
That must be a bummer if you do have some obligations like that, and you're just like, I can't. We're in OT 3 on map 3. I'm sorry.
Imagine that's why you're calling tech pauses, right? Like, the second overtime kicks in, it's a match pause, and you're like, what could possibly be happening? And it's just, like, coldzera yelling at his mom.
Baby needs a diaper change.
Been in this chair too long, man. Crapping on these kids this whole game. I need a diaper change.
Oh my god. We're getting unhinged. Venom Zera, he's looking to unleash a Mac 10 in overtime.
Oh my
Mac 10 in
God!
overtime. That is a creative call. That is an outside of the box thinker and drop. He's been a little bit slow and explosive now at the right turn in time to where maybe it's the difference maker to where they've got one up. They've got a bomb site planted and a post plant to go for.
I'm half confident I just watched 3 different T's jump into the site and start spraying their guns rampantly. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. Night there from heaven. No way. There's no way. Nobody's looking at heaven! Still, nobody's looking at heaven. Kawaz eventually looks up. That was his job. That was his duty. So if Woody comes back and finds a 1-on-2, you know who to point the finger at. But a lot of time wasted. And guess what? In overtime, there's not a kit here. Molly and Evan, he's just got to come through. There ain't really any other alternatives. Drop right onto him, and he still doesn't know where this man's fallen to. The Glock, any means necessary, like it's a DVD perk.
The Glock. He sounded like the SpongeBob announcer for a second there, but you get the job done.
A battle of wits!
I don't know, I was going to keep going with the bid, but maybe another time. Maybe I'll put it in my back pocket. It's 20 to
SpongeBob
18.
laughing on you, bro.
The more the Canids get T-side rounds, the more I believe that they'll close, and them hitting 2 consecutively is like an uh-oh kind of moment.
Seen way too many times akin situations, so I'll hold my breath. Naite again mixes it up outside. I will say, we talk about the reductiveness of Nuke, but at the same time,
Dude!
there is still stuff that we haven't seen like that from Naite, just walking it up raw.
Woody gets his kill in Squeaky Door and then drops his entire being in the deep ends of Garage. What a change up and shift to where if he doesn't get a kill, they're going to be searching for that position on the A site. Here they come in between these two in the crossfire that's being periodically flicked back and forth from the Mini. Naite, he's going to bait them in. Oh, he's so easy for Woody. And that one is going to be followed up by Naite's re-aggression. They're both in unison and in sync, going to continue to duel back. Good luck, Venom Zera, and see you in the next half of overtime number 3.
I will say, funny enough,
Say it with your chest.
the other series just finished. They just finished map 2.
Oh.
Legacy just beat Sharks 28-24.
Oh, yeah, I saw that, yeah.
That was a wicked one. What's the overtimes going on today, huh?
Hey, Tony,
you
let me
say.
get an overtime with nothing.
A little poop on it.
5 AK-47s is killer right now for the team of Audic, who have really been leaning into that as far as their offensive are concerned. And very quickly, you'll see that they don't really like to waste time in getting minimal map control, not necessarily major choke points, but not letting Red Canids get involved in somewhere like a Squeaky, like a hut.
I don't think we've seen Cold Zera playing ramp with the op this game.
No, also no walk-in kills from there or into hut. So it's been, again, he's not an aggressive opera, I guess, so he's been relatively standard. Standard issue.
And Audic are the ones slowing it down this time round. But Red Canids won't budge. They are saving a lot of utility. And that's not boding well as time ticks forward. Cold Zera's vacated ramp, though, in favor of looking outside. USP pulled out to hold these angles. Interesting enough. Smokes and flashes thrown, though. Eventually, they got to pull the trigger and pull the pin. Now they do. And there's a lot of mollies and smokes where that came from, but it's kills galore instead. Cold Zera's off. Passive, but deadly.
That was really good adjustments out from him. The one kill was good, and he probably could have cooled it after that in the 3 versus 3 and waited if he really wanted, but he had a split second of timing to where amidst the player in death at the site, he had another chance to where if missed, no biggie, but when hit, all the difference being made. And in the backside, it's going to be Poncer to get not a freebie, but one to where if he's akin to where these angles could be pinned from, he's good for his one, and they're all over this man right now. Cold Zera, he'll discover the last of them, and now that he's stayed alive once again following that, everybody else should be able to flood in much more easily. Map point again, and 2 to go before Audic can send us to another overtime, which I'm sure they will.
He said, when do you run out of steam with the calling? When do you just run out of steam in general? I mean...
When do you just throw yourself at them and go aim, 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 aim?
I mean... Look, man, I've DM'd for hours at a time
5 minutes the
before.
last 10 years. Oh.
Okay, all right.
Okay. I remember you were like a DM fiend and it was hurting you. Am I misremembering we had that conversation?
Sometimes my wrist would get tired.
I think it was something along the lines of you would be like fatigued from all the DM that you were doing before a league
I
match
would
or
play
something
like
that.
Not before a league game. I would
For me, it
usually
was
play like
something.
10, 20 minutes.
Oh, then maybe I'm misremembering who I was
There is
talking
such a
to.
thing as overwarming.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about. They're ready to go right through this. As soon as it's gone, they're
Oh,
going to
God.
be bleeding inside of the molly. K-Slox is hurt. Ponce
No.
has fallen, and now Cold Zera's too far to rotate. They have a player who could make his way down forward, but close
What
enough.
the-
A shot hit, and needing now to drop
They smoked
in,
themselves!
drop back. They smoked themselves on the right side, but even still through the smoke, it's Tierney to get his. It's exposed. Towers and an AK can never be doubted. Touted is one of the best, as well as his lobby is in the entirety of the day with that weapon, but right now, slow it down. Now we can pause. Now we can breathe. The 2 versus 2 will ensue.
Tierney's got the block. They're still going down to the lower site. Huge kill from Venom. And Tierney's got to worry about his backside. Cold Zera creeping up with the op, though. This is a huge 50-50. Potentially ESL Pro League eliminating 50-50. But maybe, just maybe, he slips through. Somehow gets through the cracks, goes up to the vents, takes a 1v1 on Venom Zera.
He's on upper site right now.
Doesn't get scarier than this. But he'll make sure he plays with the full 45 seconds he's been awarded, or rather left with. Better terminology. Full belt of utility to help him out too, so he is not unarmed. But Just making sure clears out every little spot. So many times this game we've seen 1v2s, and he does decide to go back up the fence. Venom Zera licking his lips, knowing exactly what lies on the other side of this ladder. A 3 overtime thriller's conclusion for the Red Canids to stay alive in their fight for ESL Pro League.
What a day. What a game. What a chance that Audic had there. And given that they'd made a comeback in regulation to push us this distance, it wasn't really theirs to win, but it was theirs to lose by the finish. And by God, I think that it's the Canids who have, for better or worse, in the way that we've seen it, pulled through with a nuke. I mean, it still was long. It was still arduous. It still had its fair share of glaring issues, but a lot of them, I would say, rectified in part by the end. So if there is any sort of a silver lining, it would be that.
I mean, look, the moral of the story is both of these teams looked good. And obviously it got a little messy at the end, but that's what 3 overtimes is just going to do to you. And I'd honestly argue that's where things get really entertaining, right? Because it's not going to be this perfect play. It's going to be a bit sloppy. It's going to be kind of grimy. And that's when things get real fun. But still, you can't just say because Audic lost that they don't look all that great. Like, this is still a team who I expect to see competing for bigger things as they've done in the past. And they still are on an upward trajectory. There was so many great calls on almost every map from them as well, which I feel like we don't see as much nowadays, but hey, I'm all for it.
I am as well, and that's going to do it for us today. That's the end of day 2 of the Pro League qualifiers for South America. It's been a thriller. It's been a banger. It's been a wonderful time joining you for this one. Again, my name being Why Not, and Anthran at my side. We hope to see you again real soon, but until then, Pro League qualifiers are not yet done. Come back tomorrow.
Come play with us.
Honestly wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Headshots from Leslie.
We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs.